The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Washington asks for a spy volunteer, Nathan Hale. In 1813, American Naval Commander Oliver Hazard Perry defeats the British in Battle of Lake Erie. In 1846, Elsa Howe takes out a U.S. patent for a lock-stitch sewing machine. In 1924, Leopold and Loeb found guilty for the murder of Robert Franks in Chicago in The Crime of the Century. In 1977, Hamadidi Danbabi, convicted of torture and murder, is the last person to be executed by guillotine in France. In 2008, the Large Hadron Collider at CERN, described as the biggest scientific experiment in the history of mankind, is powered up in Geneva, Switzerland. In 2020, California's August complex wildfire becomes largest recorded in state history at 736 square miles. In 1993, The X-Files, created by Chris Carter and starring David Duchovny and Gillian Anderson, debuts on Fox. In 1991, rock band Nirvana releases their single Smells Like Teen Spirit, often dubbed the anthem of Generation X. In 1972, American long-distance runner Frank Shorter scores a famous win in the men's marathon in 2:12:19.8 at the Munich Olympics. Born on this day, Julius III in 1487, Mary Teresa of Spain in 1638, Elsa Schiaparelli in 1890, Terence O'Neill in 1914, Stephen Jay Gould in 1941, Colin and Arnold Palmer, 1929, Roger Maris, 1934, Jim Hines, 1946, and dying on this day was Qin Sheng Hang in 210 BC, John the Fearless in 1980, Mary Wollstonecraft in 1797, Cy Denny in 1970, Patty Berg in 2006, and Jane Wyman in 2007. And that was This Day in History. Now we'll get on with the shows. Hey, Maya, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
The American Broadcasting Company presents the Abbot and Costello Kid Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood, with our guest star Larry Stevens and featuring the Lou Costello Junior Youth Foundation Award. Every Saturday morning on this program, some lucky boy or girl receives hundreds of dollars of a valuable gift, and the gold trophy for good citizenship. Every boy and girl in the country is eligible for this award. We'll tell you how to win it later in the program. But now let's have some laughs with our stars, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right. There I am. My, Costello, you look terrible today. Look at those circles under your eyes.
Well, that ain't my fault, Abbott. I didn't sleep a wink last night. Our newest Sears and Roebuck Cadillac came yesterday, and I sat up all night reading it.
What for?
I wanted to see how it come out. Sorry, I want to find out.
Why? Listen, why didn't you go to the movies last night?
Oh, I went to the movies Wednesday night, and I bought a bag of popcorn, and I found a brand new Dodge automobile in it. And the man sitting next to me, he found a Buick in his bag of popcorn.
Well, wait a minute. How do they get new automobiles in bags of popcorn?
Oh, you know those California drivers.
Costello, how do you manage to get so dumb?
Oh, I'm putting on extra help over the holidays.
You're very stupid. You must have even been more stupid when you were a kid.
No, I wasn't stupid. I was very poor, Abbott. When I was a kid back in Patterson, New Jersey, I was so poor that I wanted money. I used to go out and wrestle the organ grinder's monkey for his penny.
That's terrible.
Anything to make a buck.
That's absolutely terrible.
I'm going to put you in the next show, kid.
That's terrible, Lou.
You're in the next show, kid. You're laughing good.
But that's terrible. You shouldn't do things like that.
Why? Why? What's the matter?
But you shouldn't do it.
I shouldn't do it. I shouldn't do what? What should I do? I took the monkey for his penny.
I know that. But it's terrible.
I mean, after all, we pitched for it. I only won once in 7 years.
By the way, Costello, is your mom still living in Patterson?
Yeah, I got a letter from her yesterday. Here it is. I'll read it. Dear son Louis, it's getting near Christmas again, and I sure miss you. Last night I sat for 3 hours looking at your vacant chair. Ain't that touching?
Why, that's beautiful. Read the rest of it.
She says, then, Louis, I went out to see you and Mr. Rabbit in your latest motion picture. I should have stayed home and looked at your vacant chair. Well, I gotta go now, Abbott. They had a fire at the supermarket in my neighborhood. It started in the meat department, then it set fire to the cheese department, and then the fire spread to the bread department. And you better come over there right away with me.
Why?
Why? They're having the biggest sale of cheeseburgers you ever saw.
And now we present our guest star. Our guest star today is one of the finest young singers in radio. You've all heard him on the Victor Recorders. seen him in the 20th Century Fox production, Centennial Summer, and heard him as the former singing star of the Jack Benny program. And here he is to sing for the kids all over the world who are listening to the Abbot and Costello Kids Show, Mr. Larry Stevens.
Hi, kids. Hi, Johnny. Hi, Mr. Abbott.
Hello, Larry, and welcome to our kid show.
Well, it's nice to be here, Bud. You know, I've been listening to the show, and it's swell the way you give prizes to the kids. Say, by the way, what lucky kid is going to win that oversized piggy bank over there?
Hey, he's looking right at me when he said that. Hey, now you look there, Larry Stevens. I am no oversized piggy bank. I'm Lou Costello, and I'm a better singer than you are, Larry Stevens.
Now, Costello, take it easy.
I
Larry
am.
Stevens is a tenor, and he has a very high voice.
My voice comes pretty high, too. I don't sing for peanuts, you know.
So you're a singer, hey, Costello?
Yeah, I'm a singer, hey.
Well, let's hear you sing something.
Okay, I'll sing. I'm all yours and buttons and bows. I'm in it to Hey, what do you think of that?
Costello, your voice fills me with awe.
It does?
Yeah, awe nuts.
Doc, why don't you quit kidding him, Costello? You know, there's sang in your life, and you know it.
I did so. When I was a kid back in Patterson, I sang in a quartet in the fish market.
What kind of a quartet did you have in a fish market?
First tuna, second tuna, barracuda, and bass.
No, Costello, you know singing. You're not fooling anybody. Go ahead, Larry. Show him how a real singer sings and sounds.
Oh! Well, Costello, how does my voice sound to you?
A little scratchy.
Well, that's not my fault. This morning, while I was getting dressed, I had a handful of pins in my mouth, and my mother hit me on the back.
Should have hit you on the head with that joke. Well, enough of this nonsense. The kids are waiting, Larry Stevens, to hear you sing My Darling, My Darling.
My darling, I've wanted to call you my darling for many and many a day. My darling, I fluttered and fled like a starling. My courage just melted away. Now all at once you kiss me, and there's not a thing I'm sane enough to say except my darling, get used to that name of my darling. It's here to stay. Till a moment ago we were Mr. and Miss, discussing the weather, avoiding each other's eye. Till a moment ago when we happened to kiss, and we kissed a Mr. and Miss goodbye. Now at last I can sigh. My darling, I've wanted to call you my darling for many and many a day. My darling, I fluttered and fled like a starling. My courage just melted away. Now all at once you kiss me, and there's not a thing I'm sane enough to say except my darling, get used to that name of my darling. It's here to stay.
That was swell, Mr. Stevens. I'd like to hear you sing another song, and I'm sure all the other kids would, too. How about it, kids?
Thank you, Johnny. I think you'll like this number. It's called Here I'll Stay. cold, where I'll find a field of gold. But here I'll stay with you. And they say there's an isle deep with clover, where your heart wears a smile all day through. But I know well they're wrong, and I know where I belong, and here I'll stay with you. For that land is a sandy illusion. It's the theme of a dream gone astray, and the world others woo, I can find loving you, and so here I'll stay, for that land is a sandy illusion. It's a theme of a dream gone astray, and the world others woo, I can find loving you, and so here I'll stay.
Ah, that was swell, Larry Stevens, and thanks for coming over here to sing for the kids all over the world who listen to the Abbot and Costello Kids Show.
Well, you know, I listen to it too, Bud, and I want to say that you and Lou are doing a wonderful job of teaching kids to be better citizens. And I think your Lou Costello Junior Youth Foundation Award is a fine thing and will go a long way toward checking juvenile delinquency in every kid that hears this program. Thanks for inviting me over, and so long, kids.
So long, Larry Stevens. You're a swell guy. All right,
And now for our quiz game, Bubble or Nothing. Each kid in the audience gets a piece of Fleer's double bubble gum, and we have 10 kids on the stage chosen from the studio audience. They're all chewing Fleer's double bubble gum. The kid who blows the biggest bubble in 10 seconds gets a special prize. Every kid who blows a bubble gets to be a contestant. Those who don't blow bubbles get nothing. So let's go with Bubble or Nothing.
Well, the contestants are chewing their Fleer's double bubble gum. On the count of three, the gong will ring, and they will start blowing. Are you ready, kids? 1, 2, 3. Here, come on now. Blow that Fleer's double bubble gum. Come on, blow them out. Well, all the kids got their Fleer's bubble gum, and they're really trying to push them out. There's one little girl on the other there with a beauty, and a little boy with a skip. Hey, I think we got a couple. We got a couple. Well, we got a couple over here that blew some pretty fair bubbles. So ordinarily, these kids are a little weak this morning. I guess we got them up a little too early. Well, here they are. Well, how many now? Oh, well, here's a little girl. She looks like a little female Lou Costello. What's your name?
Maxine Emsley.
How come you and I are so fat? Huh? Why, have you tried diet lately?
Yes.
Don't do no good, does it? Not for me either. How much you weigh now, honey?
106.
How much?
106.
How old are you?
But I'll be 12 next month.
Next what, huh? You'll be 12 next month and you're 106.
Mm-hmm.
Well, just imagine. You'll be 212 when you're 24. No, I don't think so. I think everything's going to be all right. As you go a little older, you're going to get a little slimmer. Well, sweetheart, you won the prize for blowing the biggest bubble. You're going to get, first, a whole case of delicious vacuum-tinned circus peanuts. That's going to help you a lot. And, honey, actually, after the show, each kid in the audience will get a great big bag of circus peanuts. That's a gift from you to them. Now, wait a minute. Don't go away, sweetheart, because we got some other things here for you. Here is a full box of yip. What
Why did they have to pick on this kid? You get a full box of yippee polka dot suckers for you. Lollipops you get besides taters. We're going to do everything we can to keep you slim.
Hey, Lou, after the show, don't forget
And, honey, after the show, each little boy and girl in the audience, they also get a yippee polka dot sucker. That's another gift from you to them. Now, don't go away. Don't go away. You still wait. Oh. Here's something else for you, sweetheart. This here, Mike, this ain't going to help you as far as diet goes. This is a sterling silver ring with your name engraved, and it's from the California House of Schrager. It's from Norman Schrager to you, sweetheart, and you can have your name put right on a solid sterling silver ring. And here's a little... Here's a little fellow over here. Now, what's your name?
Hart Eugene Fields.
Hart Eugene Fields. You know, you blew a pretty good bubble. How old are you, Hart?
9.
9 years old. You know, when I went down in the audience to pick you out, you know, I kind of thought you were a nice-looking little fellow there. Who was that sitting alongside of you?
My sister.
Your sister? You told me it was your mother. You lied to me, Harvey. You lied. Why did you lie?
I didn't lie.
You told me it was your mother.
I got mixed up with him.
You don't know your sister from your mother? Are you kidding?
No.
You must have a terrible time getting off to school in the morning. Who do you go with, your mother or your sister?
My sister.
Okay. Well, here's what you get. You blew a big bubble, so therefore you get this beautiful swell radio from the Burbank Radio and Appliance Company of Burbank, California. A gift of Mr. Latham to you. All the shows you see. Oh, look who we have here. We have really a very charming and sweet... Oh, gosh, you see, on my knees. Here I go. How old are you?
3 years old.
How old?
3 years old.
3 years old? She's 3 years old. You're a very beautiful blonde. What's your name?
Charlene Johnson.
Charlene Jackson?
Oh, Charlene Johnson.
Oh, Jylene?
Jill Eileen Johnson.
Joe Eileen Jackson?
Jill Eileen Johnson.
Johnson, Lou. Jill Eileen Johnson?
Johnson.
Oh, Jansen. All right! Well, Miss Jensen, what are you, Swedish? You must be with that beautiful blonde hair. Where's your mother? Is that your mother over there?
Yes.
You think you could talk it up a little bit for Uncle Lou and Mama? She's very pretty, too. Well, sweetheart, you don't know? What are you laughing at? You're only 3 years old. Now, here, have you got any boyfriends?
Dave. Dave is my brother friend.
Dave is your brother friend?
My uncle is my Dave. My brother is my Dave. He's in bed sleeping.
Who's in bed sleeping?
David, my brother.
What time does he get up? Huh?
8:30.
He gets up at 8:30. Oh, you got a clock on you want to show me? He's still in bed, though, huh?
Mm-hmm.
All right, sweetheart. Now, here's your question. In the morning, can you read?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you can read, what does it say on that card? If you read that, I'll fall over. What does it say? What does it say? She just whispered in my ear. She says it says her name. She's right, too. Well, honey, in the morning when you get up, what do you clean with your toothbrush?
Soda.
You clean the soda with your toothbrush? Is that all? Just the soda? Well, all right, honey. If you clean the soda with the toothbrush, that's your answer. That's it.
Well, honey, what do we have for you? A whole box of famous chocolate milkshake bars made by the Hollywood Candy Company, and every month for the next year we will send you another box of these swell bars, and after the show, each kid in the audience will get a chocolate milkshake bar. Well, wait a minute. We also have for you one of the sensational new BB ball point pens, the world's largest selling pen.
And over here we have, come on over here, Sonny, come on over here. Now over here we got two contestants up at the same time. These two kids absolutely don't know each other whatsoever, but they're both dressed up as cowboys. One is a sheriff, the other guy is just a plain ordinary cowboy. First I'm going to ask the plain ordinary cowboy his name. What's your name?
Lonnie Babin.
Lonnie Babin. How old are you, Lonnie?
5.
5 years old, and you're a very handsome blonde. Now here's another little guy over here. How old are you?
5.
You're 5 too? Well, they're both 5 years old. Isn't that a coincidence? And you're the sheriff. Now, what I'd like to ask you...
What is his name, Lou?
Huh?
What is his name?
Oh, what is your name?
Al Crawford.
Who?
Al Crawford.
Alan?
Al Crawford.
Al Crawford?
Yes.
That's pretty good. 5 years old. You got any girls?
Yes. One Arlene, she's in Sunday school.
Oh, that's nice. Arlene, and she's in Sunday school. How about you? You got any sisters?
No.
No sisters.
No, but I got a cousin.
Oh, but you got a cousin?
Yeah,
No.
she's back in some other city.
She is?
Yeah.
Well, that's nice. I'd like to have you kids a little bit longer, but I'm going to have to ask you a question right now and see who answers it first. And you're both going to get a gift anyway. How much is a $10 bill worth? God bless you. How much is a $10 bill worth?
Yeah.
Huh?
It's Shaq.
A $10 bill is worth a check?
Yeah.
How much is a $10 bill worth, Ronnie?
Nickel.
Okay, a $10 bill is... I think you're right, two of you. All right, now, both you kids, both you little guys go over to Mr.
Now, wait a minute,
Adams and
Lou.
get
We'll have to double up on these kids. Each one of you in 2 pairs of ranch champ blue jeans and a ranch champ cowboy hat from the Howard Orange Supply Company of... pardon me for mixing that up. Wait a minute. This hat comes from the Howard Orange Supply Company of Los Angeles.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're running just a little bit late, and I'm going to ask this little lady right over here if she would like to have a beautiful little Cocker Spaniel puppy. Would you?
Yeah.
You would? What's your name?
Shelley.
Shelley, you're going to have it. Here it is. Turn around fast, and there's
It's
your
an
little
ideal
Cocker
Cocker
Spaniel.
Ideal. And a 6-month supply of Wilson's Ideal Dog Food. Ideal feeds your dog in 7 ways. And here's your puppy. Go ahead, take it home.
Kids, we are happy to announce that each week we're sending 1,000 pieces of Flair's Double Bubble Gum to the kids of some orphanage or home. This week, the Flair's Double Bubble Gum goes to the Hartford County Home for Dependent and Neglected Children at Warehouse Point, Connecticut. Well, kids, how did you like Bubble or Nothing? And now the singing star of the Abbot and Costello Kid Show, 10-year-old Anime Slaughter. Anime, what would you like to sing for us today?
Johnny, as you know, Christmas is just around the corner, so I have a message for the kids all over the world.
What is it?
I just came back from a lovely trip along the Milky Way. I stopped off at the North Pole to spend a holiday. I called on dear old Santa Claus to see what I could see. He took me to his workshop, and he told his plans to me. So you better watch out, you better not cry, you better not pout, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. He's making a list and he's checking it twice. Gonna find out he's long night. Santa Claus is coming to town. He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows when you are bad or good, so be good for goodness sake. Oh, you better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. The little toy horns and the little toy drums, 3-2-2 and a rum-a-tum-tum. Santa Claus is coming to town. The curly-head dolls, the toddle and two, elephant boats, kitty cars too. Santa Claus is coming to town. The girls and boys in all the land, they'll have a jubilee. They're gonna build a toyland town all around their Christmas tree. So you better watch out, you better not cry, you better not pout, and tell me why. Santa Claus is coming to town.
And now we present the Lou Costello Junior Youth Foundation Award. This award is given each week to a boy or girl 16 years of age or younger. You, the listeners, select this winner by writing a letter to Abbot and Costello, Hollywood, California, telling of a good deed or act of heroism done by some boy or girl. The letters are judged by our board of directors, and the winner receives many valuable prizes. The winner of this week's award is 15-year-old Jane Hatton of Clinton, Maryland.
And now, kids, in honor of 15-year-old Jane Hatton on the Abbot and Costello Kids Show today, we wish again to salute the grand bunch of kids that make up the AAA School Safety Patrol.
And remember, kids, the AAA Safety Patrol needs volunteers. So if you're eligible, apply for volunteer work in this wonderful organization.
That's right, Bud. It's a wonderful organization, and the kids that work on a school safety patrol throughout the country are certainly headed toward becoming good citizens. We've had a number of safety patrol kids who have won the Lou Costello Junior Youth Foundation Award, and now we are proud to tell the story of another member of the school safety patrol. Jane Hatton was assigned to a school bus. It's her job to guard the kids that ride in that bus. A few weeks ago, the school bus was making its regular after-school trip.
Okay, kids, now take it easy, and remember, nobody crosses till I give the signal. All right, come on. Hey, Jay, look at that car coming. It's getting up in the light. Let her look down. I'll get him, Duffy.
Jane Hatton grabbed little 11-year-old Leonard Soper out of the path of the speeding car at the risk of her own life. A few months later, in the White House in Washington, Admiral William D. Leahy was talking to a 15-year-old schoolgirl.
And so, Jane Hatton, for saving the life of one of your schoolmates, it's my privilege to present you with the American Automobile Association Life-Saving Medal.
Admiral Leahy, well, this is a great honor for me, and I'm very proud to receive this medal, but well, I'm sure there are lots of other members of the School Safety Patrol that deserve it just as much as I do.
You're not only a brave girl, Jane, but you're a very modest one. And you're setting a fine example for every other young American. I wish all the kids in this country could know of the fine, brave, unselfish thing you have done.
And now, Jane Hatton, not only the kids in this country, but kids all over the world have heard of the fine, brave, unselfish thing you've done. They've also heard what a fine gentleman Admiral William Leahy is. When a man as busy as Admiral Leahy takes time out to be interested in the welfare of children of our country, it should make every American feel proud.
And now, kids, you've heard the story of Jane Hatton. Do you think she's entitled to the Lou Costello Junior Award?
You bet your life. All right, go ahead, Johnny. Make the award.
To Jane Hatton goes this week's Lou Costello Junior Youth Foundation Award. And here are your prizes. First, a beautiful Bruin wristwatch. This is a solid gold 17 jewel Bruin, engraved from Bud and Lou. Next, a beautiful alligator leather personal radio from David's Industrial Gloves of Springfield, Ohio. Now you can have your radio with you wherever you go. From the Cage Jewelry Stores of America, a solid gold signet ring with your initials on it. And a super streamlined airflow Monarch Girls bicycle. This is a Monarch Super Deluxe, America's most beautiful bicycle. A complete set of medals of all the presidents of the United States in a beautiful leatherette case. Presented by one of America's leading touring concerns, the Numismatic Gallery of Beverly Hills. For Moto Day, we have for you a complete Moto Day Monday through Friday wardrobe. 5 lovely Moto Day frocks, one for each day in the week. And another gift for you, the sensational new Kirby, the nearest thing to push-button house cleaning, so you can help your mother. And you can set up housekeeping for yourself with a complete service for 8 of Franciscan ware made by Gladding McBean and Company. I know all kids help their mothers with the dishes, and to make the job easier for you, we're sending you a Her Majesty dishwasher. This Her Majesty dishwasher will wash your dishes in 2 minutes, and it dries them, too.
You, Jane Hatton, Abbott, and I would like to see you start your own little foundation right on your block. We are sending you a whole load of play school toys to give to all little children that live on your street. And this week's Lou Costello Junior Youth Foundation trophy you also get for good citizenship. This is a beautifully engraved gold trophy made by Dodge Incorporated, the largest manufacturer of trophies in the world. And now, folks, those of you who entered our big contest to fight juvenile delinquency will be interested in reading the article written by the winner of our $30,000 jackpot. It's in the December issue of Radio Mirror magazine.
Well, kids, that's all for today.
And that's right, Bub, but we'll be back next Saturday with another great star and the award to some deserving boy or girl anywhere in the country. And lots of fun for all you kids. So long until next Saturday.
This is the next week's award winner. And remember, you can nominate a winner by writing a letter to Abbot and Costello, Hollywood, California. Don't miss the regular Abbot and Costello show on Thursday night. Jane Hatton was portrayed by Patty Chapman, and Admiral William Leahy was portrayed by Dan Riss. Johnny McGovern speaking. The Abbot and Costello Kid Show is heard by kids overseas whose facilities the Armed Forces Radio Service and is transcribed in Hollywood, written and produced by Eddie Foreman and directed by Harfield Wingy.
He's a world-famous brain surgeon.
The only time we doctors should accept death is when it's caused by our own incompetence.
Blade scalpel, Metzenbaum scissors.
Who wants only one thing in a woman.
Let cat out of here.
The perfect mind in the perfect body. Steve Martin's out of control in The Man with Two Brains.
She's not drunk. She's dead. Dead. I better get her to a cemetery right away. 10. Jumpy?
6 weeks and you haven't made love to your wife yet?
Into the mud, scum queen. Oh, you have no hair. Oh, sorry.
Were you out on the lake today kissing your brain?
As far as I'm concerned, you're the most complete woman I've ever known. All my life, I wanted women with great bodies. Why? I've had the top of her head off, but that's as far as it went. Gloucester!
Steve Martin. The Man with Two Brains. You'll laugh your cranium off. Yeah. Rated R. Starts Friday, June 3rd. Check newspapers for local listing.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Well, here we are, and that was right nice of Gary and Durwood to leave us their parking place, wasn't it?
It sure was. And look, they left 20 minutes time on the meter.
What grand sports, these chaps.
We're in good company. There's no doubt about it.
Would you lead off with a song now, Miss Clooney?
Gladly.
When you see a field where grass is blue and everything looks good to you, you're in Kentucky sure as you're born, where a million sunbeams lights your way. Come on, stranger, won't you stay? You're in Kentucky sure as you're born. When the shadows creep, you can go to sleep on a carpet of moonbeams. You can dream your dreams neath the blanket of gleaming stars. If you wake at dawn mid glistening dew and find old Dixie kissing you, you're in Kentucky sure as you're born. You're in Kentucky sure as you're born. You're in Kentucky sure as you're born. When the shadows creep, you can go to sleep on a carpet of moonbeams. You can dream your dreams neath the blanket of gleaming stars. If you wake at dawn mid glistening dew and find old Dixie kissing you, you're not in Texas, you're not in Memphis, you're in Kentucky sure as you're born.
Hey, Rosie, now that Easter's here, almost, and all you girls are buying new outfits, tell me honestly now, do girls dress to please themselves or to please men?
Well, Bing, ordinarily I wouldn't share those
Oh,
secrets.
you're going to spring, aren't you?
But in this case, the answer is both. Both.
Oh, both?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. When a girl wears Seamless Supreme by Mojud Hosiery, she's dressing to please herself because they're the most lavish seamless made. They really fit at the ankle and at the calf, so you never get sagging stockings. What's more, they have proven snag resistance and lace tops that help prevent garter runs.
Well, Rosie, Mojud Seamless Supreme may feel better and last longer, but tell me now, what about the looks?
Well, I was just getting to that, Bing. When a lady wears Mojud Seamless Supreme, she also dresses to please men because they come in so many pretty colors to blend with whatever she has on. If you haven't noticed, Bing, the prettiest legs are those in Seamless Supreme.
Oh, do tell, Rosie.
So you see, girls, when you're shopping for your new spring outfits, look for Mojud Seamless Supreme in those wonderful colors at the nicest specialty stores in your town.
I'll never forget the moment we kissed the night of the hayride. The way that we hugged to try to keep warm while taking a sleigh ride. Magic moments, memories we've been sharing. Magic moments when two hearts are caring. Time can't erase the memory of these magic moments filled with love. Telephone call that tied up the line for hours and hours. The Saturday dance, I got up the nerve to send you some flowers. Sheer magic, occult interludes, memories we've been sharing. Magic moments when two hearts are caring. Time can't erase the memory of these magic moments filled with love.
And now, friends, here's some words and music containing a bit of sage counsel for you all.
Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment. Look for the spear, get Wrigley's. Fresh, strong, lively, long-lasting too. You say Wrigley's is great to chew. Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment with the biggest little treat in all the land. Get the package with the spear and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's gum.
Friends, the word spearmint cannot be trademarked, so there are many spearmint gums on the market. To be sure of getting the original Wrigley spearmint, look for the spear on the package. It is the Wrigley trademark. Some people call it a spear, some call it an arrow. Whichever you call it, it is the Wrigley trademark and is your guarantee of real chewing enjoyment. So remember,
get the package with the spear and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's gum.
A sweet, sweet love song now, ladies and gentlemen.
It's Good Night, My Someone, to be sung by me and someone.
And me and someone.
Hey, that's us.
Yeah, that's right.
Good night, my someone. Good night, my love.
Sleep tight, my someone. Sleep tight, my love. Our star is shining, its brightest light for tonight, my love, for tonight.
Sweet dreams be yours, dear, if dreams there be.
Sweet dreams to carry you close to me.
I wish they may, and I wish they might.
Now good night, my someone, good night.
I wish they may, and I wish they might.
Now good night, my someone, good night.
Now here's a welcome word for every housewife.
Paper lady, get your Royal Edge and Royal Lining paper.
Royal Edge and Royal Lining paper?
Yes, ma'am. The latest news for every shelf and drawer in your home.
Spruce up for spring. Don't just do spring cleaning. Add the touch of elegance that gives spring cleaning meaning. What is Royal Edge paper?
Royal Edge is shelf paper and colorful edging combined. You just fold the edging down.
And Royal Lining paper?
Royal Lining is the best-looking drawer lining paper you ever saw.
Which should I get? Royal Edge or Royal Lining?
Lady, you need both, and you can afford both. Royal Edge and Royal Lining papers cost only pennies a yard at every variety store. So,
Spruce up for spring. Make your home bright and gay. Get Royal Edge and Royal Lining papers today.
Mr. Buddy Cole commands our attention now. What's the word, Buddy?
Well, Rosie, I thought we'd do one of the songs from our Sleepy Time Gal album. Lover Come Back to Me, to be exact.
That features you on the piano, doesn't it?
On it, under it, and all over it.
I see. Some monkey shines, huh?
Crazy.
intrigued by inventions.
Oh, yes, I am.
Yeah, so I wonder if you've heard about the damage recorder.
Well, somebody invented a damage recorder?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's an invention.
Well, what's it for?
Well, what it is, it's a gadget that you pack with a fragile article. Anything that you want to ship that's fragile. And it records how the package was treated from the time it was mailed to the time it was delivered.
Oh, this device records the jolts and the jars and the bumps, huh?
That's right. When your package arrives, all beaten into shreds, you'll know what happened en route by studying the printed recording.
Oh, that's very good. It is rather nice, to know what happened to a pulverized package. How he got hurt, huh?
Yeah, I think it's wonderful, this damage recorder.
This would also be a good thing to carry while dancing the twist, I think.
Oh, you bet. When it gets rough out on the dance floor, with people swinging into each other, or if a vertebrae snaps or something, if a knee joint kind of capsizes, recording of all this might be helpful to your doctor, save money on x-rays.
A damage recorder would also be useful in a hold-up if you're mugged. If someone hits you over the head and grabs your wallet.
Sure, your damage recorder tells you how hard you were hit.
Oh, that's it. How hard was I hit, and with what, and which way did he go?
They'd be good for pedestrians, too, these recorders, wouldn't they?
Yeah, nice to carry in case you're jostled in a bargain basement.
Oh, certainly, and as long as they record damage so well, I suppose girls should carry them, for breach of promise suit. Sure, if a girl's jilted, gets the air, receives a terrible shock, I imagine this would show on the damage recording. She'd be paid off to the extent of the damage shown on the print.
The damage recorder goes to court.
Next case. What is it?
I think it's a song.
There may be many other nights like this, and I'll be standing here with someone new. There will be other songs to sing, another fall, another spring, but there will never be another you. There may be other lips that I may kiss, but they won't thrill me like yours used to do. Yes, I may dream a million dreams, but how can they come true if there will never, ever be another but how can they come true if there will never, ever be another you?
Quick, Bing, grab the mic.
Got it. What should I do now?
Sing.
I will. We got time for a song?
Sure, but get at it. Time's a wasting.
We're in the money. We're in the money. Yes, we've got a lot of what it takes to get along. We're in the money, and the skies are sunny. Old man Trouble, you are through, you've done us wrong. We never see a headline about a bread line today. And when we see the landlord, we can look that guy right in the eye. We're in the money. Come on, my honey. Let's spend it, lend it, send it, rolling along. We're in the money. We're in the money. money. We never see a headline about a bread line today. And when we see the landlord, we can look that guy smack dab in his good eye. We're in the money. Come on, my honey. Let's spend it. Let's lend it. Let's spend it, lend it, send it rolling. Hey, long. And so we conclude for now. We hope you enjoyed what we had to sing for you and what we had to say.
Hope also you'll be listening again tomorrow. Same time, same place.
History tells us that 187 years ago today, Paul Revere took his famous ride. Since he was riding a horse and the roads were empty, he got to his destination safely. Today, few of us ride horses and our roads are usually crowded. That means we must exercise extreme caution at all times. Paul Revere helped preserve America. It's up to us to help preserve American lives on our highways.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
The Bob Hope Show. And now, here is Bob Hope.
Thank you very, very much, ladies and gentlemen. You know, a fellow named Chris Columbus started the world's biggest subdivision. Yes, sir? I stopped for all where I think there's a joke. Yes, sir, if Columbus hadn't decided to go somewhere, we'd be nowhere. But Columbus deserves a lot of credit for what he did. Imagine finding yourself in a strange world. You don't know what you're looking for, where you're headed for, and what you'll find when you get there. And all around you lurk strange creatures. Sort of like Saturday afternoon at the May Company. And very few people believed in Columbus's theory that the world was round. He used to go around showing people an egg. course, at that time, nobody thought it important for an egg to be around. Nobody except the chicken who laid it. And he got the money from Queen Isabella. This babe was loaded. She used to have her olive stuffed with diamonds so she could hear her guests at dinner say, dig those crazy pits. But Isabella pawned her jewels to give Columbus the money for his ships, but she told her husband the jewels were stolen. This wasn't the first time she gave Ferdinand the bull, so Columbus sailed. So Columbus sailed for America under the Spanish flag. Of course, if he had a sail, he would have made better time, but it was a rough trip. Giant tidal waves rocked the ships, and finally the men went on strike. They wanted more money and shorter waves. Say, did you read in the papers about the new ruling the Navy came out with? From now on, waves who have served ashore for 2 years or longer will be assigned a duty at sea aboard military transport. Waves, how about that? This job is voluntary, but a wave has to be over 21 to be eligible. I don't think they'll get many. Imagine trying to get a woman who's over 21 to admit it. We have a powerful Navy, but it's not that powerful. But you've got to hand it to the Navy for organizing the waves in the first place. It wasn't easy to get thousands of women to all wear the same hat. I want to tell you that. But having waves aboard ships may bring some interesting changes. Don't be surprised if the Navy comes out with a new rank, Smoocher First Class. Of course, the Navy is very careful in selecting waves for duty on battleships. They had a frightening experience once. A wave on a battleship saw a sign that said powder room and went in and lit a cigarette. Come in, Maggie, and do a little number for these nice people. Margaret Whiting, ladies and gentlemen, right
It was just one of those things, just one of those crazy flings, one of those bells that now and then ring, just one of those things. It was just one of those nights, just one of those fabulous flights, a trip to the moon on gossamer wings, just one of those things. If we thought a bit of the end of it when we started painting the town, we'd have been aware that our love affair was too hot not to cool down. So goodbye, dear, and amen. Here's hoping we meet now and then. It was great fun, but it was just one of those things. It was great fun, but it was just one of those things.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, among Bob's other talents, he has the knack of taking the one little step that will lead him into the biggest mess of trouble. Now, take yesterday afternoon, for instance. Bob and I were strolling along a street in the poorer section of Los Angeles.
Say, isn't this an interesting section of the city, Bill?
Hawk shops, shooting galleries, tattoo parlors. Gee, Bob, isn't this Skid Row where the bums hang out?
Yeah, but don't get nervous. We still got a sponsor.
Let's get out. Come on, Rob, let's get out. It's so noisy and crowded.
Oh, let's just walk one more block.
All right, the biggest burlesque show on the main stem, folks. 30 beautiful burlesque cuties.
What do you say, Bob? We got some time to kill. Want to go in?
Definitely not. I wouldn't think of it.
She shimmies, she shakes, she quivers, she quakes.
Hiya, Bob. Hello, Joe. Come on, Bill, let's walk a little further. Gee, it's great to be back in the old neighborhood.
Hey, watch out down there. Here it comes.
Hey, what's going on?
Sorry, it's the first time this week I missed the ash can.
See what a swell neighborhood this is, Bill? Even the garbage goes airmail.
Some neighborhood. Look at the characters. Let's get out of here before we get slugged.
Oh, you got it all wrong, Bill. These people may not wear fancy clothes, but they got hearts of gold. They're all fine, honest citizens.
Oh, pardon me. I didn't mean to bump into you, boy.
Oh, that's all right. Hey, wait a minute. That's my wallet you got in your hand.
Why, so it is. Say, you've got awful loose pockets, boy.
Don't try to talk your way out of this. You're a pickpocket, and I'm going to call a policeman. Officer!
Oh, don't do that, boy.
What?
I surrendered to temptation because I need the money desperately. I'm suffering from a terrible affliction.
Really?
Yes, it's a creeping dehydration of the membranous tissue of the larynx and a deterioration of the whole interior vascular system.
What's all that mean?
Boy, I'm awful thirsty.
Don't waste time on him, Bob. He's an old face.
He sure is. Officer!
Oh, please, don't turn me in. Well, just think what it would do to my career, boy. I'm an upright citizen, a pillar of society, a voter, a taxpayer, and a respected member of the community. Besides, those cold jail cells are just miserable.
You're a slippery old character.
Well, life's been rough on me, boy.
Yeah, why don't you go to work?
Why don't I what?
Work.
Oh, you said the secret word, boy.
You know, you ought to be ashamed of yourself acting this way.
I am ashamed, boy, especially when I think of my dear old gray-haired mother. I can see the dear old lady now back on our farm, standing on the bank of the Rio Grande River.
On the bank of the Rio Grande?
Yeah, she sells towels to wetbacks. She's damp, but she's loaded.
Now, wait a minute.
It's the truth, boy. Mom's a big wheel down in Mexico. She's known as the Florence Chadwick of Chihuahua. Well, so long, boy.
Not so fast. I'm going to have you arrested before you steal someone else's wallet.
Oh, you misjudge me, boy. I'm putting up an awful struggle to stay honest.
You are?
Boy, I'm so poor. I just went down to the mission this morning, picking out myself an overcoat. They didn't have a long one, so I took a short one. Don't mind if I do. There's a bar right across the street.
You know, you shouldn't try to live by your wits.
Well, that's been my downfall, boy. I just ain't sharp enough to fool the suckers. Why, I'm so poor, my dear old aunt just passed away and left me a brand new Alice on wheels. I'm going to have to sell it for practically nothing.
A brand new car?
That's right. I knew I picked the right bait.
I might be interested. What model is it?
Well, I don't know yet. The boys haven't... Oops. What model do you want?
Well, I'd like a sedan if it's a really good car.
Oh, I'll be glad to give you a demonstration, boy, as soon as it's dark.
As soon as it's dark?
Yeah, after dark's the best time. This strong California sun ruins the paint. Well, what do you say, Sonny? Sonny. Oh, the things I have to say to make a living.
Well, the car sounds pretty good. Does it have a hydromatic?
Oh, the finest. Got 5 speeds forward.
5 speeds?
Yep. First, second, high, overdrive, and jiggers the cops.
Bob, watch it. This whole thing sounds phony to me.
Oh, you're too suspicious, Bill. I'm not going to pass this thing up. It's too good a deal to miss.
That's what I like about this boy. He's all pigeon. Well, what do you say, son? Are you interested?
Well, I'll think it over and let you know. If I come back later, where can I find you?
Well, I spend most of my time at the social club on the corner. Hannigan's Hideaway.
Okay, I'll look for you.
Well, if you don't see me, feel around. The sawdust's pretty deep in there. So long.
And here's Miss Margaret Whiting doing Alone Together.
The crowd above the world, we're not too proud to cling together. We're strong as long as we're together. Alone together, the blinding rain, the starless night, we're not in vain. Together, our love is as deep as the sea. Our love is as great as a love can be. And we can weather the great unknown if we're alone together. Great as a love can be, and we can weather the great unknown if we're alone together.
This car drives beautifully.
Oh, it's just what you want, boy. A palace on wheels.
Yeah, it's a beauty, all right, but there's one thing I can't understand. It's got Hong Kong license plates.
Yeah. Let's see the Los Angeles police track this one down.
Pardon?
I say it's the finest car in town.
Yeah. Well, I'm satisfied. Here's the money we agreed on, $600.
Fine, boy. You can let me out at this corner.
Well, I got rid of him. Now, let's see. Where'll I go in my beautiful new car? I know. I'll drive to the motor vehicle department and make the police change these Hong Kong license plates for some California ones. Boy, now that I've got this baby, I bet I won't be home much during the next couple of years.
Oh, gee, Bob, it's such a lovely car for such a low price. Just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, it made sense to me, Maggie. It was a great bargain. You know I wouldn't go for anything phony. I'm always saying, live by the golden rule. Be straight and decent at all times. Have integrity. Be upright in word, thought, and deed. Honesty is the best policy.
Pardon me, Bud.
Yes?
Visiting hour is up. I'll have to take you back to your cell.
Just a minute, officer. Well, you heard all the facts, Maggie. What do you think? Can they keep me in here?
Gee, I don't know, Bob, but just in case, I brought over your phonograph.
Oh, thanks.
And some long-playing records.
Hope they're not Crosby's. I've suffered enough. Well, don't worry about me, Maggie. My lawyer will have me out of here in an hour.
Oh, of course he will, Bob. After all, this is the first car you ever stole.
I tell you, I didn't steal it, Maggie. I'm innocent.
Well, surely you must have known that man was a crook, Bob.
I swear to you I didn't. His face was as honest as mine.
Well, there you are. How much of a hint do you need?
Careful or I'll hide your pitch pipe and you'll be the songbird of the unemployment office.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bob. I know how you feel. Gee, it must be awful to be accused of stealing.
Sure is. I'll never be sore at Notenburl again.
Okay, buddy, let's go.
So long, Maggie, and don't phone unless it's important. The warden hates to keep running all over the building looking for me.
All right, right ahead, buddy. We're putting you in a different cell.
In a different cell? Gee, it's dark in here.
Hey, you.
Who, me?
Yeah. You with the stars in your eyes. Come here.
Everywhere you go, song pluggers. What do you want?
Just want to look you over, see what kind of a roommate I got. Hey. Ooh, you're kind of rugged. You a safe cracker?
No, I'm not.
With that mean, cruel face. Maybe a heist man?
No.
No?
Mm-mm.
Come here, let me feel your muscle.
Here.
Well, what'd they get you for, Rollo? You've been roller skating on the grass again?
No, you don't understand. I'm in here by mistake.
Oh, yeah. Sure, we are all in here. What mistake did you make?
Well, the police say I stole a car.
No. What made them ever think of a thing like that about you, Rollo?
Well, the registration number showed it was a car they were looking for, and the engine number showed it was a stolen car. When the cops found it, I was sitting in it with my fingerprints all over the steering wheel.
They arrested you just for that?
Well, I could have explained all those things, but then they saw the Hong Kong license plates, and they just wouldn't believe I was a rich nephew of Charlie Chan.
Well, like I always say, them cops is just unimaginative peasants.
What have they got you in here for?
It is alleged that I cracked the safe at the Third National Bank.
Well, did you?
Heavens, no. Well, I just happened to wander into the bank. There was a power drill and some dynamite lying around there, and... Well, I guess I was just swept away by the do-it-yourself craze.
Well, it's lucky you didn't wander into Fort Knox. We'd all be working for Howard Hughes.
You know, punk, I like you.
You do, huh?
Yeah. Shake. Put it there.
Okay. Now where'll I put it? Or shall I just let it dangle?
Did I hurt you?
No, not at all. I like having one hand and one bookmark.
Hey, you look like a guy I can trust. I am gonna let you in on a secret.
A secret?
Yeah. First, I want you to peek out through the bars.
Okay.
You see a shamus anywhere?
No, all I see is a policeman out there.
Here's your setup, Rollo. I am busting out of here, and I am taking you with me.
Well, yeah, but I'm only in here for an hour or so till my lawyer comes.
Yeah, and take this ride.
Well, what for?
If anybody gets in your way, blast them. We're blowing the main gate at exactly 12:30. There's a guy with guns in a tool room and another guy outside with clothes, so let's get moving.
Oh, but you don't understand. I'm not a criminal. I can't break out of here with you.
Well, you gotta go now. You know too much.
You ever have a day when everything goes wrong?
Stand close to the door when a turnkey walks by. Grab him through the bars and don't let go until he stops moving.
Oh, no, I can't do that. That would make me a murderer. And even if we did escape, they'd track me down. They'd close in on me, and I'd be back here behind the gray walls. Then the trial and death row, and then I'd be walking through that little green door. Then the chair, and the warden fastening those straps around my arms and legs, and then they'd pull the switch and... Oh, it's too horrible to think about.
Hey, Buster, what do you do for a living?
I'm an actor.
You'll never make it.
Thank you. You talk like my agent, but it's all right.
Come on, let's slam out of here.
Not me. I'm not going.
Look, Brown Eyes, you see this Roscoe in my hand? I say that you are going.
I say I'm not.
I say you are.
I say I'm not when I say I'm not. Laughing over the walls of Flowpole.
Well, it's better. Hey, Turnkey.
Yeah.
Come here. I want to talk to you.
What do you want?
There, I got his keys.
Don't pad your part.
Just let him lay there. Quick, come on, down here. I know all these corridors and hallways.
Okay.
Now, down this way. Now this way. Now down here.
Whoops.
What's the matter?
I stumbled over the turnkey.
Off, Joe, man. You're surrounded, and we have machine guns.
Well, come and get us, copper.
Surrender or die.
Not me. I'm not yellow. How about you, Rollo? Hey, Rollo, where are you?
Over here behind this pile of goose pimples.
We're gonna start shooting.
Let's surrender. They'll kill us.
What's the matter? You want to live forever?
You quitting or fighting?
We're fighting, copper.
All right, men. Let them have it.
I give up.
Now, you don't stick with me, Rollo. I'll blast your head off.
Surrender all to us, or we'll chop you to mincemeat.
Let's go, Rollo. Run. See if I can unlock any of these cells. We'll hide in here in the dark.
They're desperate. Don't ask questions. Shoot to kill.
Oh, it's all like a horrible dream. In a few minutes, I'm going to be shot to death, and all because this morning I tried to be nice to an old pickpocket.
Never mind that. We got to get out of here.
Yeah, if we only had some way to get away from here. That laugh, don't tell me it...
Yep, it's me, boy. How you fellas like to buy a brand new Palace on wheels?
Oh, no!
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Of the frontier, the Old West lives again as only John Ford can recreate it. People with wonderful characters who have become legend in their own time. Of them all, two are the most memorable: Liberty Valance and the man who shot him.
That's my steak, Valance. You heard him, dude. Pick it up. I said you, Liberty. You pick it up.
And the man who shot him was justifiably destined to become a hero. Yet, strangely enough, only one of these people could be sure he knew the identity of the man who shot Liberty Valance.
Now, you stay out of this, Donovan. He's been hiding behind your gun long enough. You got a choice, dishwasher. Either you get out of town, or tonight you'll be out in that street alone. Say he had a gun in his hand, didn't you?
I didn't say that.
That ain't murder, Mr. Marshall. That's a clean-cut case of self-defense. Now get out of my way. This time, right between the eyes.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A man has been shot down on a street corner of your city. There's no apparent motive, no lead to the assailant. Your job, find him.
It was Tuesday, May 8th. It was cool in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. I was on my way over from the office, and it was 10:13 p.m. when I got to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. The waiting room. Hi, Frank.
Joe?
How's he doing?
I don't know. I'll talk to Dr. Sebastian.
How's it look?
Well, not too good. Slugs embedded in his lung caused a hemorrhage. He's getting a transfusion.
What do you got on it?
I just talked to the guys who came in with him for a minute. They didn't have a lot.
No.
Call came in from a man who owns a newsstand at the corner of Normandy and Willowbrook.
Is he the witness?
Yeah.
Anything there?
I don't know. We'll have to talk to him.
What do you got on the victim?
Wait a minute. I got it here. Name's Matthew Denton. Address given is 18970 Taft Street in Hollywood.
Did you get in touch with anybody?
No, tried the house, but nobody was there.
Anything else?
Yeah, went over the personal property. Usual stuff, cigarettes, lighter, comb. Found a diamond ring on the small finger left hand. Looks expensive. Gold wristwatch. $140 in cash. $1,300 in American Express checks.
Doesn't spell robbery, does it?
No. None of the stuff was disturbed.
Well, maybe you can tell us something, huh?
Yeah.
Joe, Frank.
Hi, Doc. How are you? How's it look?
What time you got?
10:16.
Make it 10:13, then. Close enough for the report.
What?
Time of death.
Matthew Trevor Denton, WMA, 31 years, 5'9", 164 pounds, had stopped living at 10:13 p.m. on May 8th. We didn't know who he was or why he died. Before we left the hospital, we put in a call to Denton's address, but we got no answer. We checked the name and description through R&I. There was no record on the dead man. At 10:48 p.m., we left Georgia Street and drove over to the scene of the shooting, where we talked to the witness, Andrew Cates.
Right over there is where it happened. The bus stop.
Uh-huh.
I was standing right here. Right here.
Mm-hmm.
I saw the whole thing happen.
Yes, sir. About what time was that, Mr. Cates?
Oh, I guess it was 9:30 or so.
I see.
I was just standing here, and bang, bang, 2 shots.
Did you see what led up to the shooting?
Well, what do you mean, let up?
Well, I mean, did you see what happened before?
Oh, yeah, whole thing.
Uh-huh. Would you tell us about it?
Sure.
All right. Go ahead.
Well, one of those nights where just nothing went right, you know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
I started off with my wife burning the coffee. I wouldn't think a person could do that, would you? Burn the coffee?
you like to go ahead?
I had a big argument before I left home. I just started off that way.
Yes, sir.
Got down here and took over.
About what time did you open the stand, sir?
Oh, I was 7:30 in the morning. Try to get breakfast business, you know. People on the way to eat. Stop off for early paper.
I see.
I try to get them.
All right.
I open her up in the morning, and then there's a school kid takes over for me about 3 in the afternoon. He's here around 6:30 when I come back from supper.
I see.
That's when she burned the coffee. Night supper.
All right. You want to tell us about the shooting?
Oh, sure. Kind of hard, you know. This is the first time for me.
How's that?
Well, it's the first time I've ever been a witness. First.
I see. What time did you first see the victim?
Man who was shot?
Yes, sir.
Well, I told you. It was about 9:30. The car pulled up to the curb, and this fellow got out. He kind of stood there for a minute, and he talked to the other fellow in the car. He just stood there a minute and talked, kind of leaning in the window.
Mm-hmm.
Car pulled away, and the one who got out,
yeah,
he walked over and sat down on the bench like he was waiting for the bus.
Mr. Cates, you got a good look at the car he got out of?
I saw it, if that's what you mean.
Would you describe it for us?
It was a black Chevy. I'd say maybe a 52 or 53.
Sedan or coupe?
No, it was a sedan, 4-door. Nothing special about it.
Did you get a look at the man that was driving?
No, the light's kind of bad over there. You can see for yourself. The one fellow leaning in the car, I couldn't get a good look. I didn't pay a lot of attention to it anyway. It didn't seem anything to get all concerned about.
All right, sir. You want to go ahead?
Well, the fellow sat there for a minute, not doing nothing, just waiting. And this other car pulled up, right up the curb.
Mm-hmm.
One guy got out of the car, got right out, and walked over to the fellow sitting on the bench.
I see.
Oh, excuse me a minute, the customer.
All right, sir.
What do you think?
I don't know.
Old Bert always stops by same time. He gets one of each, you know, same time every night. Good old Bert.
Yes, sir. I wonder if you go ahead with your story.
Oh, yeah. Well, this car pulled up, and the fellow got out. He walked over to the bench, started talking to the first man, and he got in an argument.
How do you know that?
What?
Well, how do you know they were arguing?
Well, I could see you standing over there, waving their arms around. I could even hear some of the yelling. It wasn't no trick at all to see that they were having some kind of trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Could you hear what the trouble was about?
No, just a lot of yelling and waving. Could hear no outright words.
Mm-hmm. You want to go ahead, please?
Well, the next thing I knew was when the fellow got out of the car, started swinging at the other one.
That was the victim?
Yeah, one who was shot.
All right.
Well, you just bet the guy tackled more than he could handle. The victim fellow started to clean up on this other one. He just started to mop the street with it.
I see.
That's when the guy who was waiting in the car got out and run over to help his friend, you see.
Mm-hmm.
3 of them kind of struggled around for a while, then the one from the car pulled the gun. Bang, bang. 2 shots. First guy dropped right down on the sidewalk. The other 2 got in the car and took off. Went roaring down Normandy. That way.
Can you describe the second car?
Well, not too good. I just got a glance at it. I wasn't paying a lot of attention at first. The time I figured I should take a good look at it was gone.
I see. Now, how about the men driving him?
What do you want to know?
Can you describe them?
Not good.
Well, if you tell us just what you can, Mr. Cates, it'd help.
Sure. First one was a tall, lanky fellow. He didn't weigh much, sort of string bean.
Mm-hmm. How tall would you say?
Oh, I don't know, close to 6'3", maybe 6'2", round in there. He's a tall one.
About how old?
23, 25. I couldn't tell that too good.
I see. What about his coloring? Was he light or dark, do you remember?
Light. He was blonde.
How about his clothes?
He had on a pair of jeans. One of them jackets, you know, made out of the same kind of material. Rivets like on them.
Mm-hmm.
Were real tight jeans. Both of them were wearing them.
Anything else you can tell us about the tall man?
No.
Was he the driver of the car?
Oh, yeah. He was the one who did the shooting, the tall fellow.
Could you see the gun?
Yeah, but not good.
Do you remember whether it was a revolver or an automatic?
Well, it looked like a revolver to me.
All right, now what about the other man?
He was shorter than the first one. No runt, but, shorter. Guess anybody would look small next to him.
About how tall was he?
Always about 5'9", 5'10". Give a couple, take a couple.
All right. How was he built?
Sort of light, maybe 140.
Anything else about the 2 men? Did either of them wear glasses, do you remember?
No, not so as I could see. He might have taken them off, before they got out of the car. Might have, but I didn't see him when the fight started.
Did either of them use a name that you could hear?
I told you before I couldn't hear anything they said. There's just a lot of yelling when the fight started.
All right.
Wasn't anything special about the two fellas to make them stand out. One tall, the other short. No big reason to remember them.
Afraid you got it wrong, mister.
Huh?
We got a reason. We made arrangements for Andrew Cates to come down to the office and look through the mug books. The rest of the neighborhood was checked again, but we were unable to find anyone else who'd witnessed the shooting. While we'd been talking to Cates, a team of detectives from Homicide Detail had gone out to the victim's house. They didn't find anyone at home, but when they spoke to the neighbors, they were told that Matthew Denton's wife was in a hospital. Frank and I checked with her doctor and found out that she was in the maternity ward. He recommended that we delay talking to the woman as long as possible since she was in a weakened condition. From the hospital records, we found that Denton was employed by an advertising agency. We checked with the nurses on duty and found that he'd left the hospital with another man. They gave us a description of him, but they were unable to identify him for us. We asked that they call the office in the event the man returned to the hospital. Frank and I went back to the office and checked out. The next morning, Wednesday, at 8:40 a.m., we were back in the squad room. Yes, sir. You looking for somebody?
I'd like to see somebody about this story in the paper.
Which one is that, sir?
About the shooting last night, corner of Normandy and Willowbrook.
All right. What did you want to talk about?
Are you the officers handling the case?
Yes, sir.
My name's Sterling Hall. I think maybe I can help you out.
All right. Want to have a seat, Mr. Hall?
Sure
here,
thing,
right here's
thanks.
fine. Sit right here.
Thank you.
It's my partner, Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
How do you do, Mr. Smith?
All right. What do you got?
Well, it says here in the paper where Denton left the hospital with the man. It says you're looking for him.
That's right.
Well, you don't have to look no further. I'm him.
You were with Denton last night, were you?
Just said that.
All right. How long were you together?
Till about 9:30. They dropped him off at the bus stand right where he was shot.
Well, I don't wonder if you could start at the beginning and tell us the whole story, will you?
Sure thing. Well, you see, I got a lady friend, same hospital as Denton's wife. I was over there last night to say hello. I brought her a box of caramels and said hello.
Uh-huh.
Well, I was on my way out the place, and I stopped off for a cup of coffee in that little old shop they got there. You know, where they has the gifts, books on what to name the baby and all?
Yeah, I know it is.
Well, I was having a cup of coffee, and this here Denton come in. He wanted to buy a little plant for his wife. They just had a baby, wanted to send her something.
I see.
Now, we got to talking and I had a cup of coffee. It turned out he didn't have his car, so I asked him if I could give him a ride home. He was kind of nervous and all. New father.
Yes, sir.
We left the hospital, and he said it wasn't necessary for me to take him all the way home. Said for me to just drop him off at the bus stand. Told me there was one went right near his house.
All right.
Well, on the way, we was following his car, and all of a sudden it stops. No signal, nothing. Just slams on the brakes, and we rammed into it. Well, didn't hardly do no damage to the other car. Broke one of my headlights is all, but didn't hurt the other car at all.
I see. Go
now,
ahead.
two fellers got out, and they walked back, and they started a little ruckus. Said we was speeding and driving reckless, all that kind of stuff, real loud. And this Denton, he'd tell them to shove off. Said their car wasn't hurt at all, and said not to make a big thing out of it. He told them it was their fault anyway.
Were you still in the car?
No, we got out to see what damage had occurred.
I see.
These two guys started to get rugged now, like they wanted to start some real trouble, and Denton said if they wanted to make a problem out of it, the thing to do was to call the cops and make a complaint. What'd they say to that? Nothing, just said to forget it, and then they got in the car and shoved off.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I didn't see him again, but I got to thinking about it this morning when I saw the story in the paper. You think it might have been one of them two who shot Denton?
Well, we don't know, sir. Can you give us a description of the men?
Sure thing. Now, one of them was real tall. The other one was about my height.
It'd be about 5'8"?
5'8" and 3/4.
All right. Can you give us a description of the car?
Yes, sir. It was a light blue Ford. One of them new ones, you know, with the plastic on top.
Yes, sir.
I took a good look at it. Matter of fact, I kind of thought there might be some trouble about the accident. I didn't want to be out on a limb with my insurance company, so I made sure.
Yeah.
I got the license number.
While I got a complete description of the two men, Frank checked DMV on the license number. 5 minutes later, he came back to the office.
Joe?
Yeah, you got it?
If you find out who the car belongs to, shouldn't be anything to pick up them two fellers. It's not going to be that easy. Hmm? The car was stolen.
Before Frank and I left the office, we made arrangements for Sterling Hall to check the mug books in the hope that he might be able to identify the suspects. At 11:20 a.m., we drove over to talk to the registered owner of the stolen car. He told us that the vehicle had been taken from a parking lot the day before and that he'd made an immediate report on it to the police. Additional broadcasts were gotten out on the automobile and on the suspect. That afternoon, we drove over and talked to the victim's wife. She told us that the money and the express checks Denton had been carrying were for the payment of the hospital and the doctor bills. We questioned her about her husband's friends and associates. Although we had the story given us by Sterling Hall, it seemed unlikely that the man was killed as the result of an argument over a minor traffic accident. We spent the rest of the day interviewing people who knew the victim. From them, we learned that Denton was well-liked and he was respected. He took an active interest in neighborhood clubs and events. The more we went into his background, the more convinced we became that he'd been killed by the men in the stolen Ford. 2 days passed. On Saturday, May 12th, the vehicle was found abandoned. A stakeout was placed on it, and when no one approached it, the crew from Leighton Prince went over the car. They found several partial fingerprints, but not enough for classification. The prints were photographed and held for evidence. Frank and I continued to work on the killing. A month went by without additional information turning up. On Tuesday, June 19th, we got a call from burglary detail. Yeah, No, nothing. Where'd he come from? Well, it might check out. No, we'll pick him up. Yeah. Okay, right, thanks. Mac over in burglary.
Yeah?
He says they just picked up a guy for receiving.
Uh-huh.
Tried to make a deal. Said if he got a break, he might be able to help us clean up something.
Say what it was?
Yeah, he did. The Denton killing. We left the office. We went over to room 45. We talked with the officers who'd picked up the suspect. They told us that they'd found a large quantity of stolen automobile supplies in his possession. We took him to the interrogation room for questioning. For almost an hour, he remained silent.
How about it, Keneally? Gonna give us a hand? Keneally?
All right, come on, stand up. Let's go.
Giving up, huh?
No, we'll be back.
Where you taking me?
Back to burglary. They can book you.
Main jail?
Yep.
But you guys are all through with me, huh?
Yeah, for now. We'll talk to you again.
Well, you won't get any more. Tell me something, will you? What? A little while ago, you said you knew something about a killing. Now you shut up and won't give us the time of day. Why? I told that other cop if I got a break, you get one.
You know we can't make deals.
No, it's going to cost you.
You're going to take an installment.
How do you figure that?
You said you knew something about Matthew Denton's murder, isn't that right?
I don't remember that far back.
We do, and we can prove you did. You're up on a receiving rap now. That's bad enough. But if we can tag you withholding information, we'll make you as an accessory after the fact.
You mean you'll try?
I think we'll make it.
Well, from here, it's got another color.
Well, let's see how it comes out, huh? Come on, let's go. Down this way.
I know. What's a tab for being accessory?
5 years.
Okay, let's go back.
Huh?
I'll tell you all about it.
We returned Harold Keneally to the interrogation room. We put out a call to Gene Bechtel to come and take a statement. Keneally asked that we send out for some coffee for him. Frank went down the hall and brought back 3 cups. After he'd finished his, Keneally leaned back.
It's good coffee. Strong. I like it that way.
Yeah, well, now that you've had the clatch, let's start the story. What do you say?
Sure. What do you want to know?
Who are the 2 men?
I don't know.
Now, you going to start this all over again, are you?
I'm giving it to you on the line. I don't know who they are.
What do you know about them?
Not much. A couple of guys. They're doing pretty good with radios.
You one of their customers?
Yeah. Me and a half a dozen others.
You know who they are?
Well, you're not going to get the names.
All right, let's get back to 2 men. Why do you think they had something to do with Denton?
Well, about 3 weeks ago, they was in my place. Had 5 new radios. The kind with the bar to pick the stations, you know, like the new CADs.
Yeah, I know.
I had 5 of them. Want to turn them over.
Yeah.
Well, the price they were asking was way out. I told them so they'd have to find someplace else to drop them.
All right.
Told me there was a beef. They had to get out of town, so they needed the money to swing it.
Well, it still doesn't add up to Denton's killers, does it?
Well, it will.
All right, come on, tell us.
Well, I went out of the office for a couple of minutes, told them I had to make a phone call.
Yeah?
I got a mic hidden in the room, found out it helps in business once in a while. I turned it on and listened to the guys talk.
Go ahead.
They were yakking about some guy that got shot. The big fellow was saying there was no other way to handle it, so that he didn't like it either, but there just wasn't any other way. Big thing then was to get some money and just beat town.
Mm-hmm.
I waited outside for a couple more minutes, but they didn't say anything, so I went back in. I told them I couldn't swing the radio deal.
What'd they do then?
Well, they said they had to dump him someplace. If I couldn't take him, they'd find somebody who would. Told them to go ahead.
And what do these guys look like?
A couple of bums, one tall, the other short, wearing those jeans with the coats made out of the same cloth, you know.
You had dealings with them before?
Yeah, a couple of times.
You know their name?
No. All I know is the big one's called Dusty. I don't know the last part.
How about the other one?
Nothing there.
Anything else about him?
Well, they're both lushes.
Yeah?
The big one, this Dusty, always got a flask on his hip.
You mean a bottle, huh?
No, a metal flask like they used in Prohibition. This one's all beat up, dented. It's all dirty. But I never seen Dusty without it. Both of them all the time nipping at it.
All right.
You know where these guys live? No, someplace downtown. They got a pad there. I don't know where it is, though.
How do you know it's downtown, then?
Well, I don't know for sure. It's just a guess.
Did you ever hear either one of them say anything about a job?
Not those 2. They never done a day's work in their lives. The only thing they're good at is lifting radios. They wouldn't work steady if stealing was legal.
Is that all they take, radios?
All I've ever seen. Guess they got a gimmick. Figure they can make a living with them. Why change?
Mm-hmm.
I guess they do pretty good. I don't know. I paid them enough times.
All right. Anything else you can tell us?
No.
They work with anybody else, do you know?
Not that I've ever heard.
How about close friends?
None.
They say when they'd be back to your place?
No, they don't have a regular route. When they pick up some things, they come in. They got nothing to sell, I don't see them.
When'd you see them last?
The time I told you about.
Are they still around?
Well, I don't know. Rumble says they are. I haven't seen them myself.
You know where we can reach them?
No, you don't make an appointment with them.
You know if these guys have ever been arrested?
Oh, we never talked about it. Where they seem to feel about cops, though, you sure figure they feel.
They from L.A., do you know?
I don't think so. Never heard him say. Only done business with him a couple of times. We never got real buddy-buddy.
Mm-hmm.
They don't go that chummy set much.
All right, Keneally. Anything more you want to tell us?
I guess that's it.
All right, come on. Why don't you check the books?
Yeah. Hey, can you spring another cup of that coffee? It's sure good. About the best I ever tasted. Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah?
There's one more thing about the guys you're after.
All right.
Take it easy with them. Like I told you, they're both lushers. I think they're off their rockers.
Yeah, we'll watch it.
Well, you better. They're packing heavy.
Yeah.
Any way you slice it, they're loaded.
Harold Keneally went through the mug books, but he was unable to find a picture of the two suspects. The name Dusty was checked to the moniker file without result. Information was forwarded to George Brereton up at CII Sacramento, and a supplemental APB was gotten out. We spent the rest of the day with officers from burglary detail going over reports. We found that they'd been working on a string of car radio thefts for the past several weeks. When we compared notes with them, it seemed more than possible that their two suspects were the same men we wanted for the killing of Matthew Denton. However, they were no closer to the men than we were. From the reports, we were able to figure that the pair was still in Los Angeles. That evening, we met with Captain Lorman, Captain Bernard, and Chief Detective Thad Brown. We worked out a system of rolling stakeouts that would cover most of the territory where the thieves had been working. 3 additional teams of men from burglary were assigned to help us, and on Wednesday, June 20th, the operation was started. For 3 days, there was no action. Thefts from autos continued, but when they were checked out, the method of operation used eliminated any suspects that we were looking for. On Sunday, June 24th, we got a call that a man answering the descriptions of one of the thieves had been seen in the vicinity of Beverly Boulevard and Elmwood Avenue. Frank and I left our position in the stakeout, and we drove out to the area.
Should be a couple of more blocks.
Yeah, we just passed Ridgewood Place. You better take it easy. Next block, we can start cruising.
Yeah. See anything?
No. Want to take a left here?
All right. Doesn't look like it.
Well, let's go up a couple more blocks.
All right. Sure be a break if we nail him tonight.
Yeah.
A little rough on the study time.
How's it going?
Oh, I don't know, Joe. Times I don't think I'm ever going to make sergeant.
What are you doing now?
You mean studying?
Yeah.
Legal procedure.
Well, you should know that.
Well, practical stuff, yeah. Putting it into legal language, it makes it rough on me.
Yeah, I had the same trouble.
I haven't been able to hit the books for the past week.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
No, nothing. Keep going. What'd you say?
I said I hadn't hit the books. I missed a couple of lectures, too.
Well, you're never going to make it that way.
Yeah, that's what Faith says.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Slow down.
What do you got?
Up there. See? Next block on the left. About 50 feet on the other side of the street line.
Well, I don't see anything.
Looked to me like somebody trying to get into a car. I'm not sure.
Well, let's check it.
All right. Just up ahead there.
Yeah. See anything?
Well, looked like somebody on the other side. Better pull up. We'll take a look.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
I'll cover the other side.
Take it easy. If it's the one we want, they're heavy.
All right.
All right, mister, let's hold it right there.
What?
Stand where you are.
You talking to me?
That's right.
What are you causing me trouble for? I didn't do nothing.
We didn't say you did.
How about it, mister? This your car?
Certainly it's my car. Who does you think it belongs to?
You got the white slip?
It's in the machine. It's right out in plain sight where it's supposed to be.
You've been drinking, haven't you?
Small wonder you officers don't do better at solving crimes. I had a couple, yeah.
What's your name?
I don't see that's any business of yours. All I'm trying to do is get into my car. I'm not causing any trouble.
What's your name?
It's Kyle, Peter Kyle.
You got the keys to this car?
Matter of fact, I haven't. That's why I'm having so much trouble getting in. If I had the keys, I could just flip the door open and drive off.
Frank?
Yeah.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Just want to see what you're carrying.
Watch it, Joe.
All right, mister, come on.
Get up.
What? I'm doing like you say I'm doing.
Try it again, Frank.
Yeah. Come on. Get your hands back. He's clean, Joe.
All right. Turn around.
I didn't mean to do it. I didn't mean to shoot.
Yeah, sure.
Honest, you gotta believe me. I didn't mean it.
Come on down here under the light. All right, now stand still.
Yeah, matches the description pretty good.
Where's your partner?
I didn't mean to do it. It was an accident. I just hit the guy. I just got in a fight with him. Dusty did the shooting. He did it. I didn't. I just got in a fight.
All right, now calm down. Where is he?
I knew you'd catch us. I knew it all the time. I kept telling Dusty we had to get out of town. We got to go. I kept telling him. All the time I was telling him.
Well, where is he?
Home.
Where's that?
He's the one who did it. I just got in a fight. Dusty's the one who shot, not me.
Where do you live, mister?
Down on 4th. That's where old Dusty is. Old, safe Dusty. He said we didn't have to leave. He said you'd never catch us.
All right, let's go.
Old Dusty is always right. Always knows what he's doing all the time. Never makes a mistake. Not old Dusty.
Yeah, well, he made one this time, didn't he?
Peter Gregory Kyle and Jesse Haywood Poole were tried and convicted of murder in the second degree and petty theft, 18 counts. They received punishment as prescribed by law. Petty theft is punishable by imprisonment for a period of not more than 1 year in the county jail. Second-degree murder is punishable by imprisonment for a period of from 5 years to life.
Dragnet is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
There is no place on earth too forbidding. There is no adventure too dangerous to dare. There is no dream of wealth and glory too impossible for the man who would be king. Connery and Kane. Rogue and renegade. Reckless and fearless soldiers of fortune on the richest adventure of their life. Across 1,000 miles of danger, come with Sean Connery and Michael Caine as they try to capture a whole country, a scheme for rascals to become royalty in the long-lost land of Alexander the Great. Rudyard Kipling's The Man Who Would Be King. They share the treasure. They share the danger. They share the adventure. Sean Connery, Michael Caine, and Christopher Plummer in John Huston's The Man Who Would Be King.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Wednesday night, so we take you now to Duffy's Tavern with our guest tonight, Bert Gordon, the Mad Russian, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Itana Toothpaste. Itana, the toothpaste that dentists prefer 2 to 1 over any other dentifrice for their own personal use, according to a nationwide survey.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you eat meat to eat? Archie the manager's speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Yep, tonight's the big night. It's Duffy's coming out party. Huh? Is it formal? No, Duffy, semi-formal. The dames come half-dressed. Yeah? It ought to be a terrific coming-out party. Yeah, great coming-out party, Duffy. It's got all the essentials. A rich father and an ugly daughter. Huh? You ain't rich. Well, I'm still batting 500. Well, what time are you coming down, Duffy? Good. And is the little woman... is Mrs. Duffy coming down with you? Huh? She's getting a party dress fitted right now? You're helping the surveyors with the measurements. Well, hurry up and get down here, Duffy. Okay, see you later. Eddie. Eddie, I wish you would ascertain if everything has been taken care of by the Committee on Arrangements.
You mean the entire committee?
Yes.
Just a minute, I'll find out. Is everything okay, Eddie? Yep, everything's okay. Mr. Arthur, the committee reports unanimously that everything has been ascertained.
Well, in order to be the biggest coming-out party of the season, Eddie, we have a very exclusive guest list.
Very exclusive.
Oh, yeah. By the way, did your invitations get out?
Oh, yes, good. He's standing on the corner, handing them out right now.
Good. By the way, did you read them invitations I made up?
No.
Let's take a gander at them.
See here. Monster coming out party. Admission $1. You are honored to be a guest at the coming out party and RSVP to be held at Duffy's Tavern in memoriam of Miss Duffy. Dearly beloved daughter of Honorable and Mrs. M.T. Members of Parliament?
Mom and Pop. Proceed ahead, Eddie.
P.S. Cuisine to start promptly at 9 o'clock and will continue until dinner.
Pretty good invitation, huh, Eddie? And you will notice I had the printing embossed.
Oh?
Yes, that raised lettering.
Oh, well, that should come in handy after the guests get blind. But by the way, any time you got dressed up for the party?
Oh, yeah, I guess it is. What do you think I ought to wear, Eddie? Me full dress suit?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean, yes and no?
Well, you ought to wear one, and no, you ain't got one. Well, who's all coming tonight?
Oh, you saw the guest list. Very swanky crowd. Mr. and Mrs. Plato McGonagall, Cavendish, the Undertaker, and Lady Cavendish, Atwater McGurk, Messrs. One-Eyed Goldfarb, and his charming daughter Cyclops, Lightfinger Lynch, and his escort, Dame May Fagan, Second Story Jackson and his wife, Fourth Story. That's the second wife, you know. And it's Mr. and Mrs. Pharaoh Farouk. Very wealthy people, Eddie.
What does he do?
Oh, nothing. He's retired. Made a fortune building obelisks. Wait a minute. Hey, look who's here, the guest of honor. Good evening, Miss Duffy.
Hello, Archie. How do you like my new dress?
Strapless, huh? What keeps it up?
Mama, she sewed me into it. Archie, an opinion. Do you like the fringe tunic?
The fringe tunic? No, I don't quite see you in a fringe tunic. I see you more in a seersucker dangle. With velvet pleats across the bias. And crepe de chine bolero with an IJ box midriff.
You mean with a crisscross hemstitch?
Yes, that's it. And a very sheer midriff, you know, the kind with a flouncy bodice to set off the lines in your peplum. Of course, that's just one girl's opinion. You can get a guy with the bait you got on, more power to you. Incidentally, have you got a date tonight?
No.
Oh, that's so bad.
Well, maybe this is the night Mr. Wright will come along.
Oh, how would you know he's Mr. Wright?
Easy. He'll be the one that asked me to marry him.
Oh, that narrows down the field. Good luck to you, Miss Duffy.
Thank you, Archie. I'll see you in a little while.
Okay. Hey, Eddie. You know, I feel sorry for the dame coming out partying, you know, I'd like to help her, but who can you get for, you know? You can't get any guy that's in his right mind. Finnegan?
Say, Arch, I hear there's a big party going on here tonight with a lot of society things.
Smattering. Why?
Well, Arch, would you introduce me to one of them young dowagers?
The dowagers ain't the young dames. The dowagers is the old men. And if you want me to get your girl, don't forget, this is a very high-class party, and I want you to act very refined. None of them usual show-off tricks of yours, you know, like putting your false teeth in the mashed potatoes.
Well, gee, Arch, I gotta have a little fun. Can't I even do me nutcracker trick?
What's that again?
Well, I asked the dame if she wants a nutcracker, see? And if she says yes, I crack her over the nut with a bottle.
I don't know, Finnegan. It sounds amusing. Try it once and see if it gets a laugh. But if it don't, see that you send the lady your apology.
Well, of course, Arch. Who's more of a stickler for form than me? Hang it, look, Arch, could you get me a girl for the party?
Yep, I got just the girl for you. Who? Miss Duffy.
Oh, no, you don't, Arch.
Just a second, Finnegan. Try to think of the bright side of Miss Duffy.
Well, that's pretty tough, Arch.
Finding the bright side?
I'm trying to think.
You can do it if you try. Go ahead, think of something nice about her.
Well, let's see. Maybe you better go first.
Let's see. She could be worried. Now it's your turn again.
Well, frankly, Arch, I think we've exhausted all the possibilities.
We ought to get her a guy. Hey, wait a minute. I got an idea. Give me that phone. Hello? Shopkins Escort Bureau? Mail order department, please. Yes, I want to order a mail. Mail order? I wonder if you could provide me with an escort for tonight. Look, Bud, how would you like a punch in the nose? It happens to be for a young lady. Huh? Is she single? Extremely. Would we take a Russian prince? Oh, sure. Sounds terrific. Yeah, we'll send him right over to Duffy's Tavern. Oh, boy. Will Miss Duffy be happy? A real Russian prince. Hello? Oh, hello, Duffy. I got terrific news. I got a Russian prince for Miss Duffy. No, Duffy, this is no phony. This is the real A-shot. Well, Duffy, we had to do the best we could. You know, the dame ain't getting no younger. She's been having these coming out parties now for 15 years. In fact, she's come out on the same day so often that in groundhog circles it's getting to be known as Miss Duffy's Day. Okay, well, hurry up and get down here.
Friends, listen. If you want to make your teeth brighter, your smile more sparkling, then listen to what we learned from dentists in a nationwide survey.
Dentists prefer Ipana toothpaste 2-to-1 over any other dentifrice for their own personal use.
So why don't you try Ipana and see for yourself why Ipana is so popular with dentists? See how Ipana can help your teeth to a brightness, your smile to a loveliness you never thought possible. And in such an easy way, too. Here's all you have to do.
Brush your teeth regularly with Ipana. Then with the fingertips, briefly and gently massage the gums along the line where they meet the teeth.
This gum line is most important because your smile needs healthy gums as well as bright teeth to stay radiant and sparkling. So between regular visits to your dentist, give your gums and teeth this special Ipana care. Why not start right now with Ipana? Ipana, for your smile of beauty.
Gee, Eddie, a real Russian prince coming down here, you know. It makes even me nervous. I ain't thought the world in so long, I'll probably kiss the wrong foot.
You know, why don't you throw a protocol to the winds and just touch it?
Yeah, maybe I'll do that.
Good evening, Archie, boy.
Oh, Good evening, Officer Clancy. What's new?
Oh, nothing much. I just see by the papers we're due for a long, dry spell.
Yeah, huh?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Hot as a man's mouth just to think about it.
Uh-huh. Why don't you try thinking about something else, Clancy? Maybe you won't be so parchy.
I hear you're having a party here tonight.
That's right.
Have you got a singer?
Oh, Miss Duffy will probably sing.
No, I need some big opera star like that, what's his name again?
Melchior?
No.
Fibber?
No, I'm thinking of Nino,
Martini?
Thank you, and leave out the olive. Takes up entirely too much room.
Okay, Clancy, here you are. Here's the Martini.
Well, here's good luck to the party. I hope the guests don't get obstreperous.
Obstreperous?
Thinking. Like they did last year. Remember how Callahan put away a whole pint and then kept kissing Dugan twice and Dugan punched him in the nose?
Dugan got sore, huh?
Certainly, it was his pint. So then the wife turned around and walloped Dugan for hitting Callahan. And poor old Dugan wound up in the hospital with repercussion of the brain.
Repercussion?
He shocked him twice. Well, I'll see you later, Ozzy.
Oh, so long, Clancy. See you at the party. Oh, Eddie, look, when that Russian prince gets here, be sure to let me know, huh?
Well, how will I recognize him?
Well, it's easy to tell a prince, Eddie. They all got that aristocratic look, you know. Tall, charming, dashing, handsome.
How do you do?
Are you the Russian prince?
What do you expect of $5 Rasputin?
Anyhow, welcome to Duffy's Tavern. What do you think of the joint?
It reminds me of the Russian secret police.
The Russian secret police?
OGPU. I haven't seen anything like it since I left Minsk.
Oh, you lived in Minsk?
Also in Minsk.
How did you like it?
Minsk. Free lunch. Beautiful. Hey, this is delicious.
You mean you like it?
Most of course. My compliments to the sheriff.
Hey, you hear that, Eddie?
Yes. Too bad the chef ate some. He could hear it, too.
Here, Prince, make yourself at home. Pull up a stuffed sausage and, what you doing? Tell me, when did you leave Russia?
I left during the revolution.
Oh. How?
Very quickly.
Well, why did they kick you out, Prince?
Too many princes and not enough blintzes.
Oh, is that...
At that time, you see,
yes?
I was living in the palace of my uncle, the Grand Duke Ivanovich, Alexandrovich, Petrovich,
What happened to him?
They scratched him. Then an unfortunate incident occurred. They sent me to Siberia.
Oh, must have been pretty cold, wasn't it?
Oh, it's so cold in Siberia. The only thing that circulates is the propaganda.
Well, it must have been fun in Russia in the old days before the revolution, huh? Riding around in the snow on them camouflage, little bells tinkling and making love to them pretty little drasties. That Russian music.
You like Russian music?
I love it. Rachmaninoff, Tchaikovsky, Stravinsky, Paderewski.
Just a second. Paderewski was Polish.
In them days, so was Poland. Yeah, Prince, I think this party tonight will remind you of the old days.
I hope the party won't be too wild. I remember back in Russia, we had a party one night where we went swimming with all our clothes on in
vulgar?
Disgusting. By the way, this girl I'm escorting tonight, describe her to me, please. Hair?
Yes.
What color?
The dame will make it any color you want.
I see. And the face?
What about it?
Smooth shaven.
Just like a pitch. lover, Prince. By the way, on a job like yours, when you meet dames like this for the first time, what's your technique?
First, I croon to her similar Rudy Wally. Old Russian lullabies like June is bursting up all over. Or perhaps the Shostakovich song.
Shostakovich song.
Shostakovich small by a waterfall. Then I breathe moderately hot breath on her neck, like this. It didn't work. By this time, ecstasy has set in. My blue blood has reached the boiling point. I'm on fire. She's on fire. The room is filled with smoke. Then I put my arms around her, and suddenly the clock is striking 12 o'clock, midnight.
Then what?
That's beautiful. From now on, pay me time and a half.
But Prince, making love for money, don't that make you feel kind of ashamed of yourself?
Only when I like to see. By the by, where's the young lady I'm expecting to extort? Listen, writing this is.
We'll have it in Russian dialogue the next time.
Please,
okay, I'll call you extort. Oh, Miss Duffy.
Yes?
Well, here she is, Prince.
This is a woman.
Yep. This is Miss Duffy. She's coming out tonight.
That wise?
Wait, Prince. Miss Duffy, I would like for you to meet a real Russian prince. This is Prince,
Allow me. The name is Prince Petrovich Alexandrovich. Just call me yesterday.
Likewise, I'm sure.
The prince here, Miss Duffy, is going to escort you to the party tonight.
A prince? Oh, Archie, I can't believe it. It couldn't happen to me. I must be dreaming. I think I'll pinch myself.
Allow me.
Prince, come here. I'm all yours.
Just a minute. Miss Duffy, this place is too big for us two. I think I'll go.
But, Prince, you made a bargain.
But do I have to go down to the basement?
But what about the $5?
Forget about it.
Well, what will the escort bureau say?
Let him fire me.
But, Prince, Miss Duffy's father is a rich man.
How do you do? Let me look on you, my dear. Uh-huh. Your hair, your eyes, your ears, your lips.
What about them?
You have them all. Tonight I will make love to you. Tonight I will make love to you. Tonight I will make love to you.
Prince, your needle's stuck.
I'm trying to talk myself into it. Miss Duffy, you are beautiful. You are gorgeous. You are charming. Quick, some vodka. Miss Duffy, you are the most beautiful girl in the world. Be gone, my princess. And I shall join you at the cash register right there.
There it was, sweet Prince.
I shall be dying every minute you are away from me.
And when I return?
I shall drop dead. Farewell! Enough!
Farewell, my Prince.
Well, Prince, now that you met Miss Duffy, is there any last request?
Yes. A cigarette, please. No blindfold. Say, Archie.
Oh, hello, Clancy.
Hey, I forgot to tell you. Oh, hello, Topsy. Good evening, Officer Clancy.
We still know each other?
They scared me every night down at the Russian Crechler.
The Russian Crechler?
Of course. Best doorman they ever had. Correct.
A doorman. And I told Duffy he was a prince.
Have no fear, my friend. From now on, I will be a prince. I will play the part to perfection.
Well, you better. You'll be one Russian who won't walk out.
Friends, you'll be delighted at what can happen to your smile when you use Ipana. For Ipana toothpaste can help your teeth to a brightness, your smile to a loveliness you never thought possible. And so easily, too. Listen, here's all you do. Brush your teeth regularly with Ipana.
Then with the fingertips, briefly and gently massage the gums along the line where they meet the teeth.
This line is the lifeline of your smile, for you need firm, healthy gums as well as bright, sparkling teeth to keep your smile lovely. So between regular visits to your dentist, guard your smile this special Ipana way. For remember, it's Ipana. Ipana toothpaste for your smile of beauty.
Big party, huh, Eddie? Everybody happy?
Yeah, Mr. and Mrs. O'Toole is talking to each other for the first time in 2 years.
That's nice.
Yeah, I just figured them with their 20th beer, and they don't recognize each other.
Well, that's well, Eddie. Hey, how about livening up the party with a Russian song, Eddie, in honor of our guest?
No, now, Mr. Hart.
Go ahead. The guest is all stiff. They won't mind. Hey, Clancy. Clancy, Eddie's going to sing a song. Rap on Moriarty's spell for order while I make an announcement, huh?
Okay. And the rest of you stay quiet, too.
Okay, folks, we will now be rendered with a song by that great little singing waiter and vocalist, Eddie Green. Let's give him a little hand.
Them vulgar boatmen is lifting them barges, open them bills. Them vulgar boatmen, listen to them rocking that vulgar boat. Talking about that vulgar boatman, got no hat, he ain't got no coat. He's higher and higher, higher and lower. All them boatmen rocking on Leonard's ass. That's all.
Bravo, Puplitsky, bravo.
Austin, how about you singing my song now?
Okay, Miss Duffy. Folks, we will now hear... excuse me. Hello? Hello, Duffy, where are you? Huh? Mrs. Duffy was hit by a truck? Oh, that's terrible. Anything broken? The radiator and two fenders, huh? Wait a minute. What happened to Mrs. Duffy? Just bent the bumper, huh? Well, look, put her in the garage and hurry up over. The party's going on. Okay. As I was saying, folks, we will now hear a song by our guest of honor, Miss Duffy, accompanied by Clifton Finnegan and Prince Hitch.
But Austin, I'm supposed to sing the song all alone.
If you do, you will be. Well, folks, here they are. A lag, a lash, and a lack.
I'll get the pneumonia. You are launching up the national anthem of Russian Debate Society. Permit me. With your money, California, here I come. Me or killing, this is silly. I read the dowry. How's your dowry? Wait for me! How did you like Miss Duffy's voice? Beautiful. Real horses off the Christopher. Then you mean you'll propose to her? Why not? She's not so old. Maybe your voice will change. You mean you'll really marry her? It's either this or I go back to Siberia. Miss Duffy, my little Veronica, you are beautiful. All my life I dreamed of you. Some more vodka, please. You are my inspiration. Just being with you makes my blood tingle.
So you mean you like me?
Frankly, no. But you have touched the purse strings of my heart. Miss Duffy, I wish you to do me the honor of becoming... Wait! What is that thing? What? That horrible monster going through that door. Horrible monster? Prince, that's Duffy. Hello, Duffy. That's my father-in-law. To be? Yes. Wait a minute, Prince. Where are you going? Back to Siberia.
Mr. Wallington, do me a favor.
Why, of course.
Introduce me to that fellow over there, the smooth one who looks so good-natured.
Smooth shaven, smiling. That's Bob. He uses Ingram shaving cream for close, clean shaves that are cooling to his face and his temper. That rich Ingram lather helps condition his face for the razor. Yes, then, comfort means coolness. Coolness means Ingram. I-N-G-R-A-M. Ingram, the cooler shaving cream.
Keep smooth, yet keep smiling.
Use cool, comfortable Ingram. It's time now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening. And let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday when our guests will be Harry Bonzell and Mr. Sidney N. Stokes, NBC Vice President. Until next Wednesday, then, this is Jimmy Wallington reminding you that Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste. Try Ipana for your style of beauty. Bristol Myers bring you the Alan Young Show on Friday night. And Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting.
Here's a game everyone can play. The rules are simple.
You better get some more sleep. After last night, you need it.
All right, folks, follow the rules and you're ready to play the mating game.
Poppy? Huh? Got a problem on our hands. She's ripe and ready, that girl.
That girl is Debbie Reynolds, a delight in denims, in MGM's wild and wonderful adaptation of The Darling Buds of May, the uproarious bestseller that rollicked 2 continents. The incredible adventures of the lustiest, happiest family that ever ignored their income tax.
Mr. Larkin, please listen to me. I am here to investigate you.
Tony Randall is terrific as the Internal Revenue agent who ferrets out tax dodgers like a bird dog.
You know, I've got your number.
Fine. While you appraise me, I'll appraise your property.
You took my blue ribbon champion boar?
Well, we have a sow but no boar. You get the connection? One's no good without the other. Like they say, it takes 2 to tango.
Pop Larkin, warmly portrayed by Paul Douglas, loves his neighbors and expects them to do likewise. Fred Clark hilariously portrays the boss taxman.
High bracket, low bracket. If Uncle doesn't get his cut, we nail your hide to the barnyard door.
Take her to the FBI! Give her a loyalty chariot!
In your wildest nightmares, you never imagine such goings-on. One hilarious episode after another, set against the beauty of the countryside, filled to bursting with rowdy romance and convulsing comedy.
Fasten your seatbelts, classic adventure is coming your way with the air adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
Well, what has happened to Jimmy Allen and his pal Speed Robertson? Jimmy's heart is torn by opposing emotions. He is utterly happy over the new change which has resulted in Speed's being appointed his flying instructor, but he is thoroughly miserable because of the suspicion cast upon Speed. Disregarding Jimmy's pointed request, Speed went down to the Army Experimental Aircraft Factory, thus adding to the grave doubt already directed at him. As yet, he is ignorant of the fact that the confidential drawings of the new jet-propelled airplane are missing. And even Jimmy does not know that the key drawings of the wing construction have been stolen. But now it is morning and a superb day for flying. Here are Jimmy and Speed leaning against the lower wing of their training plane as Flash Lewis warms up the engine.
Well, kid, are you all set? Boy, I feel like $1 million this morning. What a day for flying.
Oh, I feel fine too, Speed. Hey, but what about all those clouds up in the sky?
Ah, Jimmy boy, this day's made for flying. Those clouds won't bother us any. They're just fair weather cumulus clouds that float across the sky so often in the summertime. We'll have a lot of fun with them.
How do you mean, Speed?
Say, kid, after your air work this morning, you'll be nuts about this sort of clouds. It's wonderful fun playing around those big billowy masses. You wait till we get up. I'll show you.
Okay, Speed. There's one thing certain. There's not a breath of air stirring. That makes it easier to feel the controls than on a rough day when the wind is blowing hard.
Sure, kid. Say, that's why most of the flying schools over in Europe during the last war made their students fly early in the morning and late in the evening. You see, there was more chance that the air would be calm at those periods.
But you've got to get used to all kinds of weather, haven't you, Speed?
Sure, Jimmy. Remember, you've got to learn to crawl before you can walk. And you've got to learn how to handle a ship in smooth weather before you can handle it in rough. Hey there, Flash. How you coming along? Isn't that engine hot enough yet?
She'll be ready pretty quick, Speed. I just changed the oil this morning, and it's a little bit slow in warming up.
Okay, Flash. You're this ship's doctor. Now, there's a mech for you, Jimmy. You know, it's fellas like Flash Lewis that keep pilots in the air. Don't ever forget that.
No, I won't, Speed. I see what you mean. An expert mechanic is just as important as a pilot.
Now, you're darn tootin', Jimmy. Mechanics that know their business are vitally important in making air travel safe for the public. Now, you take Flash for an example. He won't let us take this ship into the air until he's absolutely positive that everything's in perfect condition.
I know, Speed. Our engine instructor in ground school was talking about that yesterday. The oil has to be heated to a certain point before it can circulate properly.
Right you are, kid. And another thing. Do you notice how ever since Flash started that engine, he's kept it idling? He would no more think of revving up a cold engine than he would of asking a girl for a date.
Why, Speed, that can't be right. Flash told me he carried a club in both hands to keep girls away from you.
Oh, if that isn't a laugh. I knew Flash overseas in both wars. If a girl even looked at him, much less talked to him, his knees would knock together with a noise like a burnt-out rod bearing.
Hey, look, Speed. Look over there.
Where, Jimmy?
At that school ship taxiing out, Speed. Why, it's Shorty Mason and Major Moto.
Jimmy, you must be mistaken. Shorty Mason's been grounded with the CAA.
I'm positive I'm not mistaken, Speed. Look, he's in the front cockpit, and Major Moto's in the rear. Hey, they're giving the ship the gun. They're taking off.
Oh, by George, Jimmy, I believe you're right. Well, I'll soon fix him. The CAA office will know about this as soon as I get back on the ground. Well, are you all set? I see Flash is revving up the engine.
I'm all ready, Speed. My goggles are wiped off, and my parachute's lying right there on the ground.
Okay, let's get it on.
All right. There it is.
Say, Speed, you'll have to wait a minute. This boat's losing revs bad. Plug's no good. I'll get a new one from the ship.
Okay, Flash. There you are again, Jimmy. Some mechs, especially on a school ship, would send us up even though one plug was cutting out. They'd figure that each cylinder has at least 2 plugs anyway. But not Flash Lewis. He's not going to trust all the work to one plug. Believe me, Jimmy, if you ever get in a tight spot where having your ship up to snuff is a matter of life and death, grab yourself a mech like Flash Lewis and then chain him to you with a steel padlock.
I'll remember that all right, Speed. Having an A1 mechanic must have been awfully important when you were flying during the war.
I'll say it was, Jimmy. And don't ever think that the wise pilots didn't treat their mechanics right. I remember one fella used to give the sergeant in charge half his paycheck every month, and the only time his motor ever quit him was when he ran out of gas. And that, Jimmy, happened when he was on an escort mission to Berlin with a strong headwind blowing from France.
He didn't get back then, Speed?
No, Jimmy. He spent the rest of the war in Stalag number 1. Oh, Jimmy, listen. I didn't intend to say anything to you about it, but as long as we're alone and have an extra minute, I think I will. What was that fellow Russell getting at yesterday when he was questioning me about going down to the jet factory? What the dickens does he care how much or how little I go down there? After all, I'm going to do some work for them.
Well, Speed, I'd like to tell you all of...
Now, Jimmy, there you go again with some of that mysterious stuff. I haven't forgotten all you asked me the other day. Come on, what is going on anyway?
Oh, gee, Speed, really,
well,
if there was...
here we are. I'll have this crate running in a jiffy.
Say, won't you have to make a test flash to see which plug it is?
Oh, Jimmy, you ought to know me better than to ask that. Would a mother know which one of her children was crying?
Well, sure, Flash, I guess she would. But that's just it. This plug wasn't making any noise.
Well, Jimmy, let me put it a little different. If all of a mother's children were crying except one, would she know which one wasn't?
Now, you can't put Flash in a crank, Jimmy. Not about engines. Now, which plug was missing?
The plug on number 2 mag and number 6 cylinder, Speed.
You see that, Jimmy? And his ears told him that while he was back in the cockpit.
Say, Speed, who's that over in front of the school? Isn't that Shorty Mason?
It sure is, Jimmy. You must have been mistaken about seeing him take off a little while ago.
Gosh, I don't think so, Speed.
Say, Flash, has Shorty Mason been doing any flying this morning?
No. Mike Jones has taken over Shorty's students. Well, you're all set. That's the plug that's been doing the dirty work, all right. See how the porcelain's cracked? She'll turn up now.
Okay, let's get started. Yeah, I'm going to be late.
She sounds better now, doesn't she, Speed?
You bet. Flash has lassoed those missing revs.
All right, you brave aviators, here's your sky buggy. That engine's talking now like a lady sewing circle.
Fine, let's go, Jimmy.
You want me in the rear cockpit, Speed?
Right. Pretty soon we'll be changing, but not quite yet.
Okay.
I'm going to let you take her off this morning, Jimmy. Now remember, keep this plane straight and bring her up to flying position gradually as she gathers speed. Don't let the nose get down too far. The tips of the props will nick the ground. When you get her in flying position, she'll take herself off.
Okay.
Are you all ready to go?
All set.
Now, boy, wait a minute. You're not ready to take off yet.
Well, what do you mean? Oh, sure, I know. The blocks aren't out yet.
Well, that's one thing, Jimmy.
Are the blocks out, Flash?
Not yet, but they will be in a second.
What else, Speed?
I'm going to tell you something, Jimmy, and you must never forget it. It means not only safety for you, but for others. When you're finally ready to take an airplane off, always wait a second. Take a careful look all around you on the field and above you in the sky.
Well, gee, Speed, I'm sorry. I see what you mean, though. There's a transport just taking off on the north-south runway. If I should have taken off at that moment, there might have been a bad crash. Well, I'll always remember to look from now on.
Fine, Jimmy.
Are the blocks out, Flash?
Yep. Let her rip.
Well, everything's all clear now, Speed. Shall I give her the gun?
Or it to her. Jimmy, we're at 2,000 feet, a nice altitude. The bottom of those clouds is up about 2,000 more. After we've had a little air work, we'll go upstairs, and I'll show you a little old-fashioned cloud hopping. But first, I want you to do some easy figure eights.
You mean make a circle in one direction, then one in the other? Is that right?
That's right, Jimmy. You see, figure eights are marvelous practice because they make you do alternate turns to the left and right. Some pilots get in the habit of always turning one way. They become better at turning in that particular direction, and that's a bad thing. You have got to be equally good at both.
I get the idea. Shall I start now?
Now, just a second. First, throttle your engine down a little. You don't need to run it that fast to maintain your altitude. About 1,600 RPM should be about right.
She's reading 1,600 speed. What else?
Now work your trim tabs, Jimmy, so that the nose remains level on the horizon with your hand off the stick.
I've got it.
Now, do you get the idea of that?
I think I do, Speed. This way you can control the ship with the least possible amount of pressure on the stick.
Right. Now start your figure 8 and make the same degree bank each way. Then your circles will be the same in size. Also, it'll help you to judge if you'll pick out 2 objects on the ground and make your circles around those objects. Now, I'd suggest that red barn down there. And let's see, that water tower over to the right.
I'll try my best, Speed. Here goes.
Well, that circle to the left was pretty good, Jimmy, but you skidded a bit. Now go into your circle to the right.
How was that?
That was only fair. You slipped some. I think you're too intent on making your turns around that barn and water tower to watch your ship carefully.
All right. I'll try to make this one better.
Jimmy, look down there.
Oh, I see it. It's a ship, and she's going to land in that small field. Hey, Speed, that's a school ship.
Oh, by Jove, you're right. Here, I'll take the plane. We'll dive down and see if the pilot's in trouble.
Well, I know that pilot, and he's flying alone. Speed, that's Major Moto.
Is Jimmy right? And if so, why is Major Moto landing in this small, lonely field? For the answer, tune in to the next episode of The Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen.
Folks, listen. May I have your attention, please? Attention, please. I can handle your trouble, friend. Now you know I can. Oh, yes, I can. Please observe me if you will. I'm Professor Harold Hill, and I'm speaking of a big fat picture, The Music Man. I say Broadway's biggest long-run hit is coming right here to your screen. Yes, Professor Harold Hill's on hand. Now for a peek at The Music Man. Not a big peek, just a little peek at the wonders that await you in Technicolor. Now you out there, and you, and you.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Do you know what makes the difference between a car that's dull and one that shines? Johnson's Car New and an hour or so of your time. That's the difference. People who haven't used wax-fortified Car New can't possibly realize how easily it transforms the looks of their car, removes the road grime and dullness, and restores that original showroom shine. Now that you're using your car regularly, there's no reason for not being proud of its looks. Car New does an amazing cleaning job, and what's more, it does 2 jobs at the same time, cleans and polishes with one application. It leaves the finish beautiful, and so wax smooth that dirt and grime don't have an easy foothold. Car New is a liquid polish, easy to apply with a cloth. It dries to a white powder, and when you wipe off this powder, the dirt and dullness disappear like magic. Your dealer has plenty of Car New. Why not try it this week? Ask for Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U. we'd like to introduce to you two well-known pedestrians who have just decided to become motorists. Yes, the folks at 79 Wistful Vista have made up their minds to buy a new car. As new as you can get one now, anyway. And here, looking over the want ads, we find Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Well, what's in the papers, Daddy?
Lots of wonderful cars being advertised. Cadillacs, Lincolns, Packards, Apperson Jackrabbits. Hey, here's an interesting one.
Read it in your well-modulated voice.
It says, 1939 coupe by school teacher with leather rumble seat, knee action, and custom-built body.
Is she a blonde or brunette? Or does she have a convertible top?
Don't say.
How much is it?
Don't say that either. It just says, bring an honest face.
Oh. Well, that'll be easy. You can take me.
Mm-hmm. Say, here's an ad that looks good, Molly. Bantams for sale.
Oh, I've always wanted one of those little cars. How much are they?
Hens, $3. Rooster... Oh, no. I'm on the wrong page. This is livestock.
Look, dearie, why don't we just go downtown and prowl through the used car lot?
Not a bad idea, Snooky. I like to walk around poking the upholstery and kicking the tires.
Anybody who would kick a tire these days is taking his life in his feet. Besides, it isn't...
Come in.
Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, my dear. And a curt nod of recognition to you, Pickle Puss.
Well, vaccinate my goldfish if it isn't the old belly thumper himself. What's new in the world of medicine, witch doctor, as if you'd know?
I see where Mayor Latrivia has appointed you health commissioner, Doctor. Congratulations.
Thank you, Molly. After squawking my head off for 20 years about sanitary conditions in this town, I am now in a position where I have to do something about it or shut my big fat mouth.
You ain't yodeling the Indian love call there, Bone Bender. When do you take office?
January 1st? Why?
I just wondered how much longer it'd be safe for us to drink our city water. Make a note of that, Molly. The first of the year, we start using bottled water.
Don't be insulting, dearie. I'm sure Dr. Gamble will be a wonderful health commissioner.
But among them city hall vultures, he'll just be a boob in the woods. Them ward healers will hamstring him so he can't prescribe an aspirin tablet without a referendum.
On the contrary, my boy, I will have the freest hand of any health commissioner in history.
Why, Doctor?
Due to my high ethical standards, my dear, I hesitate to use the word blackmail. But Alderman McClutchy would find it difficult to explain why I had to remove a pearl earring from his larynx when his wife does not wear earrings. And City Treasurer Fink might not care to have it bruited about that he broke his leg leaping out the second-story window of a gambling joint. I am not quoting actual names, you understand, but you get the idea. Yes, I think the lads will treat the new commissioner with considerable courtesy.
Doc, I've underrated you.
Thank you. I underrate you, too.
Gee, thanks. You're not just saying that because you admire me.
Yes, I am, and now I think I'd better be going. I have a delicate operation waiting for me at the hospital.
Something real fancy, eh, Doc?
Yes, I have to tell one of our wealthier patients to get up and go home. His hangover has progressed from the amusing to the obnoxious. Goodbye, Molly. See you later, loose lip. I'm afraid.
Isn't he a sweet old character?
He's an insulting old curmudgeon. Hey, what's a curmudgeon?
Search me, dearie. I know what a cur is, but I wouldn't know about mudgeons. Hadn't we better be going downtown look for a car?
Yeah, I guess we better head. You all ready?
Well, I will be just as soon as I put my face on. Now, you lock the door.
Okay, I'll get everything down here. There goes a good kid. She knows buying a car these days is pretty chancy, and she knows what a bum driver I am. But is she worried? Scared stiff. Is she going to let me know she's scared? No, sirree. Not till 20 seconds after I stick that key in the ignition. By George, if she... Come in.
Hi, mister.
Well, slice me down the middle and call me Slim. If it isn't little Teeny.
Yeah.
Hi, Teeny.
Hi. What you doing, mister? What you doing? What you?
Well, sis, I and Mrs. Magee are about to go car buying. Mommy and Poppy shopping for a jalopy.
Oh. Gee, that's dandy, mister. Why don't you get a car that the top goes up and down on it and buy it while the top is down? Why don't you?
Now, there must be some glimmering of sense behind that idea, sis, but I don't seem to get it. Why should I buy a car that the top's down?
No ceiling. That was a joke.
Yeah. If I ever want to saw my way out of a radio program, sis, I'll borrow your gag file. Now, if you'll excuse me,
Hey, mister, what kind of a car you going to buy? My daddy has a cad.
Not only has, he is. Frankly, Teeny, we don't know exactly what we want as yet. We're going to romp through a few used car lots and take a gander at the situation.
Oh?
What do you think of the Stanley steamer?
Well,
I might go for a station wagon if I can find a good bargain.
Oh, my daddy doesn't like station wagons. You know why?
No, why?
It's because he doesn't like police dogs.
Oh, I see. Have I got my pajamas on, sis?
Oh, no.
That's good. I was afraid I was dreaming this whole conversation. Tell me, Madam Interlocutor, why doesn't your daddy like station wagons because he hates police dogs?
Well, he had a station wagon once, and somebody told him a station wagon didn't look good unless it had a police dog in it. So he got a police dog, and it sat in the front seat with him. And a cop stopped him one day when he was going too fast, and he asked my daddy why he didn't let his friend drive because he looked more intelligent than my daddy.
Well, I've seen your old daddy. And I've seen police dogs, and I'm inclined to agree with the...
Stop! I will not listen.
Okay.
My daddy is a good, kind man, and he's always given me a quarter for a soda. I will not stand here and listen to unkind remarks about him.
Well, I've given you plenty of quarters for sodas myself, sis.
Not lately, I bet you.
Okay. Okay, here's a quarter. Means I'll have to buy a cheaper car, but who cares?
Thank you, mister. Now then, what were you saying about my daddy?
I said he looks like a police dog.
I know it.
And he's a stuck-up snob in the second place.
Isn't he, though?
He thinks because he's cashier in a bank that anybody worth less than $200,000 is a hobo.
You hit the nail on the head that time,
And he's the only guy in town that wears a gardenia. I hate guys that wear gardenias. And furthermore...
That's all, mister. That's all. That's 2 bits worth. Goodbye now.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and No Can Do.
there's a pretty good-looking assortment of cars.
Oh, look, McGee, that's awfully cheap for that beautiful car, isn't it?
Where?
That one right there.
Huh?
It says Packard 120.
Oh.
Isn't that quite a bargain?
That ain't the price, Mommy. That's the name of the
How
car.
do you do, sir? Good day, madam.
How do you do, I'm sure.
You the mastermind in this rattletrap roundup, Bud?
I am, sir. My name is Stanley Stutz.
I'll bet you're a bearcat of a salesman, Stan.
Yeah.
Did you get it, Molly? Stutz? Bearcat? You see, there used to be a car.
It ain't funny, McGee.
It ain't?
No, sir, it ain't. I mean, it isn't. It's a common delusion, sir, that jokes referring to a person's name are excruciatingly funny.
Yeah?
But they are usually painfully repetitious to the subject. Your bearcat witticism is exceedingly threadbare, so far as I'm concerned.
Well, I bet it is at that. You owe the gentleman an apology, McGee.
She's right, Bearcat. I apologize.
Well, that's quite all right, sir. Now then, may I show you something?
Yes, what?
Yeah. I mean, did you wish to see some of our stock?
You betcha, Bearcat. Do you mind if I call you Bear? You know, short for Bearcat.
No, not at all, sir. Do you mind if I call you Pole?
Now, boys, let's get to business.
How about that green sedan over there, Stan, old man? That looks in pretty good shape.
Oh, that car's not for sale, sir. Now, over here we have a splendid little car, a late model 7-cylinder Dillingham. Good rubber, new battery.
Did you say 7 cylinders?
Yes, madam.
What became of the other cylinder?
What other cylinder?
Isn't it supposed to have 8?
Oh, no, madam. This is a 6-cylinder car. We added an extra cylinder ourselves as a special premium.
Oh.
Well, I will say, Mr. Strode.
Stutz.
Excuse me. I will say, Mr. Stutz, that all your cars look beautiful.
Yeah. Must keep a guy around here just to clean them up for you, Bud.
Oh, we do.
That's so.
Oh, that lad over there takes great pride in them. Oh, I say, boy, did you polish that new Lincoln we just got in?
Yes, Mr. Stutz. Looks beautiful, too, after that Johnson's car new treatment.
Something wrong, folks?
No, not a thing. In fact, everything is very much as usual.
The fellow you just spoke to, Stan, is he a new boy around here?
Yes. He wandered in this morning.
Uh-huh.
I asked him if he was in the market for a car, and he said no. He just had a morbid interest in dusty, dirty cars.
I see.
You know him?
I've seen him someplace.
Tell the truth, McGee. We see him every place.
Yoo-hoo, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, hello there, Molly. Hello, pal. Oh, you know Mr. and Mrs. McGee, Mr. Stutz?
Sufficiently, I think.
What you doing here, Junior, which is the silliest question of the week?
Oh, you know how I am, pal. When I see a dingy-looking automobile, I've got to get out the Johnson's car new and show the world how easy it is to transform it into a showroom model. The way car new cleans and polishes at one swell swoop.
Fell swoop, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, cleans and polishes at one fell swoop is amazing. You see, you just apply a little car new, let it dry, and wipe it off. For a proud and lazy car owner, it's the answer to his prayers. So, when I passed this used car lot this morning, I just had to move in and do my stuff.
Yeah.
You see, as an expert on Johnson's car new...
Just a minute, son. These people and I were discussing business. Why don't you go back to work like a good lad?
Yes, sir, Mr. Stutz. See you later, folks.
Good day, Mr. Wilcox.
So long, Waxy. Well, you got a good boy there, Stutzy.
Yeah, I hope you can keep him.
Well, I rather doubt it. He's only paying me $5 a day to let him polish these cars. Well, back to business, folks. Now, this Hudson Roadster over here.
Now, wait a minute, Si. That green sedan in the back there is just the kind of a car...
Mr. McGee, I thought I'd made it clear that green sedan is not for sale.
You wouldn't be holding out on us, would you, Stan, old horse?
No, sir. It is merely that it lacks equipment for delivery. Now, you take this car here, Mr. McGee. It's only been driven 12,000 miles. It belonged to an elderly lady who used it only to do her marketing.
Well, she must have been a quaint old character. She left a package of chewing tobacco in the front seat.
Well,
and there's a street map of Honolulu sticking out of the glove compartment. What was she marketing for, ukuleles?
Well, she was... Oh, excuse me a minute. I hear my telephone. You just look around all you like, folks, now.
Hey, why do you suppose he doesn't want to sell us that green sedan, McGee?
That's easy. He's holding it for a friend. But by George, if he thinks for 1 minute that he can slip
Wait a minute, dearie. There goes Mrs. Carstairs.
Huh?
Yoo-hoo, Mrs. Carstairs, yoo-hoo!
Why didn't you let her go on past? She gets under my skin like a tattooed dragon.
Well, my goodness, suppose she does act a little like a coquettish dray horse. She's a fine woman. Well, imagine meeting you down here, Mrs. Carstairs.
Oh, how do you do, my dear? Are you alone? Oh. Well, I see you're approximately alone. Good day, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Carsty. I'm surprised to see you up and around today.
Why, Mr. McGee?
Well, judging by the newspapers, that must have been quite a wingding you flung at your mansion last night.
The wingding, as you so vulgarly express it, Mr. McGee, was in honor of Sir Humphrey Ramsbottom, the British consul, and his daughter, Lady Murgatroyd.
Oh.
The affair was notable for its complete dignity, and I regret that the newspapers reported it for the derision of the hoi polloi.
The what, Mrs. Carstairs?
The hoi polloi, my dear, a Greek word meaning the masses.
Oh, you speak Greek, Carsty?
Yes.
Oh, say something in Greek for us, Mrs. Carstairs.
Hoi polloi.
Thanks.
Are you by any chance purchasing a car?
You betcha, Carsty. Why?
Well, then perhaps I might make a suggestion.
Why, of course, Mrs. Carstairs.
Then do, by all means, get a motor car which has a sufficiently long speaking tube between the tonneau and the chauffeur's seat. I find it quite a strain to lean forward so much, telling Jeffers to look out for that truck.
Where?
What truck?
I don't... Oh.
I was talking to Jeffers.
Yeah, I see. Well, maybe we can get a chauffeur with longer ears.
I tell you, McGee will see that we get a good car, all right, Mrs. Carstairs. He's a wonderful mechanic. Knows all about cars.
Really?
You betcha, Carsty. Now, you take this little coupe right here. This kind of car has always had one definite weakness. The horn gets stuck. 9 times out of 10, you just touch it like this, and it... You see what I mean? Sticks.
Please, McGee, don't do that. Shut it off.
I can't shut it off. It's stuck.
I think I know what to do, Mr. McGee.
What, Carsty? What?
What would you do, Mrs. Carstairs?
I would go away. Good day, my dear.
Hey, stuck. Hey, stuck. Come fix this thing. Hey, stuck. It's stuck. Hey, it's stuck. Stuck.
The King's Men singing There, I've Said It Again.
Why is it when we're parked alone, I never say what's on my mind? I got a million things to say. Come over closer, let me find a way to tell you I love you. There's nothing to hide, it's better than burning inside. I love you. No use to pretend. There, I've said it again. I've said it. What more can I say? Believe me, there's no other way. I love you. I will to the end. There, I've said it again. I've tried to drum up a phrase that would sum up everything that I feel for you. What good are phrases? The thought that amazes is you love me, and isn't it heavenly? Oh, forgive me for wanting you so, but one thing I want you to know: I've loved you since heaven knows where. There, I've said it again.
Here, Bearcut. Let's quit the stalling.
Stalling, sir?
He means, why don't you sell us the green sedan in the back there?
I've tried to explain, madam. That car is not in a saleable condition. It is not for sale.
Holding it for a friend, eh, Stutz?
I assure you I wouldn't sell that car to my best friend. Now, look, Mr. Magee, will you please consider this 1941 Chevrolet? It's in excellent condition, and Oh, I'm sorry, folks. My telephone again. You will excuse
Certainly.
me?
Well, Natch, take your time, Bearcat. We got all day. You know, Molly, there's something fishy about him not wanting us to have that green sedan.
Well, maybe he does want us to have it. Maybe he's just trying to get us excited about it by pretending it's not for sale.
Say,
Well, my goodness, what are you folks doing here?
Well, Mayor Latrivia, how nice.
Hi, Latrivia. How does it feel to be a week-old civilian?
How did you mean that, Magee? A week-old civilian or a civilian of a week's duration?
He meant how does it feel to be out of the Coast Guard, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
To be frank, Molly, if I ever set foot on another deck, it will be because I walked through a pinochle game. And when I smell powder again, it will be on the swan-like neck of some lovely woman. Some lovely civilian woman. On a dance floor which I have not scrubbed 5 times that day myself.
What was your rank, Latrivia?
Chief gunner's mate.
How wonderful. And who was the gunner?
Who was what gunner, Mrs. Magee?
The gunner that you were the mate of.
I was not the mate of a gunner. I myself was the gunner's mate.
Yes, but what gunner's mate?
Any gunner's mate.
Now, that's a kind of a haphazard system, ain't it, Latrivia? If a gunner can pick any mate he wants...
But he can't.
Yes, but you said that...
Look. In the Navy, the word mate means a subordinate officer having no rank, but taking precedence over enlisted men.
I thought you enlisted yourself.
I did.
Then if you were a mate, you took precedence over yourself.
Of course I did. I mean, no, certainly not. That is, I was not...
I can see why you never got to be an admiral, Latrivia. You're too easy confused.
I am not confused. Let me explain.
Please do.
Very well. Now then. I joined the Coast Guard as an apprentice seaman.
Mm-hmm.
Then I was made a first-class seaman.
Mm-hmm.
Then I was promoted to gunner's mate third class.
Third class, eh? You skipped the first 2 classes.
I did not skip the first 2 classes. Second class and first class come after third class.
Don't be silly, Mr. Mayor. When I was in school...
This has nothing to do with school, Mr. Mayor. A petty officer in the Navy.
Now, just because you're a little irritated, Latrivia, that don't give you the right to disparage the officers of our Navy. Some of them may be petty, but by George...
I didn't say the officer. I said the petty officer. The third-classy officer. I mean the third-class petty mate. A gunner's rank. Now, look. A gunner's mate is Oh, it's wonderful to be home again. And do you know what you've done for me?
What, Mr. Mayor?
You have made me realize what it means to be mayor of a city like Wistful Vista. Until now, the responsibility has really worried me. But no more.
What you mean, kid?
Why, when I think that I am the civic leader of thousands and thousands of people who are probably just as dumb as you or dumber, I realize my job isn't so tough. Thank you, citizen. Good day, Molly.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. He sure gets worked up, don't he, Molly? He was just liver with rage.
You mean livid, dearie?
Go on, Livid is a girl's name, like Livid de Havilland.
That's Olivia.
Oh, don't kid me, Snooky. Olivia is a country in South America.
That's Bolivia.
Oh, yeah? Well, then what does... Oh, hi, Bearcat. You ready to do business?
Yes, Mr. Magee, and I think this Chevrolet here is just
Now,
the car.
just a minute, Mr. Bearstutz. We want to know about this green sedan over here.
Yeah, why are you so anxious to keep us from buying that? the best-looking car in the place. Look at them perfect tires. Look at the finish and the upholstery. That's the car we want, Stutz.
Please, Mr. McGee, that car was the last model off the assembly line after war was declared. It is not complete.
We don't care. We want it.
But it doesn't have any...
Windshield wipers? So what? We can buy those ourselves.
I didn't mean that. I was referring to the...
I know, fog lights, but we don't care anything about those details, Mr. Bearcat.
Will you please let me tell you, that car hasn't got a...
Rear bumper? So what? I never learned how to back up anyway. Come on, Bud. Come on. How much?
I'm warning you, Mr. McGee.
How much?
It wouldn't be fair to me if...
Quit stalling, Si. How much?
$350. But believe me...
Sold.
Yes, sir. Here's the cash, Bearcat. Give me a receipt before you back down again.
Oh, very well. There you are. Bill of sale and the title certificate will take a little longer.
Oh, isn't this a beautiful car, McGee, and all ours?
Yeah, for $350,
Yeah,
too.
let's drive it around the block and see how it runs.
Okay. Well, where's the ignition keys, Bud?
You won't need any.
Huh?
No, I told you this was the last car off the assembly line after Pearl Harbor.
So what?
So there's no motor in it.
No
motor? Oh, this is ridiculous.
In nearly every field, there's one product that stands out above all others as the accepted favorite, and usually with good reason. Among no-rubbing floor polishes, that favorite is, of course, Johnson's Glow Coat. From coast to coast, it way outsells all other no-rubbing polishes. That certainly is evidence of a product's superiority, the test of continued use on millions of floors. Yes, there are reasons. Glow Coat not only saves you work because it's self-polishing, it not only gives you maximum floor beauty and adds greatly to the life of your linoleum, rubber, composition, and finished wood floors, it's perfectly blended so that it never streaks, is never uneven. Its quality is completely uniform, and you can count on every single package giving you the same satisfaction. That's why the demand for Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat increases from year to year.
Ladies and gentlemen, the real test of patriotism comes after the bands have stopped playing and the guns have stopped shooting.
Well, the guns have stopped shooting, folks, but our men are still in there pitching until they are returned to civil life. It's to them we owe victory, and it's to them we owe the recreational care and maintenance of morale until they do get home.
The agency which takes care of this is the National War Fund. And when you are called on to subscribe, give generously. We gave our boys a warm hand when they left. Let's not give them the cold shoulder now.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Mysterians! The Mysterians! The Mysterians! You are now inside a flying saucer. Our destination, the planet Earth. We are the Mysterians. Our race is old, dying, our planet dead. Only you of Earth, you and your women, can give us life. And what we want, we take. The Mysterians! The greatest science fiction picture man's imagination ever conceived. The Mysterians! Swooping down from outer space. Flowing up from the lower depths. The Mysterians! Creatures who knew the uttermost secrets of the atom before our planet was born. Love-hungry spacemen come to seize our women that their dying race may live. It started in the east. Soon it swept the west. The all-out horror of interplanetary war. See giant robots no earthly weapon can destroy rip a path of destruction across the land. See the forces of nature harnessed to the invader's will wipe entire cities from the face of the world. See the earth itself crumble beneath your feet. The Mysterians, threatening our civilization with weapons beyond the belief of modern science. Flying ray guns that blast everything before them. An impregnable fortress that hides in the earth. Gamma rays that melt the heaviest armament. As men and machines disintegrate before Mysterians. You, what power can stop their ruthless advance? See the blazing holocaust of an earth gone mad. See on the giant screen in flaming color. The Mysterians.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
The Fred Allen Show, specially rebroadcast for the American Armed Forces and their allies. Here are Fred Allen, Portland Hoffa, the mighty Allen Art Players, High-Low Jack and the Dame, and Al Goodman, his chorus and orchestra.
Lux forsakes you and bad news takes you in tow. Just rise above it, you can do it, I know. So rise and shine, stand up and take it, rise and shine. Life's got to make it, if Tombstone should get you as he soon does. Shout hi, holy ho, and do just as the moon does. Rise and shine, don't be a martyr, things are fine. Around the corner, so hard trying it, there's nothing to it, you can do it like the sun, rise and shine. What you made. If Tombstone should get you happy to die. Shout hi, holy ho, and do just as the moon does. Rise and shine, don't be a mourner. Sing the song around the corner. So hard to tang it, there's nothing to it. You can do it like the sun. Rise and shine.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Did you hear Jack Benny's program tonight?
No, I missed it.
Well, Mr. Benny said that his grandfather was writing jokes on our program. This is one of the jokes his grandfather wrote. It was hardly worth the trouble of translating it from the time his grandfather wrote. Well, I don't, Jimmy, poor old Jason out there in Washington. I don't go for horses or nightlife, Jimmy.
Say, speaking of nightlife, Fred, have you seen that this 30% tax has been ruining the nightclub business?
Oh, business is terrible, Jimmy. I looked in one nightclub. The bartender was crying.
Oh, he was lonesome?
No, he had mixed a Mickey, and there was no one in there to give it to, the poor fellow. The band was playing. The waiters were dancing with each other. And the bouncer was keeping in practice, throwing himself in and out of the place. It looked very bad in there. I would say...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, Jesus. Well, Portland, did you have rice for dinner? You're puffing.
It's been...
You put the business in, the puffing business in?
It's been hot this week.
Yeah, it sure has.
It was so hot Thursday, I saw a soldier.
Uh-huh.
His dog tag had distemper.
His dog tag? Yes, it certainly was hot. I saw an Army officer the other afternoon walking up and down Broadway for over an hour.
Why?
He was making privates salute him so he could get a little breeze from the Army. But that's the trouble. You know, Thursday it's warm, you write a lot of hot jokes, then it rains all day today, so the hot jokes... But apart from... we should come here with nothing on the paper at all. We'd be much better off. At least you could wrap something in it when we were through it. Apart from the heat, what's new, Portland?
Did you read about the triplets?
Oh, you mean the triplets who were born here in New York this past week?
Yes. The mother named them Eenie, Meenie, and Miney.
No Mo?
No, there were only 3.
Well, that's what the man said when his lawnmower was broken, you know.
What?
No Mo.
No Mo what?
Never mind your southern dialect, Portland. Forget the whole thing.
Did you hear about Mayor Ligratia's new health insurance plan?
Oh, that's a wonderful idea. You know, if you take out a health insurance policy, you're protected in case of sickness.
How does it work?
Well, it's very simple. Now, suppose you have a sudden pain during the night. It's your appendix. You call the city hall. The mayor rushes to your house with rubber gloves on and removes your appendix instantly. During your convalescence, of course, you keep up the payments.
If you don't keep up your payments, what happens?
Well, the mayor suddenly appears at your house with two aldermen and a bottle of alcohol and puts your appendix back in again. And now that you're all together, the health insurance is great. The mayor's homesick today trying it out himself. And now that you're all together again, Portland, let's drop around to Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, of course, the biggest news of the week was the OPA announcement that all meats, with the exception of beefsteaks and roasts, were taken off the ration list. And so our question tonight is, what is your reaction to this new OPA meat ruling?
Shall we go?
Well, as one bagpipe player said to the other bagpipe player, let's blow. You name it, we have it. You name it. Here we are back in Allen's Alley. Back in Allen's Alley, Portland.
Hello, kid. What's cooking?
Now, wait a minute. Who are you?
The name is Pablo E. de Peaches.
I must have knocked on the wrong door.
Come on, what's on your mind, kid? Make hurry up. I happen to be very boozy.
Well, tell me, Mr. Eat the Pitches, how do you feel about this new meat ruling?
Meat to me is nothing for to worry about.
Why not?
In my restaurant, I constantly order one thing, boiled salmon.
I see.
Every day, 3 times a day, I'm ordering boiled salmon.
You must like boiled salmon.
I hate boiled salmon.
Well, then why do you eat it 3 times a day?
Who is eating it?
Well, if you don't eat the salmon, why do you order it?
With the boiled salmon is coming green beans.
You mean?
Green beans I like, green beans I eat. So long, kid.
Well, Mr. Eat the Peaches is all Greek to me. I wonder what could happen if I knocked here.
No.
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You are expecting maybe Fanny Farmer?
No, not necessarily, Mrs. Nussbaum. Tell me, is the meat ruling affecting you?
To put it bluntly, you'll excuse it.
Uh-huh.
Meat, since a little girl, I am not touching.
Oh, you are allergic to meat?
No, something is happening.
Well, what happened, Mrs. Nussbaum?
When I am a little girl, a teensy-weensy,
Uh-huh.
my mumsy is going to the movies. It is bank night.
Your mother went to the movies and you stayed home?
Mumsy is saying, darling, you are getting hungry. In the icebox is a tongue.
Yes.
Mumsy is leaving, and instantly I'm getting hungry.
Uh-huh.
From the icebox, I'm taking out the tongue.
Yes.
I'm lifting up the knife to cut a piece.
Yes.
The tongue is saying, stop.
The tongue spoke to you?
The tongue is saying, if you was a tongue and I was a little girl, would I eat you? Think it over.
The tongue said, think it over?
The tongue said, think it over. This was 20 years ago, since I'm not touching meat.
You haven't touched meat for 20 years? Why?
I'm still thinking it over. Thank you.
That brings us to the little cobweb festooned house at the end of the alley.
You knock, stranger. I'll call your bluff. Falstaff, sir, will do his stuff.
Well, Mr. Openshaw, you have more poems tonight?
Indubitably. Have you heard, since my sweetheart had her face lifted, I call her my skin-up girl?
No.
Or, the little sardine said, beat me, daddy, and wiggled her gills at the Finn and Haddie?
No.
My brother was a gunner, but he made the general nervous, so they took my brother's gun away and put him in limited service.
Now, look, Paul. Let's not horse around. If you've written an OPA meat poem, what is it called?
A fig to you, Mr. Chester Bowles.
A fig to you, Mr. How does it go?
A fig to you, Mr. Chester Bowles. With your meat surveys and your sausage poles, you can raise red points as high as you wish. You can ask blue points for oysters and fish. You can put back beef and lamb on your list. You can ration pig's feet if you insist. You can ban all kidneys and casseroles. A fig to you, Mr. Chester Bowles. When I say fig, it isn't a taunt. With your meat and points, you can do what you want. Meat may be a must to the hungry barbarian, but not to me. I am a vegetarian.
And as Falstaff starts munching a soybean, Maestro Goodman, aroused by the crunching, frantically summons High-Low Jack and the Dame, their song, San Fernando Valley.
I'm packing my grip, and I'm leaving Tuesday, 'cause I'm taking a trip California way. I'm gonna settle down and never more roam, and make the San Fernando Valley my home. I'll forget my sins, I'll be making new friends where the west begins and the sunset ends. 'Cause I've decided where yours truly should be, and it's the San Fernando Valley for me. I know that I'm safe and Staten, she will be waiting when my lonely journey is done. And kindly old Reverend Thomas made us a promise, he will make the two of us one. So I'm hitting the trail to the cow country. You can forward my mail, care of RST. I'm gonna settle down and never more roam, and make the San Fernando Valley my home. San Fernando Valley, that's right up my alley. I'm gonna settle down in California, and just keep busy doing nothing all day. I'll be so happy to settle down and never roam, and make the San Fernando Valley my home.
Thank you, High-Low Jack and the Dame. That was just a dash of You May Not Remember, a new song written by Mr. George Jessel for the motion picture show business, starring Joan Davis and George Murphy. This picture, incidentally...
Mr. Allen.
Yes, Portland?
Have I any more jokes to tell?
Well, not right now. Why, are you going out?
Yes. My sister's a whack. Her pinup boy is Victor Mature. She wants me to get his picture.
Oh, you mean Sinatra is through?
My sister likes muscles.
Oh, muscles. Then Mature is her man. The hair on Mature's chest weighs more than Sinatra. You know where to find Vic Mature?
Yes. He's with the Coast Guard show Tars and Spars at the Strand.
And that's the break I've been waiting for, Portland.
What?
Well, now that Victor Mature is on the road with his Coast Guard show, Tars and Spars, it looks as though I may have to go to Hollywood. I talked with a big movie producer this week.
What producer?
George Jessel. You know, George Jessel has given up acting and singing. He's producing pictures for 20th Century Fox. Now, I read in the paper the other day that Georgie was in New York looking for actors, so I went over to see him.
What happened?
Well, I got over to the 20th Century Fox building. I found Mr. Jessel's office. There was a big platinum door with a diamond doorknob. I knocked, and a voice said...
Come in.
Georgie Jessel. Georgie, it's certainly good to see you again.
I'm sorry, old man, but I don't seem to place you.
Georgie, you know me.
I never forget a face. How I could forget such a puss is a mystery to me.
But, Georgie, I've known you for 20 years.
It must be a different Jessel.
There are two Jessels?
I am Jessel, the producer.
Oh.
The other Jessel is an obscure vaudeville actor. He does something with the telephone. He sings off key.
A distant relative.
Oh, a distant relative. Well, I could swear you're the same Jessel, the wilted gardenia, sen on your breath. You were on my radio program last year.
How did we do?
We didn't get a laugh.
Oh, you're Fred Allen. Well, why didn't you say... My goodness.
But tell me, Georgie, how does it feel to be a big producer at 20th Century Fox?
Hollywood has cast its magic spell over me, Fred. Jessel the troubadour, the bon vivant, the Broadway playboy is dead.
You mean you've changed, Georgie?
I am through with nightlife, Fred.
You mean you sleep nights?
Yes. When I roll over at 3 a.m. now, it is not in the gutter.
Well, you certainly look good. The last time I saw you, you were whiter than a seagull's chest.
Again, Jack Benny's grandfather.
His
Well,
grandfather
I'll tell you. Hollywood life certainly agrees with me, Fred.
Well, I can see that.
Oh, you should see my house out there. 2 swimming pools.
2 swimming pools?
Yep, one is for my Hollywood friends. That's filled with spring water.
And the other pool?
That's for my Bronx friends. That's filled with seltzer.
Good.
In the deep end, I keep a few sturgeon, always.
Oh, in the swimming pool, a few sturgeon. You have one of those big houses, I suppose.
Well, not too big. It's like Radio City. It's only not so tall. In Hollywood, we'd call it a bungalow.
Oh, a bungalow. Is it a marble house?
Oh, no. Pink stucco with a lavender roof. It's the only house like it in Hollywood.
Pink stucco with a lavender roof.
The others are lavender stucco with pink roof.
Oh, well, yours stands out. Well, tell me, for the front doorbell, do you have a set of those chimes?
What chimes? In the vestibule, I have a chorus of 200 voices.
200 voices?
When you ring my bell, they all sing Shostakovich's new symphony. The Spike Jones arrangement.
Oh, the latest.
And you wait a second, and the Scores brothers let you in.
They come to the door in single file. Well, tell me, George, your grounds about the house. They're landscaped, of course.
Landscaped? Outside the house, I have 300 peacocks making like a hedge, you know.
300? Say, it must be wonderful living in Hollywood, Georgie.
Oh, you can't beat it, Fred. At night, when I come home after a hard day at the studio, I sit back in my big mink rocking chair. 2 doves hold up my suspenders. And a small fawn is sitting by my side.
You need a small fawn there, do you?
Yes. When I'm reading a book, I come to the end of a page.
Yes.
The fawn presses his damp muzzle into my hand. The finger is wet. I turn the page.
Yeah, that is living, George.
Yes. But in Hollywood, you've got to take the bitter with the sweet. Of course, there isn't any bitter, so you keep on with the sweet.
Well, enough about Hollywood, Georgie. I read that you are here in town now casting for one of your new pictures.
That's right. I am looking for actors.
Well, frankly, that's why I'm here, Georgie. How about me? I can act.
I know, but I sort of had in mind a younger man.
Well, I'm still on the sunny side of 30.
Well, you've been on the sunny side too long, Fred. In fact, you're starting to peel a little right over there.
Now, look, Georgie, you must have some part I can play. What is your next picture?
Well, you see, Fred, the trend now is biographical pictures. Darryl Zanuck has just finished The Life of Wilson. It's a wonderful picture. Only last month we released Buffalo Bill. All the big hits are stories of famous historical figures.
Oh, your picture is the life of a famous person, is it?
No. I'm going to make a series of pictures about the forgotten people in history.
Oh, what people?
Well, now here, every studio's made the life of Abraham Lincoln. They show Lincoln as a boy splitting rails.
That's right.
Yeah, but what about Halavar Bowditch?
Who was Halavar Bowditch?
Who was Halavar Bowditch? He was the axe sharpener who sharpened the axe for Lincoln so he could split the rails. Poor Halavar Bowditch is a forgotten man.
And you are making the life of this Halavar Bowditch?
Halavar Bowditch, yes. In 27 reels, too. Different reels will be playing in all the theaters in New York at the same time. It'll be Halavar Bowditch week.
I will watch out for it later in the season. So tell me, what other forgotten man pictures are you going to make, Georgie?
Well, I may do the story of Tom Tit Muckenfuss.
Tom Tit Muckenfuss?
Don't make me say it again. But this fella... This fella was a little boy who tied the tail on Benjamin Franklin's kite the night that Franklin discovered electricity.
Oh.
Then again, I may do the life of Sasha Zautenstahl.
Who was Sasha Zaltenstall?
Who was Sasha Zaltenstall? At the Boston Tea Party, when the whole harbor was full of tea, Sasha Zaltenstall chucked in a lemon.
Oh. Well, you've certainly got some great pictures coming out, Georgie.
I feel that moviegoers are in for a treat. Really, I do.
Gosh, Georgie, in one of these pictures there must be a part for me.
By golly, I just happened to think. I'm going to make a big Western picture.
About a forgotten man?
Yes, this is a true story of Buffalo Bill's nephew.
Buffalo Bill had a nephew? What was his name?
Moose Max.
Moose Max.
That's what I'm calling the picture, Moose Max.
And you say there's a part for me?
A part? Why, Fred, you'll be the star. You'll play Moose Max himself.
Well, what is the picture about, Georgie?
Well, the story tells how Moose Max, the fighting sheriff, captures Pancho Villa.
Sounds exciting.
Exciting. Say, listen, with you as Moose Max and me as Pancho Villa.
Oh, you're in the picture, too?
Yeah, but who sees me?
Oh, well.
I'm Pancho Villa. I'm hiding all the time, you see? You hog the whole thing.
Well, I don't want to hog
now,
it.
Listen, Fred, we're not crazy at 20th Century Fox. We will make you a second Jennifer Jones.
Well, that sounds great, Georgie. Now, how does the picture start?
All right, the screen is black.
Yes?
Then one word is flashed on the screen. Moose.
Moose.
Then it's black again. Then another word. Max.
Max.
And then there's a fanfare.
Mr. George Jessel presents Moose Max.
Directed by P. Milford Jessel, George Jessel's uncle.
Photography by Pasquale Jessel, George Jessel's cousin. Story by Donald Ogden Jessel, George Jessel's brother-in-law.
Gowns by Mrs. Jessel, George Jessel's mother.
And introducing a personality new to moving picture audiences. Meet the star of Moose Max, Wolfgang Muff.
Now, wait a minute, George. Now, wait. George, you said I was the star of the picture. Who is this Wolfgang Muff?
This is you, Fred. This is you. Wolfgang Muff is your new screen name.
Well, Wolfgang Muff.
Now, look.
George.
Now, look.
I'm coming next week.
We are launching you on a new career. You've got to change your name. You see, a new star is born.
Well, go ahead with the story, Georgie. I'm Moose Max. You're Pancho Villa. Now, what happened?
All right. Now, for 2 years, you've been on my trail. As the story opens, I'm hiding in a cave.
Uh-huh.
I think I have outwitted Moose Max, and I start talking to myself. Safe in this cave. Pancho Villa, you're safe for Moose Max. Over the desert, over the hills, he has chased me, but now the chase is over. I have thrown Moose Max off the trail. Moose Max, that jackass, that skunk. You think Moose Max would catch the great Pancho Villa? But listen. Horses, hoofs. It is Moose Max. Quick, out of the back of the cave. They will never catch Pancho Villa. Adios, Moose Max.
Now, wait a minute.
Wait a minute. What seems to be wrong?
Now, wait. You say I'm the star of the picture? I didn't have a line in there.
Well, now, wait a minute. Fred, you are the whole scene. You're the whole scene.
I was?
Well, now, listen. Who was Pancho Villa talking about? Wilkie? He was talking about Moose Max.
Well, I'm Moose Max.
Well, of course. Well, if Moose Max didn't frighten Pancho Villa, he'd still be in the cave, wouldn't he? There wouldn't be any picture at all.
But, Georgie.
Now, look, don't be a schnook, will you, please? Because in the second scene, you're even bigger.
I'm bigger. In the first scene, I was a horse's hoof. Now I'm going to be even bigger in this. Are you in the next scene, too?
Yes, but I'm just a stooge. Now, you see, it's a year later. You've got me trapped. It's a dingy little border town in Mexico. Lupe Cuchillo, a cafe hostess, is hiding me in her hacienda. Yes. I, Pancho Villa, sit in the corner, brooding.
Pancho, why fall in the corner all day brooding, you see?
Ah, caramba. This is finished for Pancho Villa. Lupe, my little cucaracha. Which way to turn? Moose Max has Pancho caught. He is caught like a retardo in a trapacha. Pancho Villa, whose life is roaming the plains with a song on his lips, No more to slap on the back the dancing muchachas. Pancho Villa is caught, surrounded.
Quiet, Pancho. Outside I hear the noise.
That is Moose Max.
Pancho, out the window.
Again, Pancho Villa escapes. Adios, Moose Max.
A new suit.
Fred, you were great. I want to tell you were great.
Great?
Yes, those gunshots. What percussion. What bang-bangs. Listen, at Stalingrad, they never heard shots like that.
Now, look, Georgie, forget the guns. Let me shoot my mouth off a little, will you?
Fred, you don't seem to understand the movie technique.
What technique? I'm Moose Max and Wolfgang Muff, and neither one of me has said anything yet.
Now, look, Fred, remember all those Charles Lawton pictures? All through them, Lawton says practically nothing. And then at the end, he has one tremendous speech.
Oh, I have a speech.
Have you a speech? In this next scene, your speech at the end is your bid for dramatic fame.
Well, what happened?
Well, now listen, you've tracked me down.
Yes?
Trying to get away, I get caught in the quicksand.
Quicksand?
In the quicksand.
Quicksand.
I realize the jig is up. As the scene opens, I am in the quicksand, lamenting my plight. Tamale mio. The long chase is over. Pancho Villa is a dead duckarocho. I am sinking in the quicksand. Oh, who is this coming? It is Moose Max. So, you are here, Moose Max. No! Don't tell me. I know you trapped Pancho, but look, Moose Max. You are in this quicksand, too. 5 years you have chased Pancho Villa. No! Don't talk. Let first Pancho finish. Now, you are up to the waist in the quicksand. Pancho is taller than you. We are sinking, Moose Max. 5 years I have waited to hear you talk, Moose Max. The quicksand is up to my chest, or it is up to your nose, Moose Max. You are sinking. Speak, Moose Max.
is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Ghosts. But who do you call when you have monsters?
We're the Monster Squad.
What's a squad? It's like Miami Vice, I think.
They're young and inexperienced.
Naughty virgin.
They're a bit disorganized.
Monsters are not real. We don't know that, sir.
2,000-year-old dead guys do not get up and walk away by themselves.
But when strange things start happening in town...
There's a monster in my closet.
Whoa! Look at that big, scary monster!
What's happening? You wait till a werewolf.
Silver bullet? They're the only ones ready to do battle.
Something's out there that's killing people. And if it's monsters, nobody's gonna do a thing about it but us.
And the creatures of the night rule the world.
Real monsters? Us? Midnight. In the world, remember? Maybe we can be like Mask Squad and Stitch, you know? 2 mask bombs.
We got 1035. Stitch back up. Hurry up!
Or Nature Squad. The book is right. Don't you see it's all true?
By midnight,
You guys!
they won't seem so young anymore. The Monster Squad.
Wolfman's gone mad.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Dodge City. Where's the best hotel, driver? The Dodge House right down the street. You and the missus will be real comfortable there. Thanks. They'll have your bags down in a few minutes. Give me your hand, Tilda.
Doesn't seem like we could be here already. I thought it would take longer.
Oh, that's because you're so excited. Come on, let's wait over here, huh? Well, what do you think of Dodge?
I'll let you know after we get something to eat. I'm famished, Tom.
So am I. Where'd that driver get to?
Oh, you must be inside.
Well, he'll know a good place to eat.
You find him, Tom. I'll wait here.
Don't you run away now.
You never have to worry about that.
I'll be back in a minute.
Hello there, Missy.
I beg your pardon.
You're the prettiest little thing I've seen around here. How about you and me having a little drink somewhere? got a pocket full of money. Hey, what? What's the matter? You a school marm or something, huh? Well, that don't matter. I like school marm.
Why don't you go back to your trough, mister?
Why, you little hussy, you...
Let go of me.
I ought to slap you.
Hey, you.
Get your hands off her. People don't shove me, mister.
Don't they? You all right, Tilda? Did he hurt you?
I'm all right. He's just a drunk.
He's more than just a drunk, ma'am. What do you mean? He's Ed Ivers' partner. Well, I never heard of Ed Ivers. He and Varden here run a cattle outfit just across the river. Ivers is kind of a dangerous man. He had quite a reputation back in Texas. A gunman, you mean? Yeah, they say he was real handy.
Oh, Tom.
Varden's going to be pretty mad when he comes, too.
Nobody's going to insult my wife. I don't care whose partner he is.
Just too bad it had to happen.
Well, I'm not going to worry about it. Where'd you say that eating place was?
Delmonico's right down there.
Thanks. Let's go, Tilda.
A little more coffee, Tom.
Thanks. Tilda, I don't know I like this idea you're going to work here in Dodge.
Just for a while, Tom. Till we get on our feet a little. Besides, I'd like to work in a general store like that.
Well, how do you know he needs
I
anybody?
could tell by looking in the window. He's got lots of lady wear to sell.
Well, if it'll make you happy.
And just think, I'll be making money, too. We add it to what you'll make at the loading pens, and we'll be able to get our own place that much sooner.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
That man been staring at you.
It doesn't matter, Tom.
These people in Dodge got to learn something.
Please, Tom, don't make trouble.
He's the one making it. Hey, you.
Me?
You're the one staring at the lady, ain't you?
Yes, I guess I was kind of looking her way.
She's my wife, and I won't stand for it, mister.
Well, see, I thought she was somebody I knowed down in Texas. Margie May Grilk, as a matter of fact.
Now, look,
you know,
mister.
I ain't seen Margie May Grilk in 10 years. She was just a little bitty old thing then. I probably wouldn't know her even if I did see her.
Now, that ain't the
You know,
point.
your wife looks something like her. That's all. I didn't mean no offense.
I ain't been in Dodge an hour, and I've had nothing but trouble with you people.
I said I didn't mean no offense.
Well, you just watch your step.
My goodness, Mr. Dillon, he sure is a hothead.
The way you were staring at her, I can't say I blame him, Chester.
Oh, well, doggone it, I did think she might maybe be Margie May Grill.
So you were mistaken.
Well, he's just looking for trouble, Mr. Dillon.
Chester, finish your coffee.
Thank you. And here's your change. Would there be anything else?
Oh, not today, but I'll be back next week, dearie.
You're welcome any time, madam.
Bye. Oh, excuse me, boy.
Hello, may I... You.
Hello, Missy.
What are you doing here?
There's that girl I told you about, Ivers.
Oh, the one at the stage depot?
Yeah.
If there's something you want, I'll get Mr. Jonas. He's right out back.
No, wait. My name is Ed Ivers. I've seen you before somewhere.
That isn't likely. This is my second day in Dodge.
No, I don't mean Dodge. Where you from, anyway?
It's none of your business where I'm from. Now, if you want something...
Wait a minute. I remember. A riverboat. The Memphis Queen.
What?
Well, that's it, ain't it? It's about 2 years back. Oh, I did a lot of gambling on that river, but don't you remember me? Ed Ivers?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You mean it, Ivers? You knowed her on the Mississippi?
Well, I'm sure of it now. And you was just as pretty then, too.
That's a lie. I won't stand for this. Now, get out, both of you.
Hey, that young fellow that hit Varden here. Was that your husband?
Get out of here, I said.
You ever get tired of him, just let me know. Come on, Varden. What a cheat.
Oh, no.
This coming Tuesday evening on most of these stations, hear the CBS radio special, The Friars Club Testimonial Dinner for screen star Gary Cooper. That famous friendly verbal dart thrower, George Jessel, will be roastmaster, with Jack Benny, George Burns, Milton Berle, Bob Hope, Sammy Davis Jr., Dean Martin, Carl Sandburg, Greer Garson, Audrey Hepburn, and Art Linkletter participating in the festivities. Hear for yourself the Friars Gary Cooper Testimonial Tuesday evening over most of these stations.
I sure am glad I happened by the loading pens today, Tom.
Oh, I'm awful hot-headed sometimes, Chester. I'm sorry.
Nah, ain't no harm done, but I must admit I sure didn't take much of a liking to you yesterday. And here today I am buying you a drink of liquor.
And what's worse, I'm drinking it.
I don't know what got into me yesterday, Tom. Thinking on it, your wife, Tilda, don't look none at all like that Margie May Grill down in Texas.
You know, I thought you made that all up.
Oh, my land, no, now that's the truth. Except Margie May Grill wasn't nowhere near as pretty as your Tilda.
Oh, so that's her name.
What?
Tilda. You remember the name, Ivers?
Oh, no, the name don't matter.
What is this?
Ed Ivers here met your wife today, young fella.
Look, mister, I don't take to men like you trying to be friendly with my wife. You should have learned that yesterday. And I'd just as soon you didn't mention her name in a place like this.
Ain't he something?
I mean it, mister.
Oh, don't get yourself all riled up, boy. Just that your wife's no better than she ought to be.
I'll kill you for that.
Well, now.
He ain't armed, Ivers.
So he ain't.
I can get my gun.
What's the matter with you two anyway? Now you leave him alone.
Keep out of this, Chester. Your being a gunman don't bother me at all, mister.
Well, now, I guess nothing bothers you, does it? Marrying a woman off in a river boat.
You watch what you're saying.
Your wife, Tilda, is it, worked on the Memphis Queen. I rode it down the Mississippi several times.
Mister, I'm going to have to kill you now.
You couldn't kill me even if you had a gun. And it ain't worth your life trying, not over no cheap riverboat woman.
You wait right here. I'll get my gun and I'll be back.
No, I ain't got time, boy. We got to get back out the place.
I'll come after you.
There's no need for that. I'll be back in town sometime tomorrow, and you can live till then.
All right. All right, I'll meet you right here.
Now, I'm telling you, she ain't worth dying for, boy. But I'll be here.
Oh, now, Tom, you just don't never mind what he says.
I'll kill him. I'll kill both of them.
Tom Cook?
Yes? What do you want?
I'd like to talk to you. I'm Marshal Dillon.
Oh, come in.
Thank you.
Tilda, this is Marshal Dillon.
Marshal Dillon?
Hello. Maybe I ought to talk to you alone, Tom.
Oh, that's all right, Marshal. I can guess why you're here. Tilda and me have no secrets from each other. I told her all about it.
I see. Did you know Ed Ivers is an ex-gunman?
I can't let any man talk like that about my wife.
He'd be a hard man to beat.
That ain't important, Marshal.
You get killed, what'll happen to Tilda?
She'd be better off than having a coward for a husband, wouldn't she?
Look, you're both young. You got a long life together if you play it right.
I was just going down for a bottle, Marshal.
Wait a minute, Tom.
Maybe you'll join us in a drink before supper. Providing we talk about something else. Give him a chair, Tilda.
You know any way I can talk him out of getting himself killed?
If I did, I'd have done it myself, Marshal. Please, sit down.
No, thank you. Of course, I can't blame Tom. Ed Ivers said some pretty rough things.
You believe it?
I didn't say that.
Well, it's true. I did work on the Memphis Queen. For a whole year. I don't remember Ed Ivers, but it doesn't matter. I know what you're thinking. I'm a liar and a cheat. I'm no good. You're thinking what any man would think, including Tom.
You need help, Tilda.
How can anybody help me now?
I think I know somebody who can.
What?
After supper, you tell Tom to go have a drink, and then you come over to my office. Huh?
All right, Marshal.
Hello, Matt.
Kitty, this is Tilda.
Hello, Tilda.
Hello, Kitty.
I'm leaving you in good hands, Tilda. I'll see you later, Kitty.
Sure, Matt.
Thank you, Marshal.
Come in, Tilda. Sit down. Drink?
No. No, thanks.
Matt told me everything, Tilda. You've got quite a problem, haven't you?
And there isn't a thing I can do about it.
How much do you love your husband?
Oh, Kitty.
Do you think he loves you?
I know he does. He's going to find out about me someday. He won't love me then.
Well, how do you know?
What man would?
Tell me about the Memphis Queen, Tilda. That riverboat. Just what did you do while you worked on it?
I sang a little. Got men to buy drinks. That's all.
Still, it gives the girl a bad reputation, doesn't it?
According to men like Ed Ivers.
Well, a lot of people think the same way. How about your husband?
Tom? Tom doesn't know, Kitty.
No, he doesn't, does he? Well, I guess it doesn't matter anyway, Tilda. He can't amount to much.
What? Who can't amount to much?
Tom. I mean, if you don't trust him, have faith in him, you can't be much good, can he?
Trust him? I trust him with my life.
Would you?
Of course I would.
Then why haven't you told him the truth?
You're better off staying here in the hotel, Tilda.
While you go to the Long Branch and wait for Ed Ivers to come to town.
Now, don't worry. There's never been a gunman yet who ain't been beat sooner or later.
Tom, can't we just go away right now, somewhere?
You know we can't.
Tom.
Oh, here now.
Tom, I gotta tell you something.
Now, don't get all upset. Everything's gonna be all right.
What Ed Ivers says is true.
What?
It's true. I did work on the Memphis Queen.
Well, now, what are you saying? You gone crazy?
It's true, but it wasn't like you'd think.
Stop that now.
I'm not lying to you now. I couldn't tell you before. I tried.
You mean it, don't you?
Yes, I mean it. Tom! Tom!
Hello. You're Tom Cook, aren't you?
How'd you know?
I guessed.
Who are you, anyway?
Kitty Russell. I own this place.
Oh. Oh, look, Miss Kitty, I can't talk to you now.
You must be awful good with a gun to face Ivers.
I'm waiting for him.
You've got a nice wife, Tom.
You've got it mixed up. I don't have a wife.
Oh? Well, you Better brace yourself. Ivers and his partner just came in.
Now, just get out of my way.
Yeah, good luck.
Get over to the bar, Barton.
Yeah.
Well, boy, it's your move. Go on, draw.
I got no reason.
What?
What you said about Tilda. It's true, Ivers.
Be doggone.
I found out you was right.
You found out just in time.
Now, it ain't that I'm afraid of you.
No, of course not, boy. I never said you was. Well, come on, let me buy you a drink.
No, thanks. I got one.
Barkeep, you set out a bottle here. Matter of fact, make it 2.
2 bottles?
Yeah, we're having us a drink, Barton. To Tom Cook. Now, there's a real man. He can admit when he's wrong. And it ain't everybody can do that, is it?
So he found out his wife come off a riverboat after all, did he?
Yeah, that's right. Here, boy. You just go ahead and have yourself a drink on Ed Ivers.
No, thanks.
He ain't very friendly, is he?
Well, you can't blame him after finding out about his wife. It must be quite a blow.
Oh, yeah. He's well out of it, you ask me.
That's right. Tell you, I know them women. And they are plumb bad all over.
Oh, yeah.
Now, you can't trust them riverboat cheats, nary one. No. You sure found that out by now, ain't you, boy? Ain't you, boy?
I've heard all I want to hear.
That did it, boy.
You forced me, Ivers.
Go ahead. Bring your gun up, boy. I'm waiting.
Drop it, Ivers.
Oh, now, you're a cool one.
You shoot that boy again, I'll blow your head off with this shotgun.
I'll put a bullet in you before you can squeeze the trigger.
You wouldn't reach the door alive.
Who says I wouldn't?
I do. Drop the gun, Ivers.
This ain't your fight, Marshal.
Drop it, I said.
All right.
All right, some of you men get Tom up the docks.
He drew on me first, Marshal.
Get out of here, Ivers, and take Barton with you.
I said he drew first, you hear?
Don't push your luck, Ivers.
You taking over for that boy?
I am.
Well, he sure ain't worth it. Come on, Bart.
You all right, Kitty?
I'm okay. Oh, man, I was so scared.
Kitty, you did fine. Hey, Sam, I think Miss Russell could use a drink.
Well, that does it, Tom. You're going to be all right. You haven't a thing to worry about.
Oh, yes, I have, Doc.
I'll be in the other room if you need anything. Tilda.
Is it all right if I talk to him now, Doc?
Sure.
Thanks. Tom.
I didn't know you were here.
I've been here the whole time. Doc didn't want me to bother you at first.
Says I'm going to be all right.
Yes, I'm thankful for that. Tom, I'm sorry.
Why didn't you tell me right from the beginning?
I was afraid you wouldn't understand. I was afraid I might lose you. I love you so much, Tom. I didn't want anything to happen.
It wouldn't have made any difference if I'd only known from the start.
But I wasn't sure. I should have had enough faith to tell you.
I don't guess I gave you much of a chance, Tilda. I guess maybe we was both wrong.
Tom.
this is Dennis James. To make a point about reliable, effective Kellogg's All Brand. Repeat after me, please. What do you want when you need brand?
What do you want when you need brand?
Reliability.
Reliability.
Now, what do you get in Kellogg's All Brand?
What do you get in Kellogg's All Brand? Reliability.
Right. You see, Kellogg's All Brand is the reliable brand that millions depend on for the effectiveness they want. It's the real Battle Creek formula that brings you more brand bulk in every serving. More of the vital brand bulk that helps you keep regular. Kellogg's All Brand is also low in calories and mighty pleasant tasting. You can trust Kellogg's for that. The crisp toasted shreds have the kind of good bran muffin flavor that most folks are partial to. So next time you're shopping, get Kellogg's All Brand, and you'll get reliability.
That's what you get in Kellogg's All Brand. Reliability.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston and adapted for radio by Frank Paris. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Gene Bates, John Daner, Lawrence Dodkin, and Harry Bartell. Marley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
Helen, the chick has to come out of its shell sometime. You come out too. I wanted to teach you. Oh, everything the earth is full of, Helen. Everything on it, it's ours for a wink and it's gone. And what we are on it. The light we bring to it and leave behind in words.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with I'm Building a Palace for Alice in Dallas. Scarcely a day passes, ladies and gentlemen, that doesn't bring us dozens of letters full of praise for Jell-O. Some of these letters tell us how much children love Jell-O's gay color and delightful goodness. Others report on new and especially tempting desserts that can be made with Jell-O. And still other letters applaud the fact that Jell-O is so easy to make, sets so quickly, and dissolves in lukewarm water. Put all these letters together and you get a picture of a dessert that just can't be beat. A dessert full of rich, tangy flavor, as refreshing as the juicy, ripe fruit itself. And a dessert that takes only a few minutes to make, a few pennies to buy. Order it tomorrow in any or all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. Incidentally, if you think strawberry, raspberry, and cherry Jell-O taste even better than ever, you're right. because they now have a new improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. Start to enjoy Jell-O right away, friends. Ask your grocer for this grand dessert tomorrow and make up a rich, luscious mold of shimmering Jell-O. That was I'm Building a Palace for Alice in Dallas, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as there are only 5 more weeks left in the current Jell-O series, at this time I would like to pay tribute to a man who, for the past 30 weeks, has brought joy and happiness into millions of American homes.
Well, what's this?
A man whose wit, charm, and personality have endeared him to the hearts of his public.
Something fishy going on here.
A man who every year at this time renews the contracts of myself and the other members of the Jell-O cast.
Oh-ho!
Jack Benny!
Oh, so that's it. Jell-O again, this is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I was wise the minute you opened your big fat mouth. There are only 2 times a year when I hear that malarkey. Christmas time and option time. Well, Don, I suppose you've looked over the contract I mailed you for next season, and you're all ready to sign it.
On the contrary, Jack, I'm not quite satisfied with some of the clauses in it.
What?
Yes, Jack, I discussed the matter at home, and the little woman doesn't think my increase in salary is quite big enough.
Oh, she doesn't. But, Don, when I spoke to you on the phone, you seemed quite happy about everything.
I know, Jack, but after talking it over with the little woman, I feel that you're taking advantage of me.
Oh, you feel, huh? Well, Don, let me ask you something. Who does the announcing on this program, you or the little woman?
You can expect her any week now.
Oh, fine. Now, Don, before the others get here, exactly what kind of a raise do you think I ought to give you next season?
Well, here's the situation, Jack. You've been getting a lot of laughs at the expense of my being fat.
Uh-huh.
And this year, my weekly salary has been at the rate of $2 a pound.
Oh.
So I think it's only fair that next year I ought to get $3 a pound.
$3 a pound, eh? Yeah. Don, I can get blue ribbon, grade A, Kansas City beef cheaper than that. Anyway, the raise I offered you is as high as I can go. Now, what do you say?
Well, I can't decide right now, Jack. I'll have to talk it over with the little woman.
Oh, you and the little woman. Haven't you got a mind of your own?
Yes, but I respect my wife's opinion, and I'm very devoted to her.
Oh, you are?
After all, I'm home with her every day except Sunday.
Well, I can fix that, too. Now, look, Don, I've been very fair about this whole thing. And I think that... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What are you talking about?
Oh, Don isn't satisfied with his new contract for next season.
He isn't?
No.
Oh, my goodness. After all you've done for him?
Well, that's the way it goes, Mary. There isn't much gratitude in this business.
Why, Don Wilson, you ought to be...
Never mind, Mary. Thanks just the same. By the way, have you read your new contract?
Yeah. What are you trying to do, bring back slavery?
Oh, so I'm going to have trouble with you, too. What's the matter with your contract?
Well, I'm getting paid to rehearse on Saturday and do this program on Sunday.
Well?
But if you think I'm going to mend your socks the rest of the week, you're crazy.
Well, you're getting paid on the basis of a full week. Anyway, I can't mend my own socks. I don't know anything about sewing.
You don't know anything about sewing?
No, I don't.
I'd hate to race you making a soup, brother.
Oh, for Pete's sake. I maybe made a half a dozen suits when vaudeville started to slip. And that was so long ago, I've forgotten all about it.
Go on. You could thread a needle with your toes.
Oh, stop, will you? I was never a real tailor, so forget about it. Say, Don.
Sleeve 32.
Sleeve 32. Now cut that out. Listen, Mary, I want you to stop kidding about me being a tailor. I don't like it.
Oh, it's nothing to be ashamed of, Jack. If you made that suit you're wearing now, you're an excellent craftsman.
This suit? Oh, it's a lovely fit, Don, but I didn't make it. A fellow named Marino makes all my clothes.
Marino?
Yes, you ought to try him sometime.
Hiya, Jackson. Boy, are you lucky I made the broadcast tonight.
Oh, hello, Phil.
Why, that audience wouldn't let me off the stage at the Paramount.
Oh, you're still there, eh?
Say, Phil, are you doing the same gags you did last week?
No, Mary, everything new, all fresh material.
I can imagine.
No kidding, Jackson. You remember that bit last week we did where my guitar player pulls a gag and I hit him in the face with a blueberry pie?
Yeah?
This week's strawberry shortcake.
Well, that's a switch. It's a little more subtle, Phil, but I imagine the audience gets it, huh? So you hit Frankie with a strawberry shortcake, eh?
Yeah, but I had to take out the strawberries. He's allergical to them.
Allergical?
Yeah, you know, he breaks out in a rash all the time.
Phil, you only came in here 2 minutes ago, and you've already set this program back 50 years. Now, before we go back another generation, how about playing a number?
Okay, Jackson. What would you like to hear?
Glenn Miller, but I'm stuck with you. Go ahead. Now, go ahead. Play anything. Hold it. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Take it, Mary. Wait a minute, Bud. Here's a dime for you.
Oh, darn it. Now I have to sew up that hole in my pocket.
I'd love to have his head for my rock garden. Who's the wire from, Mary?
Oh, look, Jack, it's from Dennis Day.
From Dennis?
Yeah, it says, I'm out in the hall. We'll be in soon. Regards.
Well, isn't he a thoughtful little dodo? Play, Phil. That was Wouldn't You Like to Know, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature...
Hey, Jackson, are you in a good mood tonight?
Why, what's on your mind, Phil?
Well, I want to talk to you about that new contract you sent me. My lawyers don't like it.
Your lawyers? Who are they?
McDermott, McMillan, McFadden, and Fink.
It's a nice firm. Well, Phil, just what is it your lawyers object to in the contract?
Well, they don't like that clause that says I got to get to bed Saturday nights before 3 a.m.
Well, it's for your own good, Phil. After all, we got a program to do on Sunday, and I want you to look bright and fresh.
I know, but if I lose those bags under my eyes, I ain't got no character.
Oh, I'm sorry, Phil, but that clause stands. You'll have to be in bed by 3 a.m.
Okay, but you won't be able to call me Twitch no more.
I'll just have to take that chance. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce, for our feature attraction this evening, the Benny, If You Like Us, Tell Your Friends, Even Though You Lose Them players, will present an original detective thriller entitled Murder at the Movies, or No Croaking on the Main Floor. Now, in this gripping drama, Don Wilson will be sergeant of police, and I will be the captain.
We knew that. You always have to have the star part.
Well...
Yeah, Jack, why can't I be the captain?
Because you're too soft, Don, too sympathetic. Well, you got to be a tough and callous and hard-boiled like I am.
Look who's hard-boiled. When the quiz kids left town last week, you cried like a baby.
Well, I did feel pretty bad at the station, especially when little Gerard put his arms around my neck and kissed me. That really made me cry.
Well, I didn't mind that, but when you got down on your knee and sang a chorus of Sonny Boy, I could have kicked you.
As if you didn't, sister. Anyway, getting back to our play, I'm going to be the captain. Now, let's see.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Did you get my telegram?
Yes, but what a silly thing to do, Dennis. You're only out in the hall. Why send a telegram?
Why, am I too young?
No, but a telegram. You were right outside here. Why didn't you open the door and yell in?
That's old-fashioned.
Old-fashioned?
You're the kind of a guy that said the automobile wouldn't be practical.
What?
You better wake up, Bub.
What the heck are you talking about? It's the silliest thing. Now, settle down. And as long as you're here, kid, we're casting our play. We're doing Murder at the Movies, and you're going to be the ticket taker.
You mean the guy that takes tickets?
No, the guy that shovels coal in the basement. The guy that takes tickets. And Mary, you're going to be the girl in the box office, the one that sells tickets.
Okay, give me a stick of gum and let's get going.
Here you are.
Here's your penny.
Thanks. Now, this play, ladies and gentlemen, will go on immediately after a song by our young tenor. Are you ready, Dennis?
Yes, sir.
Say, Dennis, I like that new suit you're wearing. Who made it for you?
Marino and Benny.
All right, Dennis, go ahead with your song.
Why, Jack Benny, I thought you weren't making suits anymore.
Marino makes them. I'm just the outside man. That's all. Now, go ahead, Dennis. I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
All right, Rochester, what do you want?
I've been listening to the program, boss, and it occurred to me that we haven't discussed my contract yet.
Well, Rochester, you've been working in my house now for 4 years, and I feel there's no necessity for a written contract.
Uh-huh.
Everything is perfectly clear, and we have what is known as a verbal agreement.
Uh-huh.
That means we have a mutual understanding. Why put it on paper? The amount of money involved is too small.
That's what I mean. Let's get it up.
Never mind. Now, believe me, Rochester, there's no necessity for a written contract.
But my attorneys advised it, whereas and to wit.
Your attorneys, who are they?
Sambo, Tambo, Sugarfoot, and Smythe.
Oh. Well, tell Sambo, Tambo, Sugarfoot, and Smythe to get in touch with McDermott, McMillan, McFadden, and Fink. Let them handle it.
That's the same firm. They got a branch on Central Avenue.
Oh. Well, anyway, Rochester, you've got nothing to worry about. I'm giving you a substantial raise next year.
Substantial?
Yes. You know what the word means, don't you?
I ain't illiterate. I'm skeptical.
Well, you'll get it, so don't let it bother you. Now, we got a play to do. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
In this play tonight, you're going to be a detective, ain't you?
Yes.
Does that mean you're going to solve a murder?
Yes, it does.
Well, when you clear that up, find out what happened to the gas man.
Forget about the gas man. Goodbye. Gas man. Carmichael didn't touch him. He's as gentle as a lamb. Sing that.
dream upon a distant shore. A maid with a way of whispering, "Si, senor." Each night, while guitars would softly play, the tunes seem to dance round the words that we say. Amapola, my pretty little poppy, you're like the lovely flower, so sweet and heavenly. Since I found you, my heart is wrapped around you, and loving you it seems to be a rhapsody. Amapola, the pretty little poppy, must copy its endearing charm from you.
Was Amapola, sung by Dennis Day. And Dennis, I can't get over how you're improving every week. Tonight your voice was like a breath of spring. Okay, Don. Dennis's voice was like a breath of spring.
Oh, Jack, it's so far-fetched.
Don, go ahead.
But they're still ribbing me about the one I did last week.
Don, Dennis's voice was like a breath of spring.
Oh, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, even though you run out of breath, why don't you spring down to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jell-O?
Keep going, Don. Remember, you've just run 5 miles.
When you get there, say to your grocer, "Hey, mister, I want a package of Jell-O."
Keep going.
I like all 6 delicious flavors. And I don't care whether it's strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or...
Keep going.
Lime. I'm going out and get a rub down.
Come back here. I never saw such a guy. Say, I rack my brains out trying to think of clever commercials. The least you can do is read them. See, you'd think I wrote the corniest material in the world.
Next to the corniest, don't forget Strawberry Shortcake Harris.
Oh, yes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our play, Murder at the Movies, or He Took the Count at the Paramount. Now, the scene opens.
The Paramount? Am I the guy that's going to be killed?
Phil, if you've been there 2 weeks and no one has taken a shot at you yet, you're safe. Now, the scene opens at police headquarters, where Captain Benny is seated at his desk. Curtain. Music. Now listen, Wilson. Things are going from bad to worse. The chief just phoned, said we better clean up the crooks in this district or else.
Oh, we're doing all right.
Doing all right. You were on duty in Westlake Park last night. You let somebody steal a canoe.
Well, what are you worried about, Cap?
I was in it with my girl. And another thing, you're a fine-looking policeman. Where's your badge?
Down here. My suspenders broke.
Well, put it back where it belongs.
They'll fall down.
Let them fall. And listen, Wilson, I want action around here. Action. I'm going to fill this jail if I have to put in jukeboxes. That's what. I'll take it. Hello, police headquarters. Captain Benny speaking.
Hello, this is Mamie Livingston, cashier at the Paramount Theater.
Oh, hello, Mamie. How's Trick?
Fine, she just had pups.
I don't mean that. What'd you call me up for?
Better get over here right away, Cap. A fellow was murdered right in front of my box office. Gee, he was cute.
Murdered, eh? How do you know he's dead?
He doesn't wink back.
I see. Well, tell me, when did this murder happen?
About 3 hours ago.
3 hours ago? Why didn't you call me then?
I was reading a movie magazine.
Oh. Is there a picture of me in it?
Yes, and you look worse than the guy that's laying here.
I doubt that. Well, hold everything, Mamie. We'll be right over. Come on, Sarge. A murder's been committed in front of the Paramount. Let's go.
Okay, the squad car's right out in front.
Good. Pull up your pants.
Yes, sir.
You drive, Wilson, and we'll find the murderer, or my name ain't...
Calling all cars. Calling all cars. There's a sale on uniforms at Marino and Benny's. That is all.
You forgot to mention those easy payments. Step on it, Sarge. Here's the tater, Wilson. Look at that marquee. Bing Crosby and Bob Hope on the road to Zanzibar, and Phil Harris on the road to any bar. All right, break it up. Stand back, everybody.
There's the body, Cap. Guy's dead, all right.
Yeah. Get a load of that suit he's wearing. The tailoring is awful. That sleeve isn't hand-stitched. It was done with a machine.
I wonder who made it, Cap.
I'll find out. Let's see the label. Well, I'll be darned.
Who made it?
McDermott, McMillan, McFadden, and Fink. Lawsuits and quotes. I was wondering what Fink was doing there. Well, there's Mamie in the box office. I'll see what she knows about this crime. Hello, Mamie.
Hello, Cap. I'm glad you got here.
Now tell me, Mamie, how was this man murdered?
He was shot through the little finger.
Little finger? How could that kill him?
He was scratching his head at the time.
Well, you're a witness, Mamie. Tell me exactly what happened.
Well, Cap, I was sitting here selling tickets when all of a sudden... How many, please? One in the balcony. If you got a man with you, I'm going to hold him. Come on, mister.
All right, Mamie, let's get going. I want the facts about this crime.
Well, Cap, I was sitting here selling tickets when all of a sudden I heard a shot.
Yes, yes?
So I looked around and... How many, please?
The 6th. I want to lie down.
All right, Mamie, a shot was fired. You look around and what happened? Where did the murderer go?
He bought a ticket and went inside.
That's all I want to know. Come on, Sarge. We'll go in and get that killer.
Right behind you, Cap.
Oh, no, you're not. Lead the way. There's the doorman. Hey, buddy, did a man come in here a few minutes ago with a gun in his hand?
Yes, sir, he did.
Was the gun smoking?
Yes, so I made him sit in the loges.
You hear that? Come on, Wilson.
Okay.
And pull up your pants. Let's go inside.
I'm sorry, mister, but you fellas will have to have tickets.
Tickets? We're the police and we're after a criminal. Here, look at our badges.
They're very pretty, but you've got to have tickets.
Oh, all right. Hey, Wilson, buy 2 tickets.
Okay, Cap.
Now, see here, buddy. You have no right to hold us up. I'm Captain Benny. Got a good mind to give you a belt in the back.
That's what I told Marino, but he wouldn't put one on.
Well, he is stubborn. Now, look.
I've got the tickets, Cap.
Okay. Here you are, buddy.
Hold your stubs, please.
All through your pants, Wilson. Now, come on. The murderer must be upstairs. Follow me. Okay, here are the loges. Now, let's take it easy. We might corner him.
Stubs, please.
Oh, here you are.
I'm sorry, sir, but these tickets are for the main floor.
Now, look here, buddy. We're the law. We're after a desperate criminal, and he's sitting in the loges.
Well, if he can afford it, can't you?
Oh, all right. What do we owe you?
It'll be 30 cents extra for 2 tickets.
Here you are. Make a note of that, Wilson. Now, come on. We've got to find the murderer. Hey, look, the stage show started.
Oh, yes, and there's Phil Harris making his entrance.
Hiya, folks. Make me know you're glad to see me.
Guess you'll do some of those corny gags now.
Come on, Cap. We've got to find that murderer.
You look around. I want to stay here a minute.
Okay. You know, folks, a funny thing happened to me on the way to the theater. I stopped in a restaurant and said to the waiter, "Do you have frog legs?" And he says, "No, I always walk this way." Ha, ha, ha.
Oh, my goodness. Oh. Listen to him laugh at that.
Ain't that stuff terrible? How does he get away with it?
You got me, mister.
Anyway, folks, when I got through with the frog legs, I wanted some coffee. So I said to the waiter, give me a cup of coffee, half and half. So he brought in half of the cup and half of the saucer.
Oh, brother. Isn't that awful?
It sure is, buddy.
And now, folks, we're going to play a little number entitled, Papa Gets a Hammer, There's a Fly on Baby's Head.
Holy smoke!
Hit it, boys!
Oh, boy. I can't get over those gags. I wonder where Harris gets them.
I know where he used to get them, but he ain't going to get them no more.
What do you mean?
I just bumped off the guy that wrote that stuff.
What?
Yeah, he's laying out in front of the theater right now.
Oh, so you're the murderer. Well, I'm from police headquarters. I'm sorry, but I'll have to arrest you.
Okay, Cap, let's go.
Not right now. I want to stay here and listen to the rest of Harris's act.
Well, I can't stand this anymore. I'm going over to the jail and wait for you.
Okay, just tell them who you are and they'll let you in.
Thanks.
So long, Tab. So long. And you got nothing to worry about, mister. There ain't a jury in the world that'll convict you. See you in jail.
In the past 7 years, ladies and gentlemen, we've broadcast hundreds of Jell-O recipes on this program. And during that time, many listeners have written in to ask us if these recipes are available in printed form. Well, the answer now is yes. Yes, you can now get these very same radio recipes gathered together for your convenience in one of the handiest, most attractive cookbooks ever printed. You'll find the best of these swell recipes in General Foods' new dessert book, a big 48-page collection of the grandest desserts you can imagine. But don't think that's all. No, sir. Not only does this handsomely illustrated book contain lots of luscious Jell-O desserts, it also gives you ideas and directions for making all kinds of other tempting treats. 365 different recipes and suggestions in all, a new dessert for every day in the year. And it's a book that's really beautiful, with its brightly decorated cover and its rich, striking color photographs and paintings. But the only way to tell how good-looking it is to get a copy. So send for yours now. Mail 10 cents in coin or stamps to Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan. Remember, all you send is 10 cents in coin or stamps. And the address again is Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
Oh, who goes there?
Private Frank Bingman.
Advance and give the password.
Jell-O pudding.
Don't you mean Jell-O?
No, I mean Jell-O pudding. Jell-O puddings are not gelatin desserts like their partner in pleasure, Jell-O. They're smooth, creamy puddings that you make with milk. And they're so rich and creamy and luscious that they simply melt in your mouth.
How many flavors do these Jell-O puddings have?
Chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. And are they swell?
Did you hear that, folks? Well, tomorrow when you enter those new creamy Jell-O puddings and see if we're not right.
Pass, friend.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Tired of questioning your own existence?
Not much happening at the moment, is there?
Now, in a special limited offer,
Don't stand there, Corbin! Like you've never seen Yandergod before!
the meaning of life can be yours. Yes, it's all here. In a new, unabridged translation by Monty Python.
I mean, what's it all about? Philosophy. Oh, that sounds wonderful. Is that a sport? No, it's more of an attempt to construct a viable hypothesis to explain the meaning of life.
Including why you were born.
And what are you doing this morning? It's a birth. Wonderful what we can do nowadays.
What do I do?
Nothing, dear. You're not qualified.
Why things don't always work out.
The mill's closed. We're destitute. I've got no option but to sell you all for scientific experiments.
What dreams mean.
Wouldn't you like to know? Makes you think, doesn't it?
Why people who don't speak your language want to hurt you. Why you like sex.
Sex, sex, sex. Where were we?
How to talk to waiters.
Good afternoon, sir, and how are we today? Better. Better? Better get a bucket or a throw up.
Where diseases come from.
Hello, can we have your liver? Fat? You know, it's reddish brown. It's sort of,
Yeah, I know what it is, but how amusing it.
And why we've all got to go sometime.
This is Mr. Death.
I am the Grim Reaper.
Well, that's cast rather a gloom over the evening, hasn't it? They haven't said much about the meaning of life so far, have they?
Don't let the meaning of life pass you by.
You ever wanted to know what it's all about?
Oh, is God really real?
Let Monty Python explain it all for you. In the film that proves, once and for all, that there is death after life.
Shall we take our cars? Do you think? Why not? Yes, why not?
The meaning of life.
Is there heaven and hell? Do we reincarnate?
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Orson Welles and Rosemary DeCamp in A Tale of Two Cities. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. Frank Craven.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Between the peoples of the English-speaking world are, fortunately, many strong and common bonds. Respect for freedom and democracy, a sense of fair play, and a love of tolerance. And to those bonds, you may well add, a common love of Dickens. There are many writers we pay homage to, but none has come as close to our hearts or moved us so thoroughly to tears and laughter as the author of tonight's great story, A Tale of Two Cities. And I say great, not from my judgment only, but because time and the world have called it so. And Dickens himself expressed the humble hope that posterity would consider it the best thing that he had ever written. For to him, it was an attempt to explain in terms of one man's life and actions one of the most inexplicable and violent periods of human history, the French Reign of Terror, when 25 million people armed with torch and saber bathed Europe in the blood of vengeance. Here, indeed, is the material of drama, recorded by a vivid and imaginative writer and portrayed for us tonight by two stars worthy of this staunch assignment, Orson Welles and Rosemary DeCamp, both veterans of this stage and of the screen and theater. Originally, most of Charles Dickens' works were published in installments and came to America by sailing vessels. Records tell us of how crowds thronged the wharves of New York City to receive the latest news of their favorite heroine or hero. For already the names of Dickens' characters were household words, as much, I imagine, as Lux toilet soap is a household word throughout America today, and for very much the same reason, the ability to find approval among people of all kinds of ages and in every walk of life. Not only among women who are anxious to preserve their loveliness, but with every member of the family, young and old, Lux toilet soap is quick to make friends and to keep them. And now our curtain rises on Europe 150 years ago as we bring you the first act of A Tale of Two Cities, starring Orson Welles as Sidney Carton and Rosemary DeCamp as Lucy Manette, with Dennis Green as Charles Darnay. Paris, 1793. The French Revolution is over. The cause is won, but the bloodshed has only started. The reign of terror sweeps through the land in all its fury, and each day Madame la Guillotine has fed her share of human life. The dripping blade rises and falls, and the crowd counts in monotonous rhythm as each noble head rolls to the ground. The knife rises again and sweeps downward. 22 lives in a single day, and more to come, and more until nightfall draws a curtain on the scene. Behind the bleak walls of the forest prison, the doomed of the following day await their fate. In a bare dungeon cell, a single lantern throws a ghostly glow on their faces. With a rattle of chains, the great iron door is thrown open.
Everyone rise! Rise, aristocrats! In the name of the people of France, the tribunal hereby declares that you shall be put to death by the guillotine on the morning of February 2nd, 1793. Oh. Citizen jailer, which one of these is Charles Evrémonde? Evrémonde! Step forward. Evrémonde! Charles Evrémonde, called Charles Darnay. Which one of you is he?
I am Evrémonde.
Step forward. Charles Evreman, known as Charles Darnay. In view of the excitement occasioned by your trial, it was felt that some small favor would be in order. We have decided, therefore, that you shall live long enough to witness the execution of your friends here. 51 heads will fall tomorrow. Yours will be the 52nd.
Citizen Evermore,
Yes?
I didn't know you were here with us. So dark.
Oh, yes. What is it you want, please?
Don't you know me? I'm Lisette, the seamstress. We were brought to La Force together.
Oh, of course. I forget for the moment of what you were accused.
They accuse me of plotting. But I'm innocent. How could I plot against the Republic? I'm nothing. I'm no one.
Don't cry, child. It's too late for tears.
I try to be brave. Soon the morning will come. It's growing light even now.
You have an hour yet. Perhaps more. Ask God for courage.
Look, sun's rising. I'm afraid. Yet I'm glad. At least we can see again.
What is it?
You are not Evermore. You are not Charles Evermore.
Quiet.
I knew Charles Evermore. His eyes were blue and yours are brown. His hair was light and yours... Who are you?
Like you, I'm nobody, nothing.
But you are going to die for him. Why, monsieur?
I could never make you understand.
But I could set you free. One word from me
You
and...
can't do that. You must not, please.
Tell me about yourself.
How can I?
It would help so if you'd talk to me. Perhaps it would help you too, monsieur.
There's so much to tell. It all began so long ago.
When?
25 years ago. 1768. Have you ever been in England?
No, never.
There's a long hill on the Dover Road that sweeps down to the sea. It's a pleasant road on a summer day with the sun shining. A devil's own highway at night in the winter rain. On just that sort of night in 1768, a coach topped the rise of the hill. The mail, bound east for Dover.
Go on, get up there. Get up, get up.
Top of the hill, Tom. Let her rest them for a moment.
Oh. We'll be lucky if we make the boat for Calais.
Listen, hear that? What do you say?
I say a horse at the canter coming up the hill after.
I say a horse at a gallop. Oh, there. Stand there, old fire. Who are you? What do you want?
Is that the Dover mail? I want a passenger.
What passenger?
Mr. Jarvis Lorry.
Keep where you are. Is there a gentleman named Jarvis Lorry in the coach?
I'm Lorry. Who wants me?
It's me, Mr. Lorry. Jerry.
I know this messenger guard. There's nothing wrong.
I hope so ain't. Hello, you. Come on at a footpace.
Well, Jerry, what is it?
A dispatch, sir. Sent after you from London.
Be quick about reading it, sir. I don't like this.
It's not very long, you see. Wait at Dover for Mademoiselle. Very good. Jerry.
Yes, Mr. Lorry?
Ride back to London as fast as you can. Tell them my answer was recalled to life.
Recalled to life. That was Mr. Lorry's business that night. To recall to life a man who had been buried alive for 18 years, a prisoner of the French nobility. The man had escaped and was now hidden by friends in the village of Saint Antoine. To that village went Mr. Lorry, to the wine shop of a certain Madame Defarge.
You are Madame Defarge?
I am.
My name is Jarvis Lorry. I've just arrived from London. This young lady with me is Miss Lucy Manette.
Good morning, mademoiselle. Please tell us, is my father here? Is he safe?
Your father? There is no one here, mademoiselle.
But Mr. Lorry was told
One
that...
moment, my child. Madame Defarge, perhaps I should have presented my credentials sooner. Recalled to life.
There is a man here. A man old beyond his years. A mender of shoes. Will you come this way? My husband and I have kept him locked in a room upstairs.
Did you say locked?
Yes.
Of his own desire?
Of his own necessity. He has lived too long alone. He would be afraid if his door was left unlatched.
Oh, Mr. Lorry, I'm frightened.
Hush, my dear.
Father.
Good day, Dr. Manette. You are hard at work.
Yes, I am working.
You have a visitor, Doctor. Show him the shoe you are making. Now tell Monsieur the maker's name.
You asked my name?
Yes.
105 North Tower.
That is all?
105 North Tower.
You see, Monsieur, he remembers nothing.
Dr. Manette, do you remember nothing of me? Look at me. Is there no old banker, no old business rising in your mind? Think of England, a man who was your friend, Jarvis Lorry.
It's no use. This is what they have done to him.
Lucy, come here, my child.
Yes.
Now speak. Call him. Speak to him as you did long ago.
Father. Father.
Who is this?
Oh, Father.
Do you remember Dr. Manette? I remember a little girl with long golden hair. Ages ago. What was her name? Her name? She laid her head upon my shoulder when they came for me that night. Don't let them take you, Father. Hush, my child. My baby. Lucy. Lucy.
They crossed the Channel that night to a safe refuge in England. There for 5 years, the good doctor rested until at last his memory returned and he was well again. But now, in the English courts, a trial was in progress. A trial of a certain Charles Darnay, accused of plotting treason against His Majesty's government. Dr. Manette, called as a witness, sat with his daughter near the judge's bench. The court was hot, humid. Only one man seemed quite at ease. The assistant counsel for the prisoner, his court wig dipped in a slovenly fashion over one eye, his court gown stained with wine. His name, if anyone was interested, was Sidney Carton.
Carton, we must act quickly. With the evidence they presented, Darnay will hang by morning. Carton, do you hear me?
I hear you, Mr. Stryver.
Well, what shall I do?
If I were you, I should sit down.
See, is my client. I'm trying to protect him. I pay you well for your assistance, and I expect to have
You will have it, Mr. Stryver, when the time comes.
See, you've already had your bottle today.
2, I believe.
Drunk. Always drunk. Carton, listen to me.
At the present time, I'm more interested in Dr. Manette.
Dr. Manette, to the stand. You are Dr. Manette?
I am.
Dr. Manette, the prisoner, Charles Darnay, has been accused of carrying secret messages from Louis of France to spies here in England. Look upon the prisoner. Have you ever seen him before?
I don't know.
Really? Is it not true, Dr. Manette, that the prisoner was a fellow passenger with you 5 years ago on a boat from Calais to Dover?
I cannot say. When I came from France that night, I had been newly released from a long imprisonment. I have little remembrance of the occasion. My mind was a blank for some time.
I see. Your daughter made the trip with you, did she not?
Yes.
That will be all. Are there any questions from the defense?
Any questions, Carton?
No questions.
No questions, Your Worship.
Miss Lucy Manette to the stand. And now, Miss Manette, look upon the prisoner, please. Have you ever seen him before?
Yes.
Where?
On board the packet boat you mentioned.
You spoke to him? You were friendly with him?
Yes.
Good. Now tell me, did he come aboard alone?
No, when the gentleman came on board...
Do you mean the prisoner?
Yes.
Then say the prisoner.
Oh. When the prisoner came on board, there were 2 gentlemen with him.
But these 2 did not make the crossing.
No.
Now tell me, did you see them give certain papers to the prisoner that night?
No.
You're sure of that?
I don't know. It was dark.
Then they might have given him certain papers, is that right?
Yes, but I...
That will be all, Miss Manette.
Please, I know he isn't guilty.
That will be all, please. Are there any questions from the defense?
Well, Carton?
No.
Carton, you're mad.
No questions.
No questions, Your Worship.
Your Worship, the prosecution would like to recall its chief witness, the prisoner's accuser, Mr. John Barset.
Now, Stryver, we might have some questions.
Mr. John Barset?
Right here, sir.
Mr. Barset, look upon the prisoner. Do you recognize him?
I do, sir. He's a spy against His Majesty's government. That's what he is. I was on that mail packet myself that night, and I saw the kind of papers that passed into the hands of the prisoner. They were lists of our troops.
Thank you, Mr. Barsad. No more questions.
The counsel for defense? Well, Carton?
Ask him these questions I've written down here.
Mr. Barsad, how do you know the papers you saw were lists of British soldiers?
I saw them.
You saw them. Then you took them out of the pockets of the prisoner, Charles Darnay?
Yes, sir. No, sir. They fell out, they did.
Oh, then you didn't take them. You're not a spy yourself. A man who makes his living by making accusations, just or otherwise, against his fellow countrymen.
That's a lie, a downright insinuating lie.
One moment. Will Carton?
Mr. Stryver, you've no imagination. Mr. Barsad, where did you get money to live on?
My property.
Your property? Where is it?
I don't exactly remember.
Then perhaps you can remember how you got that property.
I inherited it.
From whom?
From relatives. Distant relatives.
How many times have you been in prison? 6 times, isn't it?
What's that got to do with it?
Haven't kicked a cheating dice?
Well, now,
Mr. Barsad, you were positive it was the prisoner you saw that night with those lists.
I am?
It couldn't possibly have been someone else.
No, it couldn't.
Mr. Darnay, you will please face this witness. Now, Mr. Barsad, look at Mr. Darnay. Look at him carefully.
Well?
Now, Mr. Barsad, look at me. At me, the assistant counsel for the defense. You notice a resemblance between us. We are very much alike, are we not?
Well, now that you mention it, you are.
As a matter of fact, it could have been me you saw with those supposed lists that night, could it not?
Well, now,
could it not, Mr. Barsad?
All right. Yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Order! Are there any more questions? The jury will retire to consider its verdict. Has the jury agreed?
We have, Your Worship.
And how do you find the prisoner, Charles Darnay?
We find the prisoner not guilty.
Mr. Darnay, may we congratulate you, sir?
Thank you, Doctor.
I'm happy our testimony did you no harm.
Thank you, Miss Lucy. I'm sure it did nothing but good.
It was Mr. Carton who really won your case.
Mr. Carton? Mr. Carton, sir?
Someone called me?
May I thank you, sir, for saving my life?
Yes, only a part of my business.
Mr. Carton, this is Dr. Manette and Miss Lucy Manette.
Mr. Carton.
How do you do?
Oh, we thought you were splendid, Mr. Carton.
Mere professional claptrap.
Ah.
May I ask, sir, how did you happen to notice the resemblance between you and me?
Oh, it was very simple. I looked at you and admired your bearing and your character. You see, I have nothing but admiration for myself.
Lucy, my dear, we must go.
Goodbye, Mr. Darnay. Will you call at our house soon?
Thank you, Miss Lucy.
And Mr. Carton.
Aye?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good day, then.
Good day, gentlemen.
Good day, Doctor. Mr. Carton, would you care to dine with me?
Oh, you feel you must repay me?
I could never repay you for my life, sir.
Oh, don't be too certain. Bottle of wine or two? My fees are very low. Another glass, Mr. Darnay.
Thank you. I've had enough.
Oh, Mr. Darnay, how does it feel to be alive again instead of hanging by your neck?
Well, I'm a little confused regarding time and place, but it's good to feel at home in the world again.
Oh, it must be an immense satisfaction. For me, the world has very little to offer, except wine like this. So, you and I are not very much alike in that particular, are we? You speak very faintly, Mr. Darnay.
I didn't speak at all, sir.
Oh, come, Mr. Darnay, call a health. Propose your toast.
What toast, sir?
Oh, it's on the tip of your tongue, man. It's been there all evening. Out with it.
Very well, then. To Miss Lucy Manette.
Miss Manette. That's a fair young lady to hand into a coach in the dark, eh, Mr. Darnay? That's a fair young lady to be pitied by and wept for by. How does it feel, Mr. Darnay? Is it worth being tried for one's life to be the object of such sympathy and compassion?
I don't take your meaning, sir.
Mr. Darnay, let me ask you a question. Do you think I particularly like you?
You've acted as if you do, but I don't think you do.
I don't think I do either.
Nevertheless, I hope there's nothing in that dislike to prevent my calling for the reckoning and parting without ill blood.
Oh, well, there's nothing at all. You call the whole reckoning?
If I may, sir.
In that case, innkeeper, more wine.
Yes, sir.
Good night, Mr. Carton.
One last word, Mr. Darnay. You think I am drunk?
I think you have been drinking, Mr. Carton.
You know I have been drinking.
Well, since I must say so, I know it.
You shall likewise know why. Because I care for no man on earth. No man on earth cares for me.
Much to be regretted. You might have used your talents better.
Maybe so, Mr. Dolly. Maybe not.
Good night, sir.
Good night. And don't let your sober face elate you. Never know what it may come to. Innkeeper, the wine.
Coming, sir.
Well, Cotton. Has Mr. Darnay shown you what you've fallen away from? What you might have been? Changed places with him, and would you have been looked at by those blue eyes as he was? Come on. Have it out in plain words. You hate the fellow. Sidney Carton knew it was too late to change his way of life. But he took to brushing his shabby coat and combing his untidy hair. And there were times even when he remembered that a gentleman does not drink himself nightly into a stupor. On Sunday afternoons, he would appear in Miss Manette's garden, sitting quietly, speaking but seldom, for Charles Darnay was there too. One evening, just at dusk, an approaching storm sent them indoors.
Listen, it's coming soon, Mr. Darnay.
It comes slowly but surely.
Isn't it impressive? Sometimes when I've sat here of an evening like this, listening to the thunder in the distance, I've had such a strange fancy. I've imagined that the thunderclaps were echoes. The echoes of footsteps that will one day enter our lives.
Well, if that is so, there is a great crowd coming into our lives. I take them into mine gladly.
It was my foolish fancy, Mr. Carton.
Yeah, there is. A great crowd bearing down upon us now. Thousands upon thousands. Here they come. Fast, fierce, furious.
Oh, you make my fancy seem too real, Mr. Carton.
There was a great crowd coming into their lives. A numberless, overpowering crowd, which one day would decide the fate of these three. At first, it was but a whisper in the city of Paris. A whisper that was to grow with the years into a crashing roar of hatred. Slowly but surely, as the storm came, the crowd was coming too. Up from the cellars of Paris, up from the bare fields of a starving peasantry, the crowd was coming, chanting its hate, screaming for blood. The people of France in all their might, rising in revolution.
In just a moment, Frank Craven and our stars Orson Welles and Rosemary DeCamp will return in Act Two of A Tale of Two Cities. And now, here's a dance floor. Music. A soldier and his girl.
Did I ever dream this afternoon I'd be dancing with you tonight, Bill? I just couldn't believe it when you phoned me from the station.
Gosh, what a thrill seeing you. You're prettier than ever, Mary.
You're sweet to say that, Bill. And me wearing my old rainy day dress. I'd planned to wear a real glamour gown for our first date.
Oh, you look like a glamour girl to me, Mary. With those eyes and that peaches and cream skin. Say, I wouldn't care if you were wearing blue jeans, darling.
It takes a lovely Lux complexion to win a compliment like that. There's something irresistible about soft, smooth skin. That's why screen stars, lovely women everywhere, never take chances with complexion beauty. They've discovered a care so simple, so effective, that they use it regularly. Here's what pretty Ann Baxter says.
I wouldn't dream of neglecting my daily Lux toilet soap facials. Active lather leaves my skin so soft and fresh.
Lux toilet soap is a real beauty soap, you see. The gentle, extra creamy lather is right for delicate skin.
Feels like smoothing beauty in when you cover your face with the rich Lux soap lather. I work it in gently but thoroughly. I rinse with warm water, then splash with cold, and pat my face dry with a soft towel. That's my beauty facial. It really does things for my skin.
Why not try these Hollywood beauty facials famous screen stars use? They really make skin lovelier. Recent tests showed actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time with this daily Lux soap care. Remember, gentle Lux toilet soap is Hollywood's own complexion soap. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
2 of A Tale of Two Cities, starring Orson Welles as Sidney Carton and Rosemary DeCamp as Lucy Manette. In La Force prison, awaiting death by the guillotine, the man called Darnay continues his story. The little seamstress, condemned to die with him within the hour, listens quietly, her eyes fixed on his face.
As time went on, Sidney Carton appeared less and less frequently in the Manette home, for he knew that Lucy loved Charles Darnay. It was an evening in April, almost 10 years ago, that Charles Darnay spoke to Lucy's father.
I've only hinted at marriage to Lucy, sir. I didn't want to speak until... Well, there are certain things about myself that you should know.
Yes?
Dr. Manette, my name is not Darnay. I chose that name when I first left France and my heritage.
Heritage?
I'm of noble birth, sir, but I do not boast of it. Through generations, my family gained its wealth at the expense of the poor. When my uncle died, I was the sole remaining heir. I returned to France to sign away my title to the estate.
Why do you tell me this?
Because, sir, I know what you have suffered at the hands of the French aristocracy.
Your uncle's name and yours. What was it?
Saint-Evremond, the Marquis Saint-Evremond. He was... Doctor, you're ill, sir.
No. Charles, Lucy is not to know what you have just told me.
Not now, do you mean?
Not now or ever. She is not to know. Your word.
Very well, Doctor. You have my word.
Now go, please. Go. Saint-Evremond. Saint-Evremond.
Father, let me in. Father, it's Lucy. Let me in. Oh, please.
Lucy, what is it?
Oh,
What's the trouble?
Sidney.
I got your message. Is anything wrong?
It's Father. He's been locked in his room all day. I'm so afraid.
Dr. Manette, open the door. Dr. Manette.
Miss Lucy, I found a key in the storeroom.
Well, give it to me and take Miss Lucy downstairs.
Yes,
will you,
sir.
please?
Come, my dear. Come, my lady boy.
Dr. Manette. Dr. Manette, what are you doing? Do you hear me? Doctor, what work is this you're doing?
A lady's shoe. A young lady's walking shoe. It should be finished. Let me be.
Sidney, is he all right?
He's all right. Dr. Jimison is with him.
Oh, you've been very kind to stay so long. I tried to reach Charles, but he wasn't at home. So worried.
There's nothing to worry about now. A few days and he'll be well again.
But what could have caused it? After all these years to go back to that. What happened to him?
How can we know? A shock, perhaps some sudden jolt of memory. Man's mind can play queer tricks, you know.
Lucy. Yes? I brought you a cup of chocolate.
Oh, thank you, Miss Frost.
And the doctor says everything will be all right. You're not to worry.
Oh, thank you.
Well,
Oh, Sidney, you're not leaving.
it's growing late. Not for me, of course, but I doubt if you see the dawn very often.
No, I don't. But I can welcome it today. A few hours ago, everything was so black and fearsome, and now all my troubles are past. All my hopes reborn. It's always that way, isn't it?
There are some hopes a man may have which remain in the shadows forever.
Do you have such hopes, Sidney?
No more. I'm like one who died young.
Sidney, you've come often to the house in the past few months, and yet we know very little about you, except that you're our friend. Is there nothing I can do to help you, Sidney?
I could never hope to repay what you've already done. May I tell you something?
Mm-hmm.
Will you hear me without shrinking from me?
What is it?
You've been the last dream of my soul. Seeing you here in your home has stirred old shadows that I thought had died out of me. I've heard whispers from old voices impelling me upward that I thought was silent forever. I've had unformed ideas of striving afresh, fighting out the abandoned fight. A dream. All a dream, but I wish you to know that you inspired it.
Oh, Sidney. Will nothing of it remain?
Perhaps as a dream might linger on after the dreamer awakes. But try to hold me in your mind as sincere in this one thing. I would embrace any sacrifice for you. or for those dear to you. Think now and then that there's a man who would give his life to keep a life you love beside you. The poor fool, Cotton. Drunk. Drunk this time with self-pity. And from that day on, he was seen rarely in the men at home. He was there when Lucy and Darnay were married. And again, some years later, when their child was born. A girl. But his visits were short, and he'd slip away at the first opportunity. In France, during these years, the echoing footsteps of the crowd had been growing louder. Grim patriots who were to bathe the soil of France in the blood of the hated nobility. And then the storm broke in all its fury. In July 1789, they swarmed from the rat holes of Paris to cover the country with a blanket of red. An army of vengeance, bent upon destruction and death.
The Bastille is fallen! The Bastille is ours! On, citizens! On!
The Bastille is fallen! Madame Defarge, how can you sit and knit so calmly on this day?
Our victory will come only when every noble head is rolled from every noble shoulder. And in this knitting I have inscribed their names. The names of those who have starved us, killed us. And for every stitch another head shall roll. For every stitch we shall be avenged.
Who is it? Who's there?
Open the door.
What do you want at this hour?
I'm looking for Mr. Sidney Cotton.
The inn is not open. There's no inn in London open at this time of night.
I want to see Mr. Sidney Cotton. Let me in. Now, where is he?
He's in there.
Cotton. Cotton. Wake up. Wake up.
Who is it? Oh.
Darnay.
Oh, Mr. Darnay. Welcome, Mr. Darnay. You have some wine?
No time for that. Listen to me. I'm leaving for Paris within the hour.
Paris?
There's some business there that I must attend to at once.
Paris. Very warm this time of the year. If I were your lawyer, I should advise against the journey.
How much do you know of me?
This is an excellent wine, Mr. Darnay. French wine from the cellars of the aristocrats who fled the country. There will be few of these bottles left now. It's being poured into the streets, along with the blood of the nobles who once drank it. Must you go to Paris, Mr. Darnay?
I see there's little I have to explain to you. But I received a letter this morning from a man who was once my servant. They threatened to send him to the guillotine unless he can explain why he's in possession of certain property. That's why I must go, to save his life.
What of your own life?
I'll be in no danger. I've renounced my inheritance. It's easily proved.
Why do you come to me?
There's no one else I can turn to. I don't know how long I shall be gone. I should like to feel that there's someone here in London who's watching over my family.
I? You trust me to watch over your child, your wife?
Yes. I know that you love her.
When did you say you must leave?
Tonight, now.
Have no fear about your family. They'll be safe.
Thank you, Cotton. Good night.
Good night. Godspeed.
Mr. Cotton, more wine, sir?
No. No, take it away.
Out! You there in the coach. Where are you going, citizen?
I'm going to Paris.
Let me see your papers.
If you'll hurry, please, citizen. I must be in Paris within the hour.
What is your name, citizen?
Charles Darnay.
Darnay. Also known as Evremont.
Why, yes, but I...
You are consigned, Evremont, to the prison of La Force.
In just a moment, our stars will return in Act 3 of A Tale of Two Cities. And now, here comes our young friend, Sally. My, Sally, that's a pretty corsage you're wearing.
I got it at the flower show this afternoon, Mr. Kennedy. What a lovely show it was, too. A regular preview of a spring garden. Lilies of the valley, lilacs, daffodils, narcissus, and dozens of other kinds of flowers.
I can't think of anything more refreshing to see right now, Sally.
The whole air was fragrant with them. A fresh, delicate perfume you never tire of.
A fresh, delicate perfume you never tire of. Now when you say that, Sally, you make me think of something.
Why, of course, Mr. Kennedy. The perfume of Lux toilet soap.
Sure thing, because that's just what the makers of Lux soap had in mind when they created its perfume. They knew women would enjoy delicate, subtle fragrance like the combined scent of many spring flowers.
Yes, and they do enjoy it, Mr. Kennedy. Screen stars say that's why Lux soap makes a wonderful bath soap. It leaves such a lovely, clinging fragrance on the skin.
Well, it took a lot of experimenting to make that Lux soap perfume. To be statistical, Sally, it took a blend of 34 different ingredients. It's a fragrance that's distinctive and different.
And expensive, too, I should think.
Yes, many of those ingredients are costly. But the price of Lux toilet soap is very low because so many millions of cakes are sold every year. It's a thrifty as well as a luxurious bath soap.
Here's a little trick I've discovered other women might like to know about. I slip a few cakes of Lux soap in my dresser drawer till I want to use them. They make a perfect sachet for my lingerie and handkerchiefs.
Thanks, Sally. Why don't you enjoy the luxury of this fine, fragrant white soap 9 out of 10 screen stars recommend? Use it for your daily beauty bath. Lux soap is hard milled to satin smoothness. It's economical. Each cake can be used to the last thin sliver. And now, Frank Craven returns to the microphone.
For a verbal introduction to our stars tonight, you're invited to join us after the final curtain for a brief chat. Now, Act 3 of A Tale of Two Cities, starring Orson Welles as Sidney Carton and Rosemary DeCamp as Lucy Manette. The sun rises slowly over the roofs of Paris, and the long shadow of the guillotine falls against the walls of La Force prison. In the cell of the condemned, Sidney Carton speaks in a hushed voice, his story meant only for the ears of the little seamstress.
They brought Charles Darnay here to La Force prison to be held in secret. Somehow the news filtered back to England. Soon his wife and child were in Paris with Dr. Manette and Mr. Lorry.
Mr. Lorry?
Their old friend. For months they waited for some word from Darnay in his cell, but no word came. And every day through the streets the tumbrils passed, filled with the condemned on their last journey to the guillotine.
Father, did you see him? Did you see Charles?
No, they would not take me to his cell.
Oh.
But I have news.
Yes?
Charles is summoned tomorrow for trial.
Tomorrow? Oh, Father.
I think it will go well, my child. They're going to allow me to testify for him.
You? Why, they'll brand you a traitor. They'll kill you, Father.
No, my child. I bear a charmed life in this city. I have been a prisoner of the Bastille.
Silence! Silence! Dr. Manette, is this tribunal to understand that you endorse the accused, the prisoner Charles Evremond?
That is so.
He is of noble blood. He is a traitor.
He is no traitor. I will swear to it.
Dr. Manette, we know your life, the cause you fought for. You are one of us.
Yes, and as one of you I speak. The accused, Charles Evremond, was my first friend when I was released from the Bastille. The accused, Charles Evremond, is my daughter's husband. In all these years, he has had no part in the tyranny against which we fought. He has renounced his share of the estate and returned it to the people. Charles Evremond is no enemy of the revolution. I give you my word, he is innocent.
Free the prisoner. If the doctor of Beauvais says he is innocent, free him.
Is the jury ready to declare itself?
We are.
How say you, then?
Let the prisoner be freed.
Wait, I say. The prisoner cannot be freed.
Citizeness Defarge?
I say the prisoner still stands accused.
By whom, Citizeness?
By three voices. By my husband, Ernest Defarge. By myself.
And the third?
By the doctor of Beauvais, Dr. Alexander Manette.
I protest against it. Continue, Citizeness.
Hear me, all of you. Dr. Manette, you have said Charles Evremond was your first friend. I was your first friend. It was to my wine shop you were brought where you made shoes under my care. You knew yourself then only as a number. 105 North Tower, the cell in which you had been confined. Is that not true?
If you say it is, I must believe it. I can't remember.
But I remembered. And I resolved one day to examine that cell. And on the day the Bastille fell, I went to 105 North Tower. Hear me, citizens. In that cell, hidden in the stonework of the wall, I found a paper. A paper written by Dr. Manette in the year 1767, before the dark and loneliness drove him mad. It is that paper I hold in my hand now. It describes, in the doctor's words, how he was called one night to attend a peasant girl dying in a miserable bed of rags. A girl and her unborn child. In the stable, her brother with a wound in his chest was to breathe his last before the morning. And why? Because these two creatures had protested against the noble family who held them in bondage, had protested against the murder of the girl's father and her husband, killed by those same noble hands. The doctor buried the girl and her brother the following morning, but he had seen too much and heard too much from the lips of that dying girl. That night the doctor was thrown into the Bastille. The noble family had silenced him forever. And the name of that family, the name of those murderers, Saint-Evremond. Yes, Saint-Evremond. And now hear this. Listen to the words of Dr. Alexander Manette himself. The words he wrote. I, Alexander Manette, prisoner of the Bastille, having thus set forth the causes for my imprisonment, do denounce the Marquis Saint-Evremond and his descendants against the time when these crimes shall be answered for. I denounce them to heaven and earth.
No, stop.
You asked me to stop. Listen to me. I have long had the crimes of the Evremond family knitted in my register. Ask my husband, is that so?
It is so.
On the great day when the Bastille fell, I brought this paper home and we read it together, my husband and I. Ask him, is that so?
It is so.
Then I told him that I had a secret to communicate with him. I struck this bosom with these two hands as I strike it now, and I said, Defarge, I was brought up among the fishermen of the seashore, and that peasant family so injured by the Evremonds is my family. That sister of the mortally wounded boy was my sister. That husband was my sister's husband. That unborn child was their child. That brother was my brother. Those dead are my dead. And that summons to answer for those things descends to me. Ask him, is that so?
It is so.
Then tell wind and fire to stop. But don't tell me. What say you, citizens? Does this everyone go free?
Back to the prison of La Force to await death by the guillotine. That was the sentence passed by the tribunal. That same night, a coach left Calais for Paris, carrying but one passenger, slouched low in his seat, his shabby greatcoat pulled high about his neck. Reaching Paris, he haunted the inns and taverns, wandered like a lonely ghost through the city, and at last made his way to the lodging house where Lucy waited news from the forest.
Sidney Carton.
You must forgive my coming at this hour. I didn't wish to be seen.
I knew you'd come. I've been waiting. Sidney, they're going to take Charles. They're going to kill him.
How long has he?
Until the morning. And they won't let me see him. I can't be near him in these last hours.
Lucy, remember what you said. Long ago, the dark hours before the dawn.
There'll be no dawn tomorrow. It'll be dark now, always.
Lucy, if there was some way I could comfort you. You must hope.
What hope is there? What comfort? My husband is going to die.
Lucy.
Oh, Sidney, forgive me.
You were right. I have no strength to offer you.
You came to us tonight. I shall never forget that.
It is useless to speak to Dr. Manette. He's in no condition to see you now.
Mr. Lorry, if you will forgive me...
There is nothing you can do here, Mr. Carton, nothing.
Mr. Lorry, you are a man of business, are you not?
I am?
Well, I am here on business.
Really,
I know
sir?
your opinion of me, Mr. Lorry. But a drinking fellow may learn things around the town if he can listen at the same time. I've learned that Dr. Manette is in great danger. He and Lucy must leave Paris tonight.
Leave Paris?
And they must take the child with them.
But why?
The revenge of Madame Defarge does not stop with Charles. The accusation is against the Marquis of Saint-Evremond and all his race.
Lucy, her child.
Now may I see Dr. Manette?
It would do no good, sir. He's gone back to his work.
His work?
He would not know what you are saying, Mr. Cotton.
Mr. Lorry, you have a pass that will let you through to Calais. Will it serve for Dr. Manette and Lucy?
Yes, for as many as are with me.
Then you'll use it tonight. You will arrange for a coach to meet you all here at midnight. The coach will take you to the side gate of La Force prison. Do you understand?
The prison?
There you will be joined by another person who will make the trip with you to England.
But
You will not stop to ask questions. You'll proceed at once to the gates of Paris and on to Calais, as fast as the coach can take you.
But this other person, who would it be?
Who? Mr. Sidney Cotton.
I don't understand.
I may be in poor condition for travel. I usually am at that hour, but as soon as I'm in the coach, drive on.
But you, at the gate of La Force, will you be within the prison tonight?
Yes. Yes, I'm going to see Charles. A certain Mr. Barsad, English spy, is a turnkey in the prison. He'll open the doors for me.
Oh, I don't understand all this, sir, but you give me hope.
And you will save them all, Mr. Lorry.
Not only I, sir. I shall have a young and ardent man at my side.
With the help of heaven, you shall. Tell me, Mr. Lorry, yours is a long life to look back on.
I'm in my 78th year, sir.
You've been useful all your life, trusted, respected. There are many in this world who would miss you.
A solitary old bachelor? No, there is nobody to weep for me.
Wouldn't she weep for you?
Lucy? Yes, thank God. I didn't quite mean what I said.
It is a thing to thank God for, isn't it?
Surely. Surely.
If you had to say with truth tonight, I have gained the love of no human creature. I've done nothing good nor serviceable to be remembered by. Your 78 years would be 78 heavy curses, would they not?
I think they would be. But you are not old, Cotton.
No. I'm not old. But the road I took was never the way to age. Good night, Mr. Lorry. How long before Darnay is taken from his cell, put with the others?
I can't tell that. Perhaps only an hour now.
Leave us alone. Stay within call.
But you keep your promise. I told you that I could get you in and out again. But for you both to try to leave.
I know. Open the door.
Who's there? Have you come for...
Cotton, you.
Of all the people on earth, I'm the least expected. Is that it?
Why are you here? You shouldn't have taken the risk. It can serve no purpose.
It can serve one. I bring you a message from Lucy, a request, rather, that you do exactly as I say and ask no questions. Take off your coat.
Take off
Yes, take it off and change it for mine. Quickly now, man.
Are you mad?
Do as I say. It's her wish. Put on my coat. Your hair. Rumple it so, as mine is.
Cotton, there's no escaping from this place. You'll only die with me.
Have I mentioned escape? Do as I say. Now take my cravat. Here, give me yours.
Cotton, I warn you, it's...
Be quiet. Look, there are pen and ink on the table. Is your hand steady enough to write?
It was when you came in.
Well, steady it then. And write what I dictate. Quickly now.
To whom do I address it?
To no one. Write, if you remember the words that passed between us long ago, you will understand when you see this. Have you written that?
I don't... What vapor is that?
Vapor?
Yes, it's a strange vapor, something that crossed me.
I am not conscious of it. Take up the pen and finish. I told you once that there was nothing that I would not do.
Nothing that I would not...
What is it?
There is something, that odor.
You mean this on my handkerchief?
Yes, it's so...
Breathe deeply.
No.
Breathe.
But I can't...
Breathe. You down there, Barsad.
Are you finished? Are you ready to... Oh, what's this? What's the matter with him?
Nothing. He's unconscious. Carry him out of the gate.
But you've changed clothes.
Listen to me. Sidney Cotton fainted from the shock of parting with an old friend. You'll find a coach at the side gate. Put him into it. Tell him to drive as fast as they can to Calais. No, wait. I'll finish this note. If you remember the words that passed between us, you'll understand. I told you once that there was nothing I would not do to keep a life you love beside you. God bless you for your sweet compassion. Here, take this note, and hurry.
Oh, there. Oh!
Where are you going?
To Calais.
Who are you?
Jarvis Lorry from Telson's Bank.
Past.
Dr. Manette.
Past.
His daughter.
Past.
His grandchild.
Who's that on the floor?
He is Mr. Sidney Carton.
Let me see him. Sidney Carton, eh? Past. Open the gate. Let this coach go through.
They're on their way now. Perhaps by this time, they've reached Calais, are bound for England and home.
And you are Sidney Carton.
Oh, yes.
And you're dying for him, for Charles Darnay.
Oh, no. For someone else.
Aristocrats, your carriage is awaiting. 6 tumbrils will carry the day's wine to Madame la Guillotine. Guards, take them out. You, Evremont, it will be as I promised for you. You shall wait for the last tumbril. Your head shall be the 52nd today.
I'm ready.
Move along there. Move along.
Mr. Carton, may I go with you?
Keep your eyes on me, child. Mind nothing else.
I mind nothing while I hold your hand.
49. 50. 51.
It is a far, far better thing that I do than I've ever done. It is a far, far better rest that I go to than I've ever known.
52.
We lower our curtain on the roaring crowds of Paris and the sacrificial destiny of Sidney Carton and raise it again on the stars who have made tonight's performance such a vivid memory. Orson Welles and Rosemary DeCamp.
Well, Frank, it was a real privilege to be cast as Sidney Carton and to play opposite Rosemary.
Thank you, Orson.
Orson, I understand that to your many attributes of writer, actor, producer, and magician, you've added a new one, journalism.
That's right, Frank. I've got a newspaper column running now called Orson Welles' Almanac.
Yeah, I know. I have a copy here.
Full of biting witticisms, I imagine, Frank.
Well, it depends upon what you call biting witticisms. It starts with the following items. Never salt turnips while cooking. Always wash spinach with warm water.
Orson, aren't you afraid you'll start a social revolution with those radical ideas?
And the final item in the column is as follows. Always use Lux toilet soap for the complexion.
Now, wait a minute. I've been sabotaged.
Oh, no, you haven't, Orson. That's the best advice that you could give to any girl who wants to look her best.
And I can see it's the advice you follow, Rosemary. Tell us, what was your first bit of acting in the theater?
The very first? I was a bunny in an Easter pageant.
The original female Harvey,
Were you ever a rabbit, Orson?
Well, if he hasn't been, just give him time. He'll get around to it.
Well, as a matter of fact, when I was 5, I impersonated Peter Rabbit in Marshall Field's department store. Yes, I did.
Well, any time you two want to be rabbits here in Lux, we'll lay in a supply of carrots.
Thanks. What do you have for Lux next Monday night, Frank?
For next Monday night, we have a deeply moving play that brings us some of America's best-loved music. It's the 20th Century Fox hit, Swanee River, and the story of that brilliant, colorful composer, Stephen Foster, whose life of romance brought us such immortal songs as Old Kentucky Home, Susanna, Jeannie with the light brown hair, Old Folks at Home, and many others.
Whom do you have in the cast, Frank?
Well, for this special occasion, we have a gentleman whose billing always read, the world's greatest entertainer, Al Jolson, co-starred with the ever-popular Dennis Morgan and the lovely Frances Gifford.
Well, that sounds like a great combination, Frank. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and happy Easter to you. And now, a brief reminder from Uncle Sam that to the millions of American men and women overseas, nothing is more important than mail from home. Write often. Make your letters cheerful. And be sure to use V-mail. V-mail is private, speedy, safer, and it helps to lighten the burden of delivery. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Dennis Morgan, Al Jolson, and Francis Gifford in Swanee River. This is Frank Craven saying thanks for listening and good night.
Frank Craven will soon appear in the 20th Century Fox 30th anniversary production, Colonel Effingham's Raid. Orson Welles, currently working in the international picture Tomorrow is Forever, can be heard on This Is My Best every Tuesday over this network. Rosemary DeCamp will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture Pride of the Marines. Heard in tonight's play were Dennis Green as Charles Darnay, Griff Barnett as Dr. Manette, Verna Felton as Madame Defarge, Norman Field as Laurie, and Ken Christie, Charles Seal, Lorene Tuttle, Ferdinand Mounier, Jay Novello, Robert Regent, Eric Snowden, Boyd Davis, Paul McVeigh, Alec Harford, Thomas Mills, Regina Wallace, Virginia Gordon, and Herb Litton. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our Lux Radio Theater production of A Tale of Two Cities has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty care that 9 out of 10 Hollywood screen stars use. This is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Swanee River with Al Jolson, Dennis Morgan, and Francis Gifford.
Knock him down, Guido! Get up, you husband!
Stop!
Get him!
I don't feel that way about you, Kay.
Well, don't get discouraged, girl. You might.
All right, come on outside, Jack.
Yeah. What's the trouble?
You floating around here like this. You belong to Gay?
I don't know where I belong.
Surprise for you.
side of fame comes to life with Broadway is my beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
The FBI in Peace and War, ordinarily heard at this time throughout the year, is taking its usual summer vacation and will return to CBS 2 weeks from tonight on September 1st.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway, where you can take a bus ride into the summer evening and make believe it's a dreamboat. Then, Broadway's as innocent and nostalgic as carousel music. But if you walk, you can get hit in the face by a guy fishing for nickels under a grating. Then you can't make believe anymore. But either way, it's Broadway. My Beat.
Danny! Danny, come in here!
The big voice that boomed through the afternoon heat belonged to Silks Bergen. Him, the heat couldn't bother. There wasn't enough of it. Silks was a jockey, about 5 hands high, and with a wet saddle, he might have scaled 110. He waved to me from the doorway of a haberdashery store.
In here, Danny, in the store.
Yeah, Silks, sure.
I've been waiting. I said I've been waiting for you to pass by, Danny.
What's the matter with your voice, Silks? You're down to a whisper.
Laryngitis. Had it for a week. Hey, Danny, I want that you should meet a friend of mine, Joe Murdoch. Say some hello to Danny Clover, Joe.
Hello, Mr. Clover.
Joe?
Joe's 6'6" and speaks like a tenor. You should know about things like that, Danny. Is it possible? Joe, go buy me a shirt over there. I got to talk to Danny.
Sure, Silks. The lavender or the polka dot?
The dots, Joe, the dots. Can you hear me good, Danny? My voice has got so far to go from down here from me to up there to you.
I'll listen close. What's on your mind?
I want you to, I said, do me a favor, huh? About the key.
Why didn't I think of it myself, about the key? What key, Silks?
Well, I'm riding a race down to Maryland tomorrow, you see. I don't know how long I'll be gone. Now, you understand?
Oh, that key. What key, Silks?
The key for the locker at the LaGuardia plane terminal.
Oh, now I know. That key for that locker. Huh?
I got a parcel check there. I ain't got time to run down for it now.
It begins to dawn, Silk.
Yeah, sure. So if I ain't back tomorrow night, how about having one of your boys who's on duty down there pick it up, huh? Yeah. And you hold it for me.
Yeah.
That'll save me rental, and it'll make us even for them riding lessons I give you in Central Park.
Okay, Silks. Give me the key.
Yeah, thanks, Danny. Here. Now, don't lose it.
Don't worry about it. I'll put it right here on my ring. By the way, what's in the parcel?
Just some of my riding silks, Danny. What else does a jockey own?
I patted Silks on the head, bit him a fond yoicks, and mushed back into the tropical heat of Broadway. Tropical was an illusion that wasn't hard to believe. The crushed pineapple and papaya stands, the coconut milk in real whiskered coconuts, the sly, grinning beat of the native drums heard through wilting loudspeakers, the girls, the luminous girls in their grass sandals and 14th Street sarongs. And then one whose lips looked as if they'd been painted with wild strawberries stopped me and kept me from my appointed rounds. I didn't mind.
I'm so honest. I don't have the price of a dream, and I'm honest. Here, you dropped this.
What?
This $100 bill. You dropped it. Take it before it burns through my hand.
$100. Wasn't I the careless one? Must have been in that Cracker Jack box I just threw away.
Never throw anything away, Mr. Clover. There can be a prize in each and every package.
That's a hard thing to remember. Will you help me try to remember, Miss...
Ames. Belle Ames.
Oh.
If you ever need any help, Mr. Clover, ring for Belle Ames.
That's cute. Very cute. Now maybe I can do something for you, Belle. Maybe give you back all this money you said I dropped.
All right, so I lied. All you have to do is believe you dropped that money and listen. See how easy it is? $100 and no pain.
For 100, you can throw in a little pain. Who do I listen to?
It's written on the bill. Marty wants to see you.
Oh?
Marty says it's easier to talk to people who have money. He likes people with money. He says they listen better that way.
I'm a fool for psychology, Belle. Let's go listen to Marty.
Not me, Mr. Clover. You. It's you he wants to listen.
Hey, come back here. Belle, come back here. The heat melted her into the crowd and then into a cab. And I was left standing there with the after scent of a perfume I'd never smelled before and a $100 bill I'd never held before. I inhaled both of them. They added up to the acrid odor of a bribe. I had to find out why. 42nd Street, the address on the bill said. I decided to walk. Somewhere between Broadway and the number I was looking for, the honky-tonk started. And at the corner where women's high heels clack more slowly and the handouts become more frequent, I took a right turn into limbo. 2 blocks down was what I was looking for. The Last Paddock Hotel, room 16.
Come in. Come right in.
Your name, Marty?
Yeah, that's my name, and these are my boys, Tinker and Dolly. Say a greeting to the police, boys.
Police? Gee.
Police? Golly day. Boys are from out-of-town police like me. The word don't impress us.
You gonna give me some more money, Marty?
Maybe. Maybe money, maybe trouble. Guy has a hard time figuring which is which these days.
What you trying to buy, Marty?
Talk. I'm buying words like I'm an editor.
Marty's a kick, ain't he, Tinker?
He's a regular comedian.
Your floor show stinks.
Well, they ain't really working, police. So let's stop playing footsie, huh? We got business, me and you. About an hour ago, police, a little guy hailed you into a haberdashery shop. He's got a message for you. What kind of message did he have?
You should have heard. All you need, Marty, is a long, thin ear.
Hey, the police is a kick, too, Dolly.
A jolly boy, real jolly.
What did Silksbergen tell you, police?
Who?
Now, look, I got time. Time, patience. Let's do it again. Silksbergen, what did he tell you?
You looking for a tip on the horses?
I got a tip. You're it. Only you look sad for a win. You look like hardly anything at all. Show him the gun, will you, Dolly?
Yeah. Look, Mr. Police, this is a gun.
Golly day.
Let me have it, Dolly.
Yeah. Here, Marty.
Now, what did Silksbergen tell you, police?
Marty, you go to movies to see how gunsels act in this kind of situation?
Yeah. Yeah, in a movie. Now, how did you know? Dolly.
Yeah?
Show the police the second reel.
Yeah, pleasure. A great big pleasure.
You know the language better than that, police. You might say something.
Your 2 muscles and your gun make me bashful.
Stage fright, huh? Dolly.
Yeah. Hey, Tinker, this is fun.
Yeah.
You can play too, Tinker.
Yeah, such a jolly guy. Playing movies with a jolly guy. A jolly guy.
Somewhere a light going on and off made a big noise and a bigger hurt just in back of my eyeballs. It screamed at me from across the street and through a window hung with grease-stained drapes. And I knew I was still in Marty's hotel room. I knew that hours had been torn out of my life and thrown away. Then the light screamed again, and this time there were words, big 1,000-watt words that said Pearl Club, delicious dancing girls, first one, then the other. And in between there was the creaking sound of a rocking chair. Then the rocking chair made words, too.
Don't hurry. It's rather pleasant here, sitting rocking in the dark with that brazen sign throwing its naked, intermittent light. This gun gives me the right to introduce myself. I'm Gil Sherry.
Oh, should I know you?
Perhaps. I believe I'm in the class book of one of our more venerated colleges. That's my identity. A thesis on Gil Sherry would make lurid reading for the boys with the old school tie, don't you think?
I wouldn't know. Read me a chapter.
Oh, delighted. Chapter 1 begins. Early in life, I learned to love money. was a symbol of the sordid life into which I'd fallen. Now, sitting in a bleak, villainous hotel room, my comrades, a detective and a corpse.
The corpse and the detective. Is that all me?
Not quite. You're the detective, true, and the corpse is the true corpse lying in the corner.
Huh?
And I believe he's a friend of yours, Mr. Clover.
Silks. Silks.
A rather fancifully named, don't you think? Silks Bergen. Proud, colorful name. But pride and color seem to have drained out of him.
Maybe he's ashamed of wearing bullet holes where his polka dots ought to be. He was a neat little guy.
So? And he'll be pleased with death. Death is so precise.
Closes your mouth, too. That wasn't smart of Marty.
Marty realizes that. That's why I'm to keep watch over you until you open yours and tell us what Silks had to tell you, huh? Oh, by the way, here are your meager belongings.
Yeah.
Your wallet, a key ring, your badge, and a $100 bill. Marty's orders.
That's good of him.
They're all there?
Yeah. You said $100 like there were words that hurt you.
As I suggested, money is beautiful, Mr. Clover. Money buys money. Money is an ecstasy of an exquisite pain.
Oh. Gil, I dropped the bill. Huh? If you pick it up for me, I'll let you hold it for as long as you want. Go on. Touch it, Gil. Feel it.
Oh, I'll get it.
Yeah, Gil. And get this! I'm not going to send my boys to college. Their noses break too easy. Took 15 minutes for the riot squad to clean up room 16. I booked Gil Sherry as an accomplice to murder, and the morgue booked Silks Bergen. The thing I had to do now was break a promise to a dead man. I couldn't wait until tomorrow to use Silk's key, the key that Marty didn't even notice. A half hour later, I was in the big waiting room at LaGuardia Field.
American Airlines DC-6 leaving at Gate 5 for Chicago and Los Angeles. Loading at Gate 4.
Hiya, Lieutenant Clover. What brings you down here?
You an officer? Had any trouble? Locker thieves?
No, only trouble was a 3-year-old kid in a $400 cowboy suit screaming because he lost his nurse and chauffeur at the same time.
Where's locker 147?
140? Right over here, sir.
Let's go. Now, let's try this key.
Suitcase, Lieutenant.
Yeah, pretty heavy.
Something you're looking for?
Hold on a second. As soon as I get this open.
Holy... all that dough. 10s and 50s and 100s.
Yeah.
What could be bought with that?
It's been bought, officer. A lot of blood. Bought and paid for.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Practically all of Casey, crime photographer's adventures are summed up in the title of tonight's show, Big Danger. If you haven't met this ace newspaper cameraman, his pretty assistant, and Ethelbert, the merry bartender, if you're looking for a top-rating thrill show, be sure to hear this latest of crime photographer's adventures. Along with Escape, which tonight will present Irvin S. Cobb's Snake Doctor, crime photographer is heard on most of these same CBS stations. Now back to Broadway's My Beat.
Broadway is an animal that feeds on hot tips, a tip on a horse or a chopped liver sandwich. There are even touts who will hawk you a scratch sheet giving odds on Broadway's being wiped off the face of the earth. And sometimes the tips pay off, like the one not to put your $2 on jockey Silks Bergen because Silks was dead and his handicap was a chest full of bullets. Or maybe his handicap was a heavy $100,000 left in a pasteboard suitcase in a public locker. It didn't make sense for Silks to have that kind of money. Even to sane, sensible, sensitive Sergeant Tartaglia, it didn't make sense.
It don't make sense, Danny. Silks with $100,000 left kicking around. That's not like him.
Yeah. Got a cigarette, Tartaglia? I put a carton in this desk drawer a week ago, and I haven't been able to open it since.
Oh, here, let me try, Danny.
It's stuck, Tartaglia. Just give me a cigarette.
Danny, my wife, Mrs. Tartaglia, says I am the best opener of stuck drawers she ever saw.
Give me a cigarette.
Yeah, sure. Here, Danny. Hey, and how about some circus peanuts to munch while we're thinking?
When do you have time to go to circuses, Sergeant?
Oh, not me, Danny. Wasn't me, it was my kid. Yeah, there was a street carnival on Mulberry Street, so it was my kid.
Okay.
Oh, for a minute there, Danny, I thought you were munching me out.
All right. Playtime's over, Sergeant. We had any reports that anyone is shy $100,000?
No, Danny. The money has been reported neither lost, stolen, nor strayed.
Did you check whether Silks made any bets that would have got him that kind of money?
Yeah, Danny. The word from our stoolies is that no bookies is out that kind of dope. Not out the Silks, anyway. The word also is that Silks didn't have a wrinkle deuce to bet on his own name.
Yeah. What do we got on the man they call Marty?
Not a thing. Aside from his autographed $100 bill. No, we can't find him, Danny. We can't trace him from no place to no place. Danny, you feel all right from that beating?
I've had it better. Sergeant, what's on Belle Ames?
Likewise.
It's an empty day with a hole in it, isn't it, Tartaglia?
Yeah. Huh?
If you want me, I'll be in Gil Sherry's cell. There must be somebody who can tell me something. Anything.
There's no need to humiliate me further, Mr. Clover. Being forced to talk to you is humiliation enough.
Murder doesn't bother you, huh?
As long as it's not mine.
Dying can come to a man a lot of ways, Sherry. You could die as an accessory to Silk's murder.
And there are so many things to prove, though, before I die, aren't there, Detective Clover?
If you told us some secrets, you could maybe keep on living. That's as good as money sometimes.
True. That's why I keep my mouth shut. I'll breathe longer that way.
You mean Marty will kill you if you talk to us? I'm not brilliant like you, Sherry, but it seems to me you'll lose either way.
Man has few choices, but the destiny of Gil Sherry will spin itself out as Gil Cherry chooses. That's what my class book said about me.
Yeah, real prophets, your classmates. Real prophets.
Here's the envelope with Sherry's belongings you asked for, Danny.
Thanks. I return your meager possessions, Sherry. Your cigarettes, an empty wallet, a fraternity pin, and... This is interesting. Roll of tickets to Pelagus Shooting Gallery. You know Pelagus, Sherry? Pelagus, the ex-bookie? You shoot at his shooting gallery? Yeah, that's what I thought. Happy destiny, Sherry. Happy destiny. Hello, Pelagus. Keeping in trim?
Pardon me, Danny. You're in my way.
Oh, sorry. Nice shot. You angry at somebody?
What's on your mind?
Guy named Marty?
Yeah. You like that shot?
Makes me quiver with excitement.
You think I hit that duck twice before it sinks?
I doubt it.
See what I mean?
You still booking races, Pelagus?
I got caught once.
You still booking?
You're in my way again.
Try getting used to it, Pelagus. Try this. Where would Silks Bergen get $100,000?
Yeah. Where?
From you?
Oh, yeah, from me. From Pelagus. I give people $100,000, eh? That's why I'm running this thing from shooting gallery, because I give such big prizes. You hit that duck, Lieutenant, I give you $100,000 prize. Is that what you mean?
Hello.
No, tell us.
Tony Vrani, Joe Murdoch, Nesa Stopotami. Betty Manos.
Oh, Betty Manos.
Joel Murdoch. Joel Murdoch. Silks' friend, the big guy with Silks in the haberdashery. Pelagus, what's he saying about Joe Murdoch?
It's hard to explain.
Hard, eh? Like this.
Joe Murdoch was fished out of the East River. Murdered.
Don't spare me that last either. What did you say?
May he rest in peace.
Yeah. See you around, Pelagus.
Pure scene of those.
Danny Clover. It
was a thought I had to think. That pal Joey Murdoch was dead for the same reason that Silks was. I checked headquarters, found out that Murdoch's last known address was the Last Paddock Hotel. He shared a room there with Silks. The environment made its own possibilities. The lobby of the last paddock had a new embellishment. Above the clerk's desk was an embroidered wreath. To Silks, it said, "You finally beat the bookies." The clerk didn't sound funereal at all.
Sorry, mister, you gotta come recommended. The last paddock don't rent rooms to just any fink that asks.
I didn't mention room. The sign under your chin says information. I'll take that.
You don't look like you carry that much dough.
I got it sewn under my lapel. Here, take a look.
A cop? A shaman?
A real friendly policeman, mister. Come on, the information.
Now, look, I'm a new boy here. You ring that bell, I give you the register. You sign it, you got a room. That's how it works. That's all I know.
Yeah. Say, that's a pretty big safe over there. Why such a big safe for such a small flea bag? New, too.
Yeah, new.
How come? How come such a big new safe?
Look, like I said, I'm a new boy.
Look, friendly, we got laws about new boys who get close to new murders. Put your out to lunch sign on the counter. We're going uptown.
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. About that new safe. See, we had an old one.
What happened to it?
Well, yesterday the boys opened the old safe, and all it gave back was an empty stare.
The boys did. What boys?
The boys, the guys that live here, the bookies.
Oh, they kept their money in a safe, huh?
Well, sure, it's much safer than a bank.
No peeping T-men that way, eh? That way the bookies don't pay income tax. That way, if their money gets stolen, they can't run to the police.
Yeah. And that's all I know. You can take me uptown, and that's still all I know.
Yeah. Don't go away, friendly. Maybe soon you'll be able to tell your story to an audience.
Get in the car, Clover.
Well, Marty. Good seeing you, Marty. I've been looking all over for you.
Get in the car, Clover. Dolly's looking at you with a gun pointed to where your badge might be. Now just get in the car.
Hey, Tinker.
Hey.
It's the police again. Maybe we'll get to play some more movies. After I take his gun.
Yeah. Golly day.
You'll play later, boys. Wait out here.
Oh, Marty.
Wait! This way, police. In that house.
2 murders, eh, Marty? How does a guy feel when he's murdered 2 men?
A good feeling. I like it. Open the door.
Yeah.
There's someone I want you to meet again, Clover. In here.
Mr. Clover. Mr. Danny Clover. You mind if I blush with joy?
You can still think of a reason to blush, Belle?
Such pretty words for a man who's nearly dead. You got one chance, Clover. The dough. The $100,000. Where is it?
First, I'm going to tell you something about Marty, Belle. He had that money and he didn't know it.
What? What's he saying, Marty?
You tell us, Clover.
Belle, when Marty had me worked over, he should have taken a look at my key ring. One of the keys was for a locker. Locker, money. Marty, how could you be so stupid?
Answer the policeman, Marty.
So I made a mistake, Belle. Don't worry. We got the police. We'll get the dough.
$100,000, Marty, like that, right under your nose. Oh, Belle, you picked yourself a dull playmate. You can't afford a playmate who makes mistakes, Belle.
Marty, you fool. You stupid fool.
I've got to ask you, too, Belle. How does it feel to kill a man?
Where's the money, Mr. Clover?
At police headquarters, in my office.
Get on that phone, Mr. Clover. Get on that phone and have one of your flunkies bring it over. No tricks, Mr. Clover. Just tell them...
It's hard to kill from up close, huh, Belle?
Pelagos.
It's me. Pelagos, of Pelagos Shooting Gallery. You see, Clover, how well they learn from Pelagos?
You always teach them with a gun in your hand?
Yeah, one needs something to rap one's pupil across the knuckles when she is bad. No, Belle?
Belle deserves it, Pelagos. She tried to double-cross you. That makes 2, Belle and Marty.
Didn't know you were so much alike, Belle. You and Marty.
Don't listen to the policeman, Pelagos. No, it's just you and me. Nobody else. It's you and me and $100,000.
Oh, sounds good. To me, that sounds good. How would it sound to you, Clover?
Speaking strictly from a personal point of view, I wouldn't believe it. From a personal point of view, that is.
Uh-huh, but Pelago's point his view different.
It's all right, Pelagos. It's all right, isn't it?
Oh, it couldn't be better. Just show me you mean it. Throw away your gun. Huh? On the floor, Belle. Throw away.
Oh, sure. Anything you say.
You're a good girl, Belle. Nice, good girl.
Pelagos.
Yes. Belle was a nice girl. She had nice, good ideas, Clover. How did she say? Get on the phone and have the flunky bring money over. No tricks.
That's how she said.
The flunky comes alone, Clover. I tell you in English, not in Greek, so you understand. He comes alone in 20 minutes.
Yeah. Tartaglia, this is Danny. Silk's dough. Yeah, the $100,000. Bring it here to me. Yeah, to 8 West 63rd. In my desk drawer, Tartaglia. It's in my lower left-hand drawer. Yeah, right away. Come alone, Tartaglia. Alone.
You did good, Clover. Nice good. Now we wait 20 minutes.
20 minutes, the man said. Just Pelagos and me. There was no one to play him off against. No Marty, no Belle. Just me. The fall guys I'd set up, Marty and Belle, all gone. It all belonged to Pelagos now. 2 new fall guys, Tartaglia and me. A few more minutes, the man said. Mostly, the man watched the clock.
You're lucky, Clover. In 2 minutes, you could have died. Open the door.
Hiya, Danny. Well, here it is. I brought the dough just like you said. Hey, it's good to get away from the office.
With a suitcase on the table.
Huh? Hey, it's Pelagos. Hey, and he's got a gun. Hey, Danny, what
You're the man in the
goes?
suitcase, Tartaglia.
Well, whatever you say, Danny.
Clover. You're a nice, good fool. I get the money, you still die, huh? You and the flunky.
Huh?
Talk to us before we die, Pelagos.
I like to talk. What do we talk about?
That was your money. Silk stole it from the safe at the last paddock. Thought he could get away with it. He thought you couldn't do anything about it. But you crossed him. You had Marty kill him and his friend Murdoch.
You talk all by yourself, Clover. You didn't let me say a word. Now fold your hands behind your head and stand facing the wall. You both. Good. That's nice, good. Now I want to look once more at my money. It's too long since I looked at the money. Yes, the money.
Something wrong, Pelagos?
This money is...
It's what, Pelagos?
It's nothing but paper. Lousy torn-up strips of dirty newspaper. Paper is nothing but...
Hit the floor, Tartaglia. I'll take him.
Oh!
Nice good, huh, Pelagos? Yeah. Nice good. First, I kissed Tartaglia on the top of his bald head, because today that's where his brain was. My lower left-hand desk drawer had been stuck for a week, and he'd gotten the cue. Dolly and Tinker, they were sitting outside, just like Marty told them, right in the middle of a police net, just like Tartaglia had arranged. So I kissed him again. So he invited me to a spaghetti dinner. Midnight's a happy time on Broadway. It's crowd and it's laughter, and it's a trumpet that screams. It's a place strung into the night like some phosphorescent alley, and they're heaped there, the bright-eyed kid, the voice that whispers from the doorway, the poet, the dregs. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, is produced and directed by Gordon T. Hughes, with script by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. Musical direction is by Lud Gluskin. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for Broadway's My Beat. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
It's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. Maxwell House, America's favorite coffee, brings you a new series of programs featuring the domestic adventures of that lovable Mr. and Mrs. George and Gracie. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the Les Paul Trio, and the music of Meredith Willson and his orchestra. Well, the doorbell at the Burns house just sounded, and Gracie is opening the front door to admit an old friend.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Well, thank you, Mr. Postman. And how are you this lovely day?
Oh, simply glorious, Mrs. Burns. The crisp tang of this fall air fills me with the joy of living. A voice within me cries out, "You're alive! You're alive!"
Oh, yes. And you are, too.
It's a shame that on such a magnificent day I should bring you such dreadful news. Oh, poor Mr. Wilson.
Poor Mr. You mean Meredith Wilson?
Yes, such a nice man. And so young, too.
But what is it? Is Meredith ill?
I'm afraid it's even worse.
Mr. Postman, you don't mean...
Yes, he's going to get married.
Married? Meredith? Who is he going to marry?
I don't know, some girl.
Oh, how wonderful. That's what he always wanted to marry. Oh, this is thrilling, Mr. Postman, but it's almost unbelievable. Meredith is so shy and bashful. He's so afraid of a woman.
Wait till he gets married. He doesn't know what fear is yet.
Oh, now, Mr. Postman, you shouldn't be so dead set against marriage just because yours turned out so, well, shall we say, unfortunately?
Yes, let's say that. It's mild, but let's say it.
Well, I think marriage is wonderful, and I've been married for 10 years. Half my life.
Really?
Certainly. And Meredith will be happy, too. No one was ever meant to go through life alone, Mr. Postman. There's a mate somewhere for everyone.
I suppose that's true.
Well, of course it is. Every human being on Earth should marry another human being.
I guess that's where I made my mistake.
Oh, but I've got to rush in now and tell my husband the big news. He'll be just as excited as I am.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
George! Oh, George!
Yeah. What's the excitement?
Oh, I just heard the most thrilling news. Guess who's getting married? Meredith Wilson.
Meredith Wilson?
Uh-huh.
Gosh, that's wonderful. But how did he ever propose? I didn't think he had nerve enough to talk to a girl.
George, a man doesn't have to talk when he proposes to a girl.
No?
Well, of course not. All he has to do is get down on his knees. If he doesn't pull out a pair of dice, she knows what he wants.
I guess so. Well, gee, this is great news.
Isn't it? Oh, I'm so excited. I just love weddings. George.
Yes?
Let's get married.
Gracie, we are married.
I know, I mean again. Lots of people do, just for the fun of it.
Oh, Gracie, you mean buy a license and everything?
Well, sure, I'll give you the $2 again.
It isn't that. It's just, it's kind of silly.
Oh, but, George, it'll be much more fun getting married this time. After all, the first time I hardly knew you.
Yeah, we were strangers.
Sure. But now I regard you as practically one of the family.
Thanks, kid. Now forget it. Only Meredith is getting married, not us.
Oh. All right, dear. Maybe it's better that way because then you can sing.
You mean sing at Meredith's wedding?
Well, certainly. What could be more inspiring to a young couple starting on life's great adventure than the sound of your golden voice singing, I love you truly.
I love you truly. Truly, dear. Life with its sorrow. Life with its fear.
Oh, you're perfect for a wedding. Perfect. That voice has orange blossoms in it.
I love you truly.
Orange blossoms in it, huh?
Oh, absolutely. I can smell every note.
Well, come on, let's go over and we'll tell Bill Goodwin the news.
Take me there on wings of song, Sugarthroat.
I love you truly. Oh.
Well, George and Gracie, come in.
Oh, Bill, we've come to tell you the most wonderful news.
What is it?
Well, something that's going to make two people blissfully happy. George, give him a hint.
I love you truly. Truly, dear.
No, it'd never work, George. There's too much difference in our ages.
No, Meredith Wilson is going to get married to a girl.
Meredith Wilson? Oh, I don't believe it, Gracie. He's never even kissed a girl.
Well, Bill, all men aren't as forward as you. George didn't kiss me right away either.
That's right.
In fact, I remember the first time George kissed me. We'd been back from our honeymoon about a week. And then...
Forget it.
Well, believe me, Meredith is even shyer than George. You know, I double dated with him one night, and when the girl said, what'll we do? I said, let's go up on Observatory Hill where it's nice and dark and count the stars.
What happened?
Meredith got up to 2,400,000.
I'll bet you weren't counting stars, huh, Bill?
Oh, shucks, no, George. I took my girl for a walk down the old Ox Road.
Tripped over a pebble, didn't
Yes.
Lucky girl. Imagine walking down the old Ox Road with the old ox himself.
Well, I still can't believe that bashful Meredith is getting married.
Why don't we go over to Meredith's house and check up on this thing?
Well, yeah, let's go. By the way, Bill, if it's true, you'll be the only single one left.
Well, that suits me.
Now, Bill, wouldn't you like to settle down like George?
Not that far down, no.
Let's go and see Meredith.
Well, hi, folks.
Meredith, is it true? Are you going to get married?
Yep. I guess I am, all right.
Oh, no.
Good. Well, thanks.
Now, Meredith, you're rather young and innocent, and I think it would be a good idea for a man who's wiser and more experienced to have a little talk with you.
Yes. Sit down, Meredith.
You too, George, and don't miss a word Bill says.
Well, Meredith, my boy, as soon as the wedding is over, get your bride away from the crowd.
Yeah, he's right. That's what George did.
Yes. Now, rush her to your car and drive straight to your honeymoon cottage.
That's what George did.
Pick her up in your arms and carry her across the threshold.
Go on, Bill.
Now, Meredith, there you are, the two of you alone in your little love nest, your beautiful bride in your arms.
Oh, boy. Do I put her down now?
Oh, certainly not. You carry her right through the living room, through the dining room, and into the kitchen.
The kitchen.
Where you make a nice big pot of Maxwell House coffee. What a perfect way to toast a happy marriage. After all, a happy marriage is the result of a perfect blend of personalities. Maxwell House, too, is the result of a perfect blend. That's why more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world.
All right, Bill, we've had a cup of coffee. Now what?
Well, now...
Yeah?
You have another cup. Maxwell House is so delicious, almost everybody wants a second cup. It has more flavor. More flavor in the blend because of the choice Latin American coffees, which are skillfully combined in Maxwell House. And more flavor in the cup because of Radiant Roast, which uniformly develops the richness, mellowness, and full-bodied flavor of every coffee bean.
Okay, Bill. Now, we've had 2 cups of coffee. Now what?
Well, now...
The coffee pot is empty, Bill.
You better empty the jar, too, if you want to get out of the kitchen.
Okay. The coffee pot and the jar are empty. Now what?
Now, you walk over to your bride, put your arm around her, and whisper tenderly in her ear.
What do I whisper?
Well, you say, "Darling, would you run down to the store and get another jar of Maxwell?"
That's what George did.
Well, sure, Gracie, because Maxwell House is coffee at its full-flavored best. Good to the last drop.
We know, Bill. There's nothing finer nor more friendly. But Meredith can't just sit there and drink coffee forever. His wife might divorce him.
She'd certainly have the grounds.
Oh, Meredith. Now I know you're going to be a wonderful husband. You and George have the same brilliant sense of humor.
Oh, well, thanks.
And now we all want to congratulate the lucky girl. Who is she?
Well, she's the girl who sells ribbon at the dime store. I've been in love with her for a year now.
Oh, what's her name?
I don't know.
You don't know her name?
Uh-uh. I've never gotten up nerve enough to ask her.
Well, how did you propose to her?
Well, I haven't yet. Every day I think I will. But when I get there, I lose my nerve, and I just buy a yard of blue ribbon.
Oh, murder. You've been after the girl for a year, and what have you got to show for it?
I got 300 yards of blue ribbon.
Well, that's very handy. No married couple should be without it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Furniture they don't need.
No.
A house is nothing. But got to have at least a few hundred yards of blue ribbon.
Yeah.
Oh, now, boy.
What is home without ribbon?
Yeah, it takes a heap of ribbon to make a house a home.
Oh. Now stop making fun of Meredith.
Who knows, after a year, you may even have a little string running around the house.
Why, sure.
Now, boy, stop it.
Shall we listen as bashful Meredith Wilson, who doesn't know how to chase anything else, chases a few rainbows in his own chiffon style. Meditate.
heard of bashful guys, but Meredith Wilson takes the cake.
He certainly does.
Imagine being in love with a girl for a year and not having a word to say.
Well, that was ridiculous. It's only after marriage that a man doesn't have a word to say.
How true.
Come in.
Hi, folks.
Meredith, you should say to yourself, I'm a wolf. I'm an irresistible wolf. Go on, try it.
I'm a wolf. I'm an irresistible wolf.
Well, let's try something else.
Do women really like those bold fellows?
Oh, certainly. The rough, domineering Humphrey Bogart type of man. As a matter of fact, that's why I married George. No, that wasn't it.
Well, I could never be rough and domineering, you don't think?
But it's easy. Look, George is in the den. Let's pretend that he's Lauren Bacall.
Well, I thought you said this was easy.
It is. Now, I'm Humphrey Bogart, and he's Lauren Bacall. Now, watch this.
Hello, dear. Do you want something?
I suppose all I got to do is whistle, huh, gorgeous?
Gorgeous?
Don't wave those long eyelashes at me, doll face.
Doll face?
Suppose you expect me to break out in goose pimples because you're sitting there in a sweater.
Gracie.
That may get other men, not me.
Other men? Honey, you'd better sit down.
Never mind that sofa routine.
Sofa room? Look.
You dames are a dime a dozen. There you are, Meredith. Isn't that a simple technique?
Well, not for me. Gee, I couldn't talk that way to anybody.
Well, of course you could. What do you say when one of your musicians plays a sour note?
I say, I fear you've lost control of your instrument, sir.
Well, Meredith, I guess we better use another technique. Now, how about the strong, silent Gary Cooper type?
Women like them, too?
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, that's why I married George. No, that wasn't it either. Well, listen, I'll show you how the Gary Cooper approach works.
Oh, it's you again, huh?
Yep.
Do you still think I look beautiful in a sweater?
Nope.
What's the matter with you? Why do you carry on that way?
Yep.
Yep? That doesn't make much sense, does it?
Nope.
What's with this yep and nope? Are you losing your mind?
Nope.
Could I be losing mine?
Yep.
This is the silliest thing I ever heard.
Could you make that a question?
Will you get out of here?
Yep.
Yep.
Well, Meredith, how about that technique?
It's no use, Gracie. I can't be Humphrey Bogart, and I can't be Gary Cooper. I'll just have to be Meredith Wilson.
No, we're not that desperate yet.
Well, I'm a musician, not a lover. I'll never get a girl. I guess I might as well stick to my flute.
I think you'd have more fun with a girl.
Maybe we'd better forget it.
Wait a minute. Look, a girl usually wants a man that all the other girls are crazy about.
Well, I've noticed that.
Well, sure, as a matter of fact, that's why I married Joe. Now I'm just being silly. But anyway, that's true. And Meredith, I'm going to make you the most popular man in town.
Really?
Absolutely. When I'm finished, you and that girl behind the ribbon counter will make beautiful music together.
Together? Mm-hmm. I better go get another flute.
Now, you be here for dinner at 6 o'clock and leave everything to me.
Oh, I sure will. Thanks a million, Gracie. Goodbye.
Oh, poor Meredith. George! Oh, George!
Now what?
Oh, come on, dear. We're going to the dime store and invite that girl behind the ribbon counter to dinner.
What for?
Well, I've got a plan that'll get her married to Meredith.
What is it?
Oh, darling, please. If I tell you my secret, you'll know how I hooked you.
You hooked me. Gracie, I took you out every night. I sent you candy, sent you orchids, and you think you hooked me?
You could have got me without all that. Would you call that getting hooked?
Yeah, I was hooked. Let's go. Well, there's the ribbon counter, but surely that's not Meredith's girl. She's too homely.
Oh, she is homely, all right. Maybe she has hidden charms.
That, well, she didn't have to hide them.
Well, if Meredith loves her and wants to marry her, that's enough for us. Oh, Miss?
Yes, did you want to buy some ribbon?
Well, no, there's enough ribbon in our neighborhood now. We'd like to invite you over for dinner tonight.
Me? For dinner? But you don't even know me.
Well, that's all right.
Oh, I see. You've got an odd man, huh?
Very. And you're just the girlfriend.
Here's the address, Miss
Hardwick. Flossie Hardwick.
Well, here's the address, and we'll expect you at 5:30.
Well, shall I dress?
Oh, yes, this man is very bashful. Well, see you tonight.
Goodbye.
I can't understand how Meredith could want to marry that scarecrow.
Well, George, homely people are honest and kind and faithful. They make the best mate. As a matter of fact, that's why I marry... Well, what do you know? I finally got it.
Gracie, you've been on that telephone for an hour now. What are you doing?
Arranging for Meredith Wilson to be the greatest lover in town.
You can do that on the telephone?
Sure. You see, I called the postman and Bill Goodwin, and I also called... Oh, there's Flossie. Now, you just follow my lead.
Here I am.
Come in, Flossie. Your date will be here in a few minutes.
Who is he?
Meredith Wilson. Handsome, magnetic Meredith Wilson.
I don't believe I've ever heard of him.
Never heard of Meredith Wilson, the great lover?
No. Is he really great?
Oh, he knows more about love than any policeman in Griffith Park.
Oh, you must be exaggerating.
Well, we'll see. Well, now, whoever could that be? Come in.
Oh, woe is me. Woe is me.
Why, Mr. Postman, what's the trouble?
My wife has left me for Meredith Wilson.
Oh, you poor man. But don't blame her. No woman can resist bedroom eyes, Wilson.
But he has stolen my wife.
Oh, what a horrible thing.
I know, but he stole her anyway.
Flossie, you see?
Yeah, that sort of thing happens every day.
Every day. It happens every minute. Now, you see what I mean? Come in.
Where's Meredith Wilson? I'll kill him. I'll murder him. I'll fracture
Why,
him.
Bill Goodwin, whatever could be the trouble?
He had stolen my fiancée, the girl I promised to marry.
Oh.
He can't go on like this. That's the fourth fiancée he's stolen from me this week.
Well, Bill.
You've got to stop him. Please, Gracie, stop him. At this rate, I'll run out of fiancés in only 2 more weeks. Stop him. Stop him, do you hear? Stop him. Stop him.
Gee, Meredith Wilson stole his girl, too.
That's no trick for Meredith.
Oh, but Bill Goodwin is a movie star.
Meredith is more fascinating than any movie actor. He has more appeal than Ronald Coleman. And as for Charles Boyer, Meredith could spot him 2 gaslights in a Casbah.
You'll never convince me that he's a greater lover than Charles Boyer and Ronald Coleman.
We won't, huh? Come in.
I'm frightfully sorry to trouble you at this hour, Mrs. Byrne. But have you seen Meredith Wilson about?
Why, no. Is something wrong?
Wrong, you ask. My dear child, the cat has made off with the girl I treasured above rare jewels.
Meredith stole your girl?
Yes. I wouldn't be so put out if it were Herbert Marshall or Cary Grant. But the blighter isn't even British.
Jim, of all people, him. Why, I wouldn't have believed it possible.
Oh, you haven't seen anything yet. Come in.
Bonjour, madame, bonjour. Could you tell me where I might find Meredith Wilson?
Now, don't tell me he has stolen your girl.
Mais oui.
Oh, well, he's really picking picking on you British tonight, isn't he?
I am too plain, too unromantic to compete with this Meredith Wilson. I think I go back to Paris. Au revoir, madame.
Oh, I will. Goodbye. Well, Flossie, are you convinced that Meredith is dynamite?
Oh, I'll say I am. Oh, but a guy like that would never look at me.
Now, that's where you're wrong. Meredith loves only you.
He loves me, little plain me.
He loves you, big plain you.
And he wants to marry you.
Oh, this is wonderful. All my life I've waited to...
Come in.
Well, is dinner ready?
Yes, and so is Flossie. Take him, Flossie. He's all yours.
Come here, bedroom eyes.
Hey, stop. Let go of me. You'll break my glasses.
Meredith, stop trying to get off her lap. This is your dream girl. I fixed it for you.
But I never saw her before in my life.
This is the girl behind the dime store ribbon counter.
Oh, I'm not the regular girl. I was just substituting there
What?
today. So, come on, Dreamboat. Let's get married.
But I don't want to. No, now stop dragging me. Help!
Oh, I hope they'll be happy together.
You did a fine job.
Say, Bill.
Yes, Meredith?
You're always asking me questions about music. Now, tonight I'm going to ask you one. Did you ever whistle this tune?
Oh, sure. I know it's from Carmen, too.
Yeah?
I guess everybody knows that tune.
Oh, you're right in the groove there, Bill. Because it's said that of all the opera airs the man on the street is apt to whistle or sing, they're melodies from Carmen.
Really?
Yes, you see, Bizet composed musical themes so mellow, so rich, full-bodied and vigorous that his opera Carmen is just naturally one of the world's most popular.
That's funny, isn't it?
Funny?
Well, yes, odd how that fellow Bizet took his ideas right from Maxwell House Coffee.
What?
Well, if he didn't, he could have. Come on now, Meredith, and help me prove it. You play me those musical themes from Carmen, and I'll tell you about Maxwell House's fine Latin American coffees.
Okay, Bill, just give me a cue for the downbeat.
Well, now, Maxwell House experts choose Manizales for mellowness.
Like the habanera.
And Medellins for richness.
That's Michaela's aria.
Other choice Latin American coffees for vigor.
Like the famous overture.
And Bucaramangas for full body.
That'd be the Toreador.
So, like music you ask to hear again and again, Maxwell House is the coffee more people ask for again and again. It's so good to the last drop. Dear George and Gracie.
Oh, George, don't forget we're going to be on the Danny Kaye show tomorrow night, and Bill and Meredith will be with us.
That's right, Gracie. Good night, folks.
Good night.
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson, his orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Goodwin. Until next Thursday, then, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 brand of coffee, always good to the last drop. The impersonations of Ronald Coleman and Charles Boyer on tonight's program were done by Paul Freese. Stay tuned to this station because Dinah Shore's open house is coming on in just a second. Dinah's special guest tonight is Jack Carson.
Oh, goody, goody Jello pudding tonight. It tastes like Grandma's, only more so.
You ain't kidding. That's right.
And just as Jello, 6 delicious locked-in flavors can't be beaten. So the proof of Jello pudding's in the eating.
The Jell-O twins are hard to find, but keep on looking in your store. When sugar shortages are over, there'll be more.
Just the taste of Jello pudding or of Jello, and you know it's the one and only Jello.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Gentlemen, we're in 3000 BC.
To reach this lost civilization, science had followed a trail through burning desert sands, through the roaring avalanches of Mount Huitara, and finally deep into the bowels of the earth. Not even history had recorded the existence of this unknown empire of darkness.
There is no world beyond ours.
If I ever get out of here, into my world,
The world of light and flowers?
would you come with me?
Never before had outsiders beheld such sights. The sacred ritual of the sun death, the blazing sacrificial chambers, the court of the all-powerful high priest of Ishtar.
You will die in the fire of Ishtar.
The blood-lusting mole people storming from their subterranean caverns.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure Merger Not Preferred. The Green Hornet strikes again. Marsden lingered in his office later than usual. His stenographers and secretary had left for the day. The middle-aged man looked fondly at pictures on his desk. A daughter in finishing school, 2 boys, one wearing the football gear of a leading university, the other the tracksuit of a fashionable prep school.
Poor kids. Either way would be tough for them.
He walked to the open window, looked out at the city traffic 14 floors below.
But my way is better.
He stepped to the radiator beneath the windowsill, closed his eyes, then leaned forward.
Came from right up there.
Does anyone know who he is?
Get back. Give us room, will you?
I know him. It's Marsden. Henry Marsden.
He has an office up there.
Hey, make way there. Let us through.
Get back. Let him through with a stretcher.
I wonder if he fell or jumped.
Now, come on, Joe. Get him into the ambulance. Come on, folks. Back. Get back here.
Tell him to hold page 1 for a replay.
Hey, Gunnigan. Got the file on Marsden.
Well, go through it, Larry, and pick out the high spots. Call the morgue and tell him to hurry up with the Marsden obituary.
What's your theory, Gunnigan?
City editors don't deal in theories, Larry. We deal in facts.
Yeah, but do you think Marsden fell out of his window or jumped?
How do I know? Go talk to the boss. He's got more time to make wild guesses than I have.
Does he know about this?
I doubt it. News just came in 3 minutes ago.
I'll go tell him. He knew Marsden. He might have some special angles. Gunnigan's covering all the angles, Mr. Reed.
So Marsden is dead.
Yeah. And just when I began to get somewhere.
Get somewhere?
Another week, and I might have had evidence to show he was getting a cutback and a lot of contracts.
Just a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Mr. Reed?
Come in, Miss Case. He must have gotten plenty to keep one son in college, another in prep school, and a girl in Vassar. You don't do that in what the city pays.
I'm thinking about his children.
I just heard about the Marsden death, Mr. Reed. Didn't you see him just a few hours ago?
Yes.
You're dead?
We had lunch together at the Civic Club.
Holy smoke. Say, did he give you the impression that he was getting fed up with things, ready to cut loose from his crooked pals?
Why do you ask that?
I wonder if he got shoved out of that window by someone that, wanted to keep him from squealing.
I doubt it. Oh, Miss Case, I want to see everything about Marsden before it's published.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Now that he's dead, there's no use making things too difficult for his family.
I'll see that everything comes to you for a final okay.
And call my apartment.
Yes, sir.
Tell Cato I'm going to stay here until the next edition's out. I'll be late for dinner.
Read all about the Marsden death. Here you are, sir. Henry Marsden dies in cold from off at Windy. Here you are, sir. Thank you. Read all about it. Central X Street.
The Marsden death changed Britt Reed's plans for the evening. Instead of going on his usual round of Playboy activities, he called Cato to his bedroom. The Filipino valet was the only person who knew that Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was also the Green Hornet.
I met Marsden at the City Club, Cato. He told me a few things in confidence.
Yes, Mr. Britt?
There's only one way in the world I can use that information.
In the role of Green Hornet?
Yes. We're going out tonight to call on John Rollins.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in the bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building was the hiding place for the sleek, super-powered Black Beauty streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. The black car moved through the streets to an exclusive residential area and stopped near the home of John Rollins.
Stay here with the car, Cato.
The Green Hornet made his way to the rear of the house. Through a low casement window, he saw Rollins seated at a desk in his study, absorbed in the Daily Sentinel. The story about Henry Marsden.
For opposition's paper, this isn't bad.
Rollins didn't hear the opening of the window behind his back. He started at a voice.
Rollins.
What?
Turn slowly and keep your voice down.
That mask.
I don't want to use this weapon on you, so don't make a noise.
Green Hornet.
It's an informal call. I didn't care to meet your servants.
What do you want?
Let's talk about the John Rollins Company and the Wendell Corporation.
What about my company?
The Wendell Corporation made a proposition to your firm, an offer to merge. That offer has been impending for 90 days. Why are you stalling?
Stalling?
The Wendell offer expires this week. Wendell has cooled off. The offer will not be renewed. You know that, don't you, Rollins?
What business is it of yours?
Call me one of the small stockholders. Just one of the hundreds of little people who are hoping and praying you'll protect your investments by merging with Wendell. Every member of your board of directors hopes you'll accept Wendell's offer. But you haven't committed yourself, and you hold the majority of the stock. Isn't that right?
Yes, but I...
Why are you stalling?
Now, look here, whoever you are.
There's no legitimate reason for you to oppose the merger. Yet you've got to oppose it or face exposure as a crook.
No.
It's a case of being exposed or face the questions of your directors and stockholders.
You, the Green Hornet, wanted for every crime in the book, call me a crook.
Yes, and I'll tell you why. Your company has gotten a lot of city, county, and state business. You've surrounded yourself with a bunch of crooked pals who are strong enough politically to give the Rollins Company that business. But the Rollins Company hasn't made much money out of it. You've had to pay too much in bribes and graft.
That's a lie, and you can't prove it.
Of course, it doesn't appear on your books as graft and bribes. It's probably listed as lawyers' fees, entertainment expenses, and things of that sort. But nevertheless, the money's been paid out. And big chunks of it have been kicked back to you as an individual.
How do you know all this?
I knew a man who was going to squeal. He told about one deal in particular. A contract he got for the Rollins Company. He was paid $10,000 for getting it. He had to return $6,000.
But you know about...
Yes, Rollins. I know about Marsden. Changed his mind about squealing when you let him know that you'd smash every member of his family.
He was insane. He was a madman.
He leaped from his office window, but not because he was insane. He did it because it was his only way out.
Why did you come here? What do you want?
You. You're going to a board meeting tomorrow. And you're going to vote for the merger in spite of the promises you've probably made your corrupt political friends.
Now, wait. Let's talk this over. If the merger goes through, the truth will become known. I'll be ruined.
Exactly. And you'll have to deal with the law. If you vote against the merger, you'll have to account to the members of the board of directors and the small stockholders. And you'll also have to account to me. Take your choice, Rollins. After tomorrow's meeting, you're going to face either the law or the Green Hornet. Here's something to make you remember what I've said.
What?
There you are, Rollins. When you look at your desk, let that little green seal remind you that the Hornet was here, representing the small stockholders. You vote for that merger when your directors meet tomorrow, or I'll be back.
Wait, let me talk to you.
There's nothing more to say. Good night, Rollins.
Green Hornet. He called it. I can't vote for the merger. No, I don't dare vote against it. He'll be back. I think there's a way out. Yes. I think I know the way.
The directors' meeting of the John Rollins Company was scheduled for 3 o'clock. Britt Reed waited in his office for word that the controlling vote, to be cast by Rollins himself, would bring about the merger with the Wendell Corporation. He became impatient. He paced the floor, then went to the outer office.
Miss Case, hasn't there been any word?
Not a thing, Mr. Reed.
Does Gunnigan know I'm waiting for news?
Yes, he knows.
Is Axford covering the meeting?
No, he's on his usual assignment.
Oh, police headquarters?
Uh-huh. And Lowry's at the Rollins building.
Hey, boss.
Gunnigan, what's the word?
Well, listen, boss. I tried to get the right answers before I reported to you.
What do you mean? What about the Rollins meeting?
There is no meeting.
What?
Rollins disappeared.
What?
Disappeared?
Yes, and I checked as many angles as possible. He didn't appear at the meeting. The directors got worried, checked his office.
Had he been there?
No. Lowry shot over to his house and found his wife in a tailspin. Rollins was abducted last night.
Last night?
Abducted?
That's what I said. Made off with, snatched.
By whom?
Oh, why?
Well, don't ask me why. Lowry's on his way in now with the story.
Did Mrs. Rollins notify the police?
She didn't know what to do until Lowry got there.
He'd tell her.
He did. She ignored the threat and called the police. She's turned the ransom note over to them.
What ransom note?
The one that was left beside his bed.
How was the note signed?
The note wasn't signed. But hang on to something, boss. Beneath the demand for ransom, there was a little hunk of paper. Green paper.
Green paper?
Yeah. The mark of the Green Hornet.
Goodness.
Oh, but hold on, Gunnigan. What the... I don't see why...
Yeah, boss. That's just how it hit me.
Do you suppose the Green Hornet wanted to block the merger?
Why should he?
I don't know. But the merger can't go through without Rollins. Or can it?
No, of course it can't.
The merger's a dead issue unless Rollins gets back before the end of the week.
The Wendell Corporation might extend the time.
Not a chance. They've gone cold on the merger. They're hoping Rollins won't go through with it.
Well, then that's it.
What's it, Miss Kate?
Well, don't you see? Perhaps the Wendell Corporation abducted Rollins. What do you think of that idea, Mr. Reed?
Not very much. The Wendell Corporation doesn't do business that way. It's a conservative, solid outfit.
Hey,
don't slam the door, Michael!
Please, listen. It's the Hornet. The Green Hornet. He was in action last night. Huh. Hello, Gunnigan. Did you hear the news?
Lowry called it in.
Do you have anything to add, Axford?
I was at cops' headquarters when Mrs. Rollins called up. I went to Rollins' place with Burke.
Did you see the ransom note?
That I did read, and I saw the green mark of the Hornet.
Now, we've got to be sure of our ground. There have been cases where people counterfeited the Green Hornet seal, so he'd be blamed for things.
This wasn't no counterfeit, Reed. It was the real McCoy. We compared it to the ones that were on file at headquarters.
Hey, what am I waiting for? This calls for banner in the next edition. I got to get going. Okay, see?
Huh?
Be a sweetheart. Call the composing room for me and tell them to hold page one.
Right.
Hey, wait a minute, Gunnigan.
If you know anything, Axford, give it to rewrite and make it fast.
Right, wait for me.
Oh, gosh, Mr. Reed.
You'd better call the composing room, Miss Case, as Gunnigan said. I'll be in my office, and I don't want to be disturbed.
Very well. Sally, connect me with the composing room right away.
So the Green Hornet is blamed for Rollins' abduction. And he certainly used the sticker I left on his desk to good advantage.
That evening, Britt Reed made sure that Michael Axford would be out of the apartment, so he and Cato could act on certain plans.
Axford will probably be tied up for most of the night, Cato.
What, police headquarters?
His friend Sergeant Burke has been assigned to the Rollins case. Axford's sticking close to Burke. Before I left the office, Axford told me that Burke will be at the Rollins home ready to set a trap for the Green Hornet tonight.
Why you think Rollins disappear?
By disappearing, there'll be no necessity for him to vote on the merger.
Oh, you think he'd disappear of his own accord?
I'm sure of it.
And blame Green Hornet?
Yes. One more crime charged to the Green Hornet. Well, it was Rollins' idea. We're going to make him regret it.
Where we go?
I've got to get a message to Mrs. Rollins.
Another message from Green Hornet?
Yes. And this one won't be a fake.
Marjorie Rollins, wife of the man who had disappeared, sat in her library surrounded by servants and police, as well as a few favored representatives of the working press, including Lowry and Axford of the Sentinel. The room was fairly quiet, but the atmosphere seemed charged with tension.
Lowry, if you smoke that cigarette much harder, it'll burst into flames.
If something's going to happen, I wish it'd come within the next 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Why's that? You got a date or something?
No, Axford, no date. We work for a newspaper, the Daily Sentinel, remember? It's like most other newspapers. That is, there's a new edition every now and then, generally several times a day. A new edition means deadline, see? Do you know what a deadline is?
All right, Lowry, all right. Stop rubbing it.
I'd like a new lead for the Rollins story.
How about reporting that Mrs. Rollins has got all the cash together like the Hornet told her to, and she's waiting for word as to what to do with it so as Rollins will be turned loose?
If you would read the Sentinel once in a while, you'd know we already published that.
Oh.
I've got to get something in before the next edition.
You ought to get a photograph of Sergeant Burke and Mrs. Rollins. Look at the two of them. But the way Burke is looking at that bag that holds the cash.
Let's go over there. Maybe I can get a statement from Mrs. Rollins.
Oh, she sure is taking this with a lot of poise.
Yeah.
Mr. Lowry. Mr. Lowry, I want your opinion. Do you mind?
Well, of course he don't. And if you want to know what I think...
Quiet, Axford.
I was just telling Sergeant Burke here. I'm afraid I've been unwise.
I say she done the right thing in notifying the cops about the message from the Hornet.
Of course you did, Mrs. Rollins.
The Hornet ordered me not to go to the police.
Phooey! Who's the Hornet to be giving orders? Oh, golly, what am I saying?
He may change his plans. Perhaps he won't communicate with me again. Rather than risk capture, he might kill my husband.
As a law-abiding citizen, Mrs. Rollins, you had to do what you did.
Axford is right.
It was brave of you, by golly. Wasn't it, Burke?
Sure thing. It gave us the chance to plan a trap.
Burke, did you say a trap?
Yeah. Just wait till the Hornet sends instructions for delivering the money. We are all set. We'll nail him for keeps. If more people would cooperate like Mrs. Rollins has done, we'd soon wipe out crooks like the Green Hornet.
Hey, did you hear that?
What's going on?
That car. It was like the Green Hornet. Out of me way!
Axford, stop shoving me. Who do you think you are?
Open the door, Burke. Stop thieving and open the door.
Dear, what is going on out there? Who are all those men?
Cops, our men from headquarters. They were watching the house.
Those cars.
Police cars. We had them here, ready and waiting. Hey, Moran, Doyle, what's going on? Bring it here. What is it?
Was it the Hornet we heard?
With so many police around, the Hornet would never come here.
Burke, I think we got what we were waiting for.
I'll give out. I gotta call the Sentinel.
Listen, here's what happened. We were watching like you told us to, Burke.
Go on.
The car came along, slow and quiet. We didn't think anything of it. When it was in front of the house, this stick was tossed out, right at my feet.
Then what?
And that car took off like a rocket, only not up. It shot down the street like a...
Like the Green Hornet?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, no.
Give me that stick.
There's a note tied to it.
Let's see what the note says. I'll help with that string.
Axford, get your hands away.
I'm only trying to help.
Turn on the porch light so we can see.
I'll get it.
The Hornet wouldn't come here. So many police.
Burke, what's the note say?
Isn't it addressed to Mrs. Rollins?
Yeah, it
Don't
is.
give me it.
Hey.
Here, Mrs. Rollins. Message is for you.
Oh, but
Open it up, ma'am. Let's hear what it says.
I can't believe it. I never thought...
What's the matter, Mrs. Rollins? Didn't you expect to hear from the Hornet?
What's it say?
It tells where to deliver the money.
Good gravy.
That's it. That's what we've been waiting for. Now we can take steps to get the Green Hornet for keeps. Let me have the message, Mrs. Rollins.
Oh, yes, of course.
One of the boys from headquarters is all set to go in your place, dressed like a woman.
What?
He'll take a dummy patsy.
Oh, but the risk.
But that's why one of our men will go in your place, Mrs.
Oh,
Rollins.
but the risk to my husband. If
Don't
that
you
meant...
worry. We'll have plenty of men on hand. Kelsey will wear a wig and women's clothes and drive your car. Get ready, boys, and make it fast. Here's the handbag, Kelsey. Handle it just like it was full of money.
Okay, Burke.
The rest of you guys know the plans?
Sure, right.
You, Kelsey, remember this is Mrs. Rollins' car, and you're to drive like she would. This has got to be done right.
I know.
Don't shove the wig off the back of your forehead like you do your hat. Don't light up a cigar. And don't scratch your nose.
How about speaking?
Keep your trap shut. Now you other guys get in the back seat.
Oh, golly, Lowry. This looks like the Hornet will get the works.
Yeah. Oh, come on, Axford. Let's get into our car.
3 guys in the back seat with sawed-off shotguns. Suffering snakes and riot guns will blow him to smithereens if he don't surrender.
That's it. Now keep down on the floor out of sight.
Move over and give me a little room, will you?
Get your big feet over.
Get those guns out of sight. Kelsey, don't look back at these boys.
I know.
Now get going. The rest of us will trail along at a distance. Pile on the other cars, boys.
The Green Hornet was nearer than anyone realized. He lost the cars that started in pursuit, and it doubled back to watch the remaining cars leave in accordance with Burke's plan.
There they go, Cato. That should leave Mrs. Rollins alone.
Well, there might be servant.
Yeah, we can handle that situation.
Good thing you knew police plans.
It's a good thing Axford talks as much as he does.
Moving like a shadow, the Green Hornet made his way through the darkness and gained entry to the Rollins home. He saw Mrs. Rollins in the library, waiting near the phone. And then a servant saw the masked man.
What?
Say, all right, take this.
Name of mercy! Robert, what's happened?
Just gas, Mrs. Rollins.
You, the Green Hornet. What do you want?
I'll talk. You listen. It was quite a shock when you saw the real message from the Green Hornet, wasn't it?
Well,
Yeah, but what did you expect? People have to pay for the use of my identity, my name.
The use of your name?
You know what I mean, Mrs. Rollins. I called last night to give your husband a few orders. I left my seal. It gave him an idea.
Oh.
He wrote a message to explain his disappearance and signed it with my seal.
But I didn't have
You
any...
knew all about it. You were instructed by Rollins to report to the police. You'd never have dared do so if you'd thought the abduction was on the level.
How did you...
How do I know? Perhaps I waited around last night to see what Rollins would do about my threat. A few moments ago, I saw the police leave here. One of them drove your car. He wore a wig.
You know that.
I find it pays to be well informed. Did the police take the cash with them?
Well,
Did they? Or did they take a dummy package?
The police took a
Don't lie.
dummy package.
Where's the cash you drew from the bank?
Oh, please.
Where is it?
It's right here. I have it here.
Fine. It's about time Rollins contributed to a few worthy causes. I'll take charge of the money.
No, you won't.
Oh, John. Thank goodness.
Well, John Rollins himself.
Exactly. Keep your hands above the shoulders.
So you never left home. Lots of hiding places in a house this size, aren't there?
Marjorie, get your .32 from the desk. We'll shoot him with that.
Murder. Huh, Rollins?
My wife will get a nice reward for you, mister. The reward will be paid for you, dead or alive.
Oh, John. John, you can't kill a man like that.
We can't let him talk to the police. I'll get that gun, quickly.
Yes, John. Right away, I'll get...
What's the matter?
John, another masked figure behind you.
Won't
get him.
You...
Good work. Now I'll use the gas.
No.
Sorry. Come on.
Yes, sir.
Now it's our move.
But listen, Bert, what do you make of it?
How do I know, Ashford? You heard the radio call that came in from headquarters.
Yeah, but all it said was that we should forget about the plans we had and get back to the Rollins house to pick up the Green Hornet.
That's right.
But what's he doing there? How do you know the cash was there?
Don't ask me.
It wasn't until the last minute that you decided to send out a dummy package.
We'll soon know what's what. Get out.
Right.
You guys go round and cover the rear door.
I got me gun out and ready. By golly, I sure hope this isn't another false alarm. Look, the door's open.
Come on, Ashford. Mrs. Rollins, where are you?
Hey, there's a servant by the door. He's out like a mackerel.
The Hornet's work, by golly.
Hey, Oxford, what's up?
Come on, Lowry. We'll see what's in the library.
Get back, Axford. I'll go first. Stick 'em up.
Who are you talking to, Burke?
Well,
Oh, look.
well,
It's Mrs. Rollins, out cold. Oh, golly, that sparkpeen with the green mask. Burke! Here, back in the chair. It's him, the Hornet.
Whoa!
I got him at last.
I see him.
Green Hornet. Is he dead?
Take no chances, boys. Keep him covered while we pull off his mask.
I'll unmask him. Oh!
Keep your hand away. I'll do the unmasking. I'm the one that's with the cops.
Then do it and stop the talk.
Golly. The Hornet at last.
Take the mask off.
There, here goes. Well, I'll be...
Hey, it's John Rollins.
Suffering snakes. John Rollins. So he's the Green Hornet.
Like funny as Oxford. The Green Hornet just left his mask on Rollins' face to show he'd been here.
And he brought Rollins back.
And I'll bet all the tea in China that the Hornet got away with the cash. How in blazes did the Hornet do these things?
Oh, Mr. Britt, you home for dinner early?
I was tired, Cato. Last night was rather trying, and today was a busy day. There was a lot of news after John Rollins' return last night. A lot of news to handle.
Oh, yes, sir.
Rollins signed the merger papers this afternoon.
Well, he chose wisely, huh?
Yes, he did. He'll be exposed, and he'll be in trouble up to his neck, but he'd have been in even greater trouble if the truth of his abduction became known.
Oh, you take blame for abduction, Mr. Britt.
Well, what's one more crime, Cato? Besides, I was well paid for it. There was $25,000 in that package. Mrs. Rollins will have to do without some jewels.
Well, that's a lot of money.
Well, Rollins himself fixed the amount when he wrote the first note. Well, that reminds me, Cato. We must arrange for the delivery of that cash.
Oh, to whom?
It'll make a swell gift for the Cancer Fund.
Time to vote on merger. Green Hornet. Read all about it. Read all about it. Green Hornet still in charge. Sentinel X3.
These copyrighted dramas originate in Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Now, here's a special program note. If you're after some real sparkling entertainment, tomorrow night tune in The Bing Crosby Show when he presents as his guest that international favorite, Maurice Chevalier. It's The Bing Crosby Show tomorrow night. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
They were Irish. They were Catholic. They were rebels.
They're all over the coalfields, calling themselves the Molly Maguires, after some gang of cutthroats back in Ireland.
I warn you now, God will judge last night's violence as a sin.
There's no future for what you joined except hell.
I want the organization. I want it smashed. I want the Molly Maguires.
Paramount Pictures presents Richard Harris, Sean Connery, Samantha Egger in The Molly Maguires.
Well, Silver, wait was going days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Whenever men gathered around the campfire in the early years of the western United States, stories were told of the masked rider of the plains. And these stories have been handed down through the generations. At a time when only brave men could survive, no one could match his courage. At a time when a man's life often depended on the quickness of his draw and the straightness of his shooting, no one could equal the Lone Ranger for speed or accuracy. Return with us now to those thrilling frontier days. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're on the trail of Whip Fibber! Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Kurt Savage was not only the sheriff of Wolfhead County, but was also one of its wealthiest ranchers. His wife had died years before, leaving him with two children, Sally, now aged 20, and Philip, a young man of 23. Both children were well educated, having been sent to schools in the East. But while Sally, upon her return to the West, was liked by everyone, Philip found himself heartily detested. As our story opens, we see him leaning against a corral at the rear of his father's ranch house. Kurt is facing him, and...
Philip.
Yes?
I'd like to talk with you.
Anything in particular?
Yes.
Yes?
You.
I see.
You're a loafer.
Am I?
I spend money on you hoping to get a man for a son, and all I get's a dude. You won't work on the ranch. You won't work for anybody else. You've just been sitting around spending my cash.
What money of yours have I been spending?
Well, you would have spent it if I'd have given it to you.
I have money of my own. The money Mother left me. I've never asked you for a penny since you paid for my education.
Well, that ain't what's important.
Well, then what is?
The way folks are talking. The way they're saying you're just a stuck-up good-for-nothing. They ain't got the backbone of a jellyfish nor the gumption of a jackrabbit. They're saying...
One moment.
Well?
I'm not sure I understand you. Are you trying to tell me you disapprove of what you call my lack of gumption? Or is it that you resent your friends in the county mentioning it?
The first, of course.
Oh, I wasn't sure. Go on.
Well, that's it.
It's a nice day. Fish ought to be biting. I think I'll saddle up Ginger.
You hold on.
Yes?
You ain't taking one step before we settle this.
Settle what?
Blast you and that slick tongue of yours. It's the only thing they seem to teach you back east. How to talk smart, Alec, to your paw.
Wait, Father. I didn't mean any disrespect. It's just that I don't see the good of discussing something that we can't agree on. You think I'm lazy. I'll admit it's looked that way, but I'm not. One of these days, I'll find the thing I wish to do and do it. Until then, I don't see the point in changing my behavior just to change the opinion of your friends.
Oh. You don't figure what my friends think counts for anything, huh?
Not when they're mistaken.
Mistaken? You know what they're saying?
It's no great secret.
They're saying you might just as well turn around and head back east. Because a lily-fingered hombre like you ain't man enough to hold his own in these parts.
Oh, I'm a pretty fair horseman.
There were never a man of our family that wasn't. You come by that natural.
So I get no credit for it, huh?
Being able to sit a saddle don't make a man. What can you do that's needed here in the West? You can't handle a rope or a gun?
You sure I can't?
Oh, you fancy yourself, huh? You see that sapling over there? Let's see you hit it.
I'll do better than that. I'll aim for the lowest branch to the right there. Not bad, huh?
Well, I'll be.
Now the one just above it. How's that?
Where'd you learn to shoot like that?
I don't know.
I wish my deputies could do as good. That's it. I could deputize you. You don't like ranching, but maybe you would.
No, thanks.
Oh, I get it. Shooting at a target's one thing, but facing a man's another. Ain't got the gumption for it, eh?
No.
Then what good are
I
you?
don't doubt but what I could shoot it out with anyone if there were reason for it. It isn't that. It's simply that I feel rather sorry for those poor devils on the Dodge. Every man's hand turned against him. Never a time when
You mean to stand there and tell me you're sympathizing with crooks?
Outlaws are just fellows who've been found out. How many of the so-called respectable ranchers around here, your friends, who didn't get their start by borrowing their neighbors' calves? How many?
Oh, I suppose Whip Tiber's just a poor, deserving fellow that's had hard luck, huh?
I've never met the fellow.
And you'd better steer clear of him. He'd take a dude like you and break him in two.
Perhaps.
You couldn't even handle Mace Franklin.
Mace? Don't tell me he's on the Dodge. Why, Mace and I were good friends when we were youngsters.
And now he's Whip's right-hand man.
Sally used to think Mace was just about right.
She still does.
Does she? Good for her. But I didn't know it.
There's a lot of things going on around here that you don't know about. Did you know your sister had been meeting Mace in the sly?
She...
Ain't funny. I'm putting a stop to it. You could help if you had the nerve.
Nerve?
They've been meeting down near old Jessup's mill. Heard about it yesterday. Well, Mace will be there tonight. And so will I with a posse.
A posse? For one man?
He'll kill to keep from being captured.
I see.
Well, you got the nerve to join us, or ain't you?
Oh, I don't think I'll be needed.
That's enough. I'm finished with you. From now on, you can go your own way in your own fashion. Don't think I don't mean it. Either you join me and my men tonight, or you ain't no son of mine.
Not for me. But maybe I will be there.
That evening, a young woman rode down the little used trail that led to Jessup's mill. The girl wore a shawl over her head, and she kept to the shadows as much as possible. But finally, when the trail opened on the clearing in front of the mill, she reined in her mount.
Whoa, whoa, boy, whoa.
Sally.
No, Mace, no.
But...
Oh, I'm frightened.
Frightened, honey? Why? What's there to be scared of?
Mace, we can't go on meeting like this. We just can't. Sooner or later, we...
Yeah?
Well, we might as well face it. As long as we keep meeting each other, you're in danger. Some days my father's going to learn of it, and then...
And then what?
You'll be caught. Prison.
It's pretty tough, ain't it, Sally? Liking a feller on the wrong side of the law.
You're not bad.
I'd have a mighty big job on my hands convincing your pa that.
But you're not. It's that awful Whip Tiber, the things he makes you do.
It won't always be so.
Mace, why don't you forget?
What, finding out who killed my brother?
Yes.
No, Sally. I'll play the hand the way she lays. I know as sure as I'm standing here with you that Whip will tell how Fred got killed. He knows who done it and why. And someday he'll tell me. But first I got to get his confidence. He still suspicions I joined up with his gang for some other reason than the easy money.
But what if it turns out that it was Whip himself who murdered Fred?
Then I'm making him pay.
No, Mace. They say no man's ever been able to get the best of him. He's a killer, Mace. He loves to kill. It's in his blood. You'd be no match for him.
I should let him go if he done it.
It's the law's place to punish.
Mm-hmm. But not meaning to belittle your paw. It's plain enough that Whip's a sight too big for the law around here. No, Sally. It'll have to be done my way.
And afterward?
Well, then I'll come for you, and we'll get hitched and settle down somewheres where I ain't never been heard of.
I'll go, Mace. I'll go anywhere you say.
Sally, you're as straight and... What's that?
Just your horse.
Blaze don't make no noise unless there's a reason.
But I...
Get back. Back here behind me.
Back,
I tell you.
You see anything?
Quiet. There's somebody.
Don't draw.
I ain't going to be took.
Please.
There he is.
No, you can't.
Let go my arm.
Please, Mace, please.
Mace, you fool. Put down that gun.
Phil.
Oh, gosh, quiet, both of you. Listen to me.
How did you know
If you don't want Dad to catch Mace, listen.
Dad?
Phil, you mean...
I mean this place is surrounded. I had to swim the river to get here.
And you came here to warn me?
You and I were always good friends, Mace. I'm not particularly anxious to see my friends caught by the law. But this isn't the time for talking. You've got to do as I say.
Yeah?
Get to your horse. Sally and I'll ride double. Mine's on the other bank. And make for the river. It's our only chance.
Two horsemen were following a trail parallel to the river. Suddenly, the man astride the great white stallion held up a commanding arm.
Oh, Silver. Oh, fella. Oh, Scout. Oh.
We've overrun the trail, Tonto.
There, sign. You see it?
You can still make it out?
Ah.
Then you'd better take the lead. We'll go more slowly. I think Whip has discovered we're following. From now on, he'll try to hide his sign. Let's go. What's that?
There's trouble.
Those shots came from the other side of the river.
You look.
Somebody's trying to cross the river above us there.
Other fella try to stop him.
Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on. The posse had emerged from hiding, and with the sheriff in the lead, raced across the clearing, firing and shouting as they ran.
They're heading for the river. Cut him off.
Tom, get him. Watch out for the girl. Just aim for the one in the lead. That's me.
You fools, you're letting him get away. Hold on. Hold on there.
They won't turn back. Come on, Silver. Hurry, old fellow. Hey, look at there.
What, sir?
Horsemen.
Where'd they come from?
They must have been following the other bank.
Say, can you make them out? Ain't the one of them masked?
He is.
He's helping Mace and your girl out of the river. Yeah, and who's the third one? Swam it. I thought just Mace and Sally'd be here.
Whoever he is, we got him to thank for Mace getting away. He must have warned him somehow.
If that was Whip,
Warned.
You get a look at him, Sam?
Was it Whip?
No.
Well, who was it? You know, speak up.
You sure you want me to, Sheriff?
Why wouldn't I?
You maybe won't like it.
I said speak up.
Yeah. What in the dickens you making so much out of it for?
Oh, I just thought the sheriff wouldn't care to know that kid of his he sent east turned out and out bad.
Just what do you mean by that?
It was Phil warned him.
Phil? No.
I seen him. Got a good look at his face just before he hit the river.
Golly.
By heavens, Sam, if you're lying.
Think I am? Ever see this?
What's that?
Here, take a look at it. Take a good look.
Phil's watch. The watch I gave my son on his birthday.
No, it was laying on the bank. Must have been thrown from his pocket when he was laying low again the saddle.
Is it really his, Sheriff?
Yeah.
So your kid turned out outlaw, huh, Sheriff? Threw in with Mace and Whip and them other crooks.
My son. Outlaw.
Of course, I suppose if we ever catch up with that gang, you'll be wanting us to leave Phil out of the shooting.
Shut up! Then this ain't easy to say. Phil's the first of the men folks of my family to go bad. But always recollect this. A crook's a crook, whatever his name. You're a lawman. Forget he's my kin. If you meet, shoot him on sight.
All right, if you say so, Sheriff.
curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger led the three young people whom he had met escaping from the posse to a secluded spot, and there made camp. He listened to the story of each in turn, and then... Sally, you'd better be getting back to your home.
Oh, I can't go back. I'm staying with Mace. We'll get married now. We won't wait. We can go away and...
No, Sally. The masked man's right. There ain't but the one thing for you to do.
Father will never forgive me.
Sally, he'll forgive you like a shot. As far as he's concerned, you could burn down the ranch house, and he'd just say someone must have made you do it.
But you, Phil.
I think I'll stay with Mace. It'll be more fun. Don't worry about me.
Get Sally's horse, Tonto.
Me got him.
Oh, I feel as though I've got you in trouble. You, Mace, and Phil, and now I'm running away.
Oh, you're talking foolish. What trouble am I in that I wasn't in before? The law ain't hunting me any harder now than it was then, is it?
And as for me, Sally, I think if this hadn't happened, Dad was getting ready to throw me off the place anyhow.
Well...
Tonto will ride back with you. You'll be safe.
Me go along. Here, Scout.
Into the saddle with you.
You get word to me, both of you. You let me know what happened.
Of course. Sure, we will.
You come. Get him up, Scout.
Get up there.
She has less to worry about than either one of you. You, Mace, if you told me the truth, you have two things to do.
Huh?
First, find out who killed your brother, and then clear your name with the law. To convince the law that you joined Whip only to get evidence.
Yeah.
Your situation, Phil, is just about as bad. I don't believe there's anything seriously wrong with you. You have good stuff in you. You need only to find yourself. To get rid of a certain mistaken notion.
What's that?
That outlaws are underdogs deserving of sympathy. You think they're men like you and Mace who've had bad luck. They aren't. Men like Whip Tiber are as savage as wolves, but more dangerous because they have human cunning. Society hunts down outlaws because first outlaws struck at society. They made the fight, not the law.
You're an outlaw.
No, neither Tonto nor I.
But that mask,
It's as much my business to hunt crooks as it is for Phil's father. But I operate outside the law and keep my identity hidden.
Say, by heavens.
Yes?
I've placed you. The engine you call Tonto. The mask, Silver. Stranger, you're the Lone Ranger.
Right.
The Lone Ranger?
I never thought to me.
Never mind that for now. Tonto and I have been on Whip Tiber's trail. We learned of certain plans he's made that could be halted if Whip were captured first.
Plans? I've been running with Whip's gang, but I ain't heard of none.
Under the circumstances, I doubt that he'd take you into his confidence.
But why not?
You hope to marry the daughter of the man he's scheming to strike.
But that must be...
My father.
It is.
Why, the
That's
dirty...
a different matter, isn't it, Phil? Outlaws strike as well as run. And sometimes they strike close to home.
If I'd known...
You didn't. Now it's too late to regret that you didn't. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless you're willing to take orders.
Whose?
Mine.
Meaning?
That Tonto and I can change our plans in order to help you. If you'll do exactly as you're told.
Honest? You'll try to help us?
We will help you.
Phil, what do you think?
Just one thing.
What's that?
That we're a whole lot luckier than we deserve.
It was several hours later that Mace, leaving Phil and the masked man, mounted and rode westward. He'd been instructed carefully by the Lone Ranger in the role he must play, and when he had reached the hideout of the outlaw band, he went directly to Whip Tiber.
Whip. Oh, it's you, huh? Where you been?
I reckon you know.
Sparking again, eh? Well, you better
Listen,
be
Whip,
careful.
I got to talk to you. Let's step over there where we won't be heard.
What for?
It's sort of private.
Come on. This do?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what is it?
Look here, Whip. You always savvied why I joined your bunch.
I know what you told me, that's all.
Mm-hmm. For the cash that's in it. I needed it. You can't get hitched to anybody like Sally, who's always had everything she's wanted without having cash aplenty. But, well, that weren't the only reason I threw in with you.
No?
You'll keep this under your hat, won't you? I mean, you're the only one of the bunch I'd trust to tell it to. If the others heard it, maybe the fella I'm after would get wind of it and light out.
Go on. I'm listening.
You won't tell it?
Nope.
Whip, one of your bunch killed my brother.
Yeah?
And he's going to answer to me for it. But I'll need your help.
Who is he?
I don't know.
Then how do you know
That's why I say you'll have to help me. You're the only fella that really can.
Just what you got in mind?
Look, Whip, I know what you're scheming for tomorrow night.
How did you
Now,
know?
wait. I know you didn't figure to tell me about it, and I know why. You figured I wouldn't like it if the bunch was to do anything to hurt Sally's paw. Well, maybe ordinary I wouldn't. Something I heard tonight kind of changes things.
Who told you what we was planning?
Oh, I just heard some of the boys talking when they didn't think I could hear.
One of these days I'll do too much talking.
Well, that don't matter. I know just as well as you do that the sheriff's keeping quite a bit of cash to home. He'll go after it for all of me. It ain't nothing out of my pocket. But when you're getting it, do me a favor.
Yeah?
Sally told me something tonight I never knew. The sheriff's got evidence at his place naming the polecat that killed Fred.
What's that?
That's what she said.
And why had he ever used it? This is the first time I heard any such thing.
He's kept it quiet to get even with me. He knows doggone well me and Sally like each other. He knows how much I'd give to see Fred's killer get what's coming to him. So by hiding that evidence away, he's striking at me.
And what do you want me to do?
He keeps the evidence in a big brown envelope in the same place he hides his cash. I don't know what's in the envelope, nor what kind of evidence it is. All I know is that it's the proof I've been wanting.
Uh-huh.
You'll see that there envelope when you find the cash. Get it and bring it to me. It's the one thing I want more than anything else. Do that, Whip, and, well, I won't be forgetting.
You're sure of what you told me?
I am. Will you do it, Whip, will you?
Why, I don't see why not. Sure I'll do it. I'll be glad to.
I'll even go on the raid with you if you want. Maybe Sally won't see me.
Oh, no, you won't have to do that. You stay here. I'll take care of that evidence. Sure I will.
It was late the following day that the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Phil rode toward the Savage Ranch.
We'll stop up ahead there by those trees. That should give us a good view of the buildings.
We can see the whole layout from there.
Later on, when it's darker, we can get closer.
You won't take any chances that aren't necessary, will you, friend?
Of course not. Don't worry, Phil. Your father and sister will be safe every moment.
If anything happened to them...
Nothing will. Here, this will do. Oh, Silver.
boy.
There's the way Whip will probably come.
From the west down that arroyo, huh?
Yes, it gives him the cover he'll want.
I guess there isn't anything more we can do until he strikes.
Don't get impatient, Phil. We haven't long to wait.
How will Mace find us?
I told him about this grove. He'll join us here before we're ready to leave. There's just one thing I want to be certain about.
Yes?
That envelope. The brown envelope.
There is one like it, stranger. With my father's papers, where he keeps his money.
Does it contain anything of value? Anything that shouldn't be destroyed?
Not a thing. Just some old letters.
Good.
If Whip knew...
But he doesn't. I'm certain Whip is the murderer of Mace's brother. And what Whip doesn't know is the thing that'll trap him.
Later that evening, Sally and her father were sitting in the living room of their home. Neither had spoken for some time, but finally...
Father,
Well?
you're thinking about Phil.
No such thing.
You are, Father. Oh, please, don't be too angry with him. He hasn't meant any harm. He isn't bad. You just don't understand each other.
He's disgraced me.
Because he helped Mace escape? Oh, that's ridiculous. I've told you Mace isn't really an outlaw.
Don't mention that polecat's name in this house again.
But
I won't have it.
All right, Father.
You
hoping to get hitched to a crook. If your ma was alive to know about it.
She'd probably understand.
She'd have
now
said...
you're losing your temper again, Father. You promised we wouldn't discuss this.
It wasn't me brought it up.
Well, we'll forget it. Father.
Now what?
Well, I thought I heard... No, it was probably nothing.
Thought you heard what?
Just for a moment there, I thought I heard horses.
Well, how could you? I give the boys a night off to go to town.
I imagined it, I guess.
You better go to bed, honey.
What was that?
Huh? You may...
Just stay right where you are.
Whip, you.
Keep them covered, boys.
Good timing.
Sure. You've been looking for me long enough, Sheriff. You ought to show signs of being more glad to see me.
What are you doing here?
What do you suppose? There it is, fellas. The desk in the corner there. If it's locked, break it open.
Oh, you...
Easy, Charlie. Don't you rile this skunk. Whip, you know I'll get you for this, don't you?
Yeah? You've been after me for other things? Figure you're going to be luckier this time, huh? Or ain't you been really trying up to now?
Whip, I'm making you a promise. This time I'll get you if I have to resign office and let everything else go. And it ain't just for what you're doing now.
No? What else you got against me?
You've been roaming around this part of the country for a long time.
Get the cash.
Right.
And there's an envelope there, a brown one. Don't open it, just bring it here.
Listen.
Bring it here.
What in places do you want with that?
Thought I didn't know about it, didn't you? Thanks, Jed. Now give me a match.
Sure. Here you are.
You loco.
Not so loco that I'm leaving this evidence behind for you to use against me someday.
What are you
No,
going
it was you that killed Fred.
There's Mace.
Where'd he come from?
I thought I told you to stay in camp.
You figured that envelope to tell who killed my brother. You was getting ready to burn it, and you just said you wasn't going to let it be used again you. Again you. That's the same as confessing.
And I'i'll finish you like I finished him.
Don't make
I'll blast you. Oh, my hand's smashed.
It isn't. Reach for that other gun at your side, and it will be. Tonto, Phil, cover them.
Reach, all of you.
Son.
It's all right, Dad. You wanted a deputy? You've got one.
You mean
Thanks to the masked man, I found the thing I'm going to take pleasure doing. Ridding the country of rats like these.
Back up there, you polecats. Don't make no false moves. That goes for you, too, Whip. I ought to finish you off myself, but I'm going to let the law do it for me.
Turning on your pards, Mace?
Me? You call them my pards? I run with them to find Fred's killer. I found him, and I hope the whole mess of them hang. They got it coming to them. If I have to go to jail for joining them, then fair enough. It's worth it seeing Whip get his.
But I doubt that you'll have to, Mace. I think the sheriff's going to understand the part you played.
Mace is telling the truth, Father. You must believe him.
Who's that masked fella?
The Lone Ranger.
What?
He is.
Sheriff. Mace, you keep still. Whoever that masked gent is, he brought me back my son and helped round up the varmints I'd have given an arm to catch.
But...
And he seems to figure you're all right. So maybe you was an outlaw, Mace. But if so, I've plumb forgot it.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Chief, you gotta believe me. You're gonna think I'm blind.
Rocks, Joe? Towers of rock crashing down and then growing up again?
Yeah.
Perhaps a part of the process is the absorption of silica, taking it right out of whatever it comes into contact with, like
Human beings?
Just like Ben. Their bodies are turned to stone.
What was this amazing power that could turn people into stone? That could suddenly turn inanimate rocks, stones, monoliths, into growing, spreading, expanding monsters, threatening to engulf whole towns and cities, to bury all civilization under an immensity of weight beyond all calculation.
The natural slope of the valley floor is bringing them right down here.
And once they break through to the other side of the mountains, there'll be no stopping them ever.
Look, all we're asking you to do is save her life.
I can't cope with something I don't even understand.
Ready! Hit it now!
Let's check what's coming in the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Hello, Susie. Come for Box 13 mail?
Uh-huh. Is there any, Connie?
Sure, a lot of it. But here's one that's different.
Different? How?
Well, look at the paper. And it didn't come by mail. It was just put on the counter here.
That's funny. I wonder why.
Yeah, it was funny, all right. That was the letter that said, Box 13. I've been watching your ad appear in the Star Times day after day. You want adventure? Very well, I think I can offer that. I'm going to find out who you are. And when I do, I'm going to kill you within 4 days. That gives you 4 days to find out who I am. If you learn that, you may stop me from killing you. But if you don't, at least you will have 4 days of different adventure. Now back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Find Me, Find Death.
If you learn that, at least you will have had 4 days of different adventure. Oh, gee, maybe you better go to Lieutenant Kling, Mr. Holliday.
Why, Susie?
Well, you don't want to be killed, do you?
I'll try my best to avoid that ugly possibility.
You think it's just a gag, don't you?
Well, it could be. And then again, oh, Susie,
What, Mr. Holliday?
know why this letter was delivered to the Star Times by hand rather than through the regular mail?
No.
So whoever wrote it could see who picked up the mail there.
And find out who you are.
And you. You worried?
I am now. Gee, it could be a psychic killer who wrote it.
Psychopathic, Susie. Anyway, I don't think we should take it too seriously. Yeah, that's what I said. Don't take it too seriously. I didn't, at first. I'd almost forgotten about the letter until that night when I went home. I walked into my apartment building and was passing the desk when the clerk called out to me.
Mr. Holliday. Oh, Mr. Holliday.
Huh? Oh, hello there. How are you?
Fine. Say, you certainly were deep in thought when you came in.
Yes, I guess I was.
Here's a letter for you.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Is anything wrong, Mr. Holliday?
I don't know. Who gave you this?
No one.
No one? What do you mean?
Well, it was on the floor just inside the lobby door. I thought maybe you dropped it.
No, I didn't. You didn't see anyone who might have thrown it on the floor?
I'm sorry, I didn't, Mr. Holliday. I've been at the switchboard all evening, and I can't see the entrance from there.
Oh, I see.
Is anything wrong? I mean, bad news, anything like that?
Well, here, read this.
I'm ready, Mr. Holliday. Are you? That's a funny kind of note.
Mm-hmm. Very funny. Has there been anyone here asking for me?
Not a soul. At least not since I've been on duty. Since 7 this evening.
Any calls?
None.
You sure no one came in?
Well, not that I saw. You look worried, Mr. Holliday.
Huh? Do I? Okay, forget it. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Holliday. If there are any calls, do you want them?
Yes, bring me in my apartment.
Sure will, sir. Good night.
Good night. Maybe it was a joke. A little gruesome, but nevertheless a joke. I went up to my apartment. I don't know why I did it, but I tried the door softly and carefully before I put the key in and unlocked it. I stood there for a moment in the dark. Then I switched on the lights. I told myself I was being a little silly, that this was a joke. I walked to the window and opened it. I stood there, looking out and down the street below. The pavement in front of the apartment building was empty. No one there. Then I went to the phone, and I made a dozen calls and got a great reputation among my friends for being, well, a little off the rails. But no one admitted the joke. Maybe, just maybe, because it wasn't a joke.
Good morning, Mr. Holliday. Gee, you look as though you haven't slept. You look tired.
Oh, I slept, but badly.
Oh, did you have couldn't you sleep?
Where's the mail, Susie?
Oh, right here.
Oh, thank you.
What's the matter, Mr. Holliday?
Oh, nothing, Susie. I'm just getting a little angry, that's all.
At me?
Oh, no, Susie. Not at you.
What is it?
Same paper, same handwriting.
Huh? What is?
This letter. But this time it was sent through the mail.
Mr. Holliday, what's wrong?
Here, read it.
Oh, sure. Dear Mr. Holliday, now I know who you are. You must know it because you got my message last night. But what I didn't tell you in my last letter was that if you go to the police, you won't get 4 days. I'll kill you as soon as you make a move to contact them. Play the game fairly, Mr. Holliday, and you'll have 4 days. Good luck.
Let me have that letter, Susie.
What are you going to do?
Pay a visit.
To the police? Oh, but Mr. Holliday...
No, not to the police. I'm just going to satisfy myself about something.
Will you come in, Mr. Holliday?
Oh, thank you, Doctor.
Please sit down.
Thanks.
Now, the nurse said that you seemed rather anxious about something. I don't usually see people without appointments.
I know it. I appreciate this. Oh, here are 3 letters, Doctor. I'd like you to read them and, well, as a psychiatrist, tell me what you think about them.
Letters? Let me see.
Can you read while I talk?
Certainly. Go right ahead.
Well, here's my advertisement in the Star-Times, the one mentioned in the first letter you're reading now.
Mm-hmm.
I'll explain about the letter later. But first, would any person be liable to write such letters as those?
No. No normal person, Mr. Holliday.
But an abnormal person might.
Have you thought of the possibility of a prank, a joke?
No, I have. No one admits it.
Well, no one would if it is a joke.
Doctor, what kind of a person would write letters like those? Leaving out the gag angle, I mean.
Mr. Holliday, if I tried to, well, go into motives thoroughly, you'd be here all day listening to me. However, there are people who, to all appearances, external appearances, seem perfectly normal. Yet those same persons, once the stimulus is applied, the motivation furnished, will do terrible things.
Even commit murder?
Yeah. Our records are full of such case histories.
Why?
Mr. Holliday, what little we know about such things tells us that these persons need, even actually crave, a bolster to their egos. Now, if the person who wrote these letters really kills you, as he says, then he'd feel superior to you and the rest of the world. That's oversimplifying it, of course, but basically that's it.
Yeah, but why pick on me?
Well, look at your advertisement, Mr. Holliday. Box 13, adventure wanted. We'll go any place, do anything.
You mean that ad is a challenge to the person who wrote the letter?
Exactly. You supplied the stimulus, the motivation to this person.
In other words, barring a joke, I'm in trouble.
Why don't you go to the police?
You read the third letter. If I go to the police, I'll be killed before the 4 days are up.
I think you've got to take that chance.
Maybe. Look, Doctor, can this be kept confidential?
Well, if you want it that way, yeah.
For a while, anyway. Now, thanks very much. Oh, would you send your bill to my office?
Oh, no charge. On one condition.
Condition? What's that?
Come to see me after 4 days.
Doctor, I'll be very happy to see anyone after 4 days. That night, I tried to sleep, but I couldn't. I told myself 1,000,000 times that it was stupid and silly to let this get me. It was a joke. It had to be. But I heard Susie reading that letter.
Now I know who you are. I'll kill you.
Those same persons, once the stimulus is applied, the motivation furnished will do terrible things.
I'm going to find out who you are. And when I do, I'll kill you within 4 days.
Look at your advertisement, Mr. Holliday. That ad is a challenge to the person who wrote the letter.
Kill you within 4 days.
Do terrible things.
Don't go to the police.
Why don't you go to the police?
I jumped out of bed as though I'd been shot. I thought I had. But it was a car backfiring in the street below. Well, that made up my mind for me. I was going to the police. I got dressed and went downstairs.
Oh. Going out, Mr. Holliday?
Yeah, for a little while.
Can't sleep?
It's a little tough.
Yes, sir. It's pretty noisy outside. That car backfiring woke me up.
You were sleeping?
Well, just dozing, that's all.
You're supposed to stay awake. Anyone could get in or out.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Holliday. I just...
No, I'm sorry. I'm jumpy, I guess. Forget it. Oh, if there are any calls, I'll be back in an hour.
Yes, sir, Mr. Holliday. Good night, sir.
Good night. I walked out of my apartment building. There were a lot of people on the streets, coming home from shows, maybe going out for a bite to eat, or to the store for a package of cigarettes. I looked at their faces. They were the same kind of faces I saw every other day. Except now they were different in a subtle way. I wondered which one might be.
Hey, Bud.
Huh? What?
You got the time? I scared you, huh? You looked like you was 1,000,000 miles away.
Oh, I wish I were, mister. I wish I were. Oh, here you are.
Hey, I asked for the time, not a handout.
It's all right. You're welcome. Hey, cab. Take me to the nearest police station. Make it fast. Here you are. Keep the change. The street in front of the police station was empty. The taillight of the cab I just left receded in the distance and then disappeared. The headlights of a car coming down the street were yellow and misty. I started toward the stairs, but stopped to watch the car coming down the street. It slowed up a little, and then an envelope hit the pavement. I picked it up. The car from which it had been tossed disappeared down the street and around a corner. I tore open the envelope. The note was in the same handwriting. It was short, sweet. Mr. Holliday, if you try to go into that police station, a bullet will kill you before you can get inside.
And now back to Find Me, Find Death, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
I didn't go into the station. Somehow, I believed that note. Then the next day at the office, Susie and I talked it over.
Please, you be careful, won't you, Mr. Holliday?
Careful? Yeah, sure. But how? Look, Susie knows where I live. He knows every move I make. But I haven't got the slightest clue as to who he or she is.
You've got to find out.
Yes, I know, but how? I'm no Superman, Susie. And I've only got 2 more days.
Maybe if you left town, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, that wouldn't do any good. He'd be sure to follow. He'd be...
What's the matter? Did you think of something?
No, you did.
I did.
Yes, you. Susie, leave town. That's the answer.
But you just said he'd follow you.
If it's not a joke, he will. Now, wait. Let's think this out. By train? No. Too many people to check on the train. I'd never be able to narrow the choice down.
Go by bus, Mr. Holliday.
Bus, that's it, Susie. Bus. Not a big one, but one of those small lines that make only about a 300 or 400 mile run. How many people can get on one of those?
maybe 20 or 30 at one time.
Sure, 20 or 30. And I've got an idea. Come on to the station with me, Susie.
Me? What for?
You'll see. Hand me that small bag.
Oh, you gonna pack?
No, the bag will be just a prop. Now, come on, let's go. Now, look, Susie. I'm going to buy a ticket on that bus, the one marked on the schedule leaving in 5 minutes. I'm going to buy a ticket all the way through to the end of the line.
Then what?
Then I'm going to get off that bus before the end of the line and come right back here.
Gee, it sounds all right, but I don't get it.
Don't you see, Susie? If he's following me, he'll buy a ticket all the way through. And he'll have to get off before the end of the line to keep track of me. Well, so long, Susie. I took a good look at my fellow passengers on the bus. It wasn't crowded. There were only 10 beside me. I wondered which of the 10, if any, was the person who was after me. Then...
Excuse me. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, yes.
Would you do me a favor, please?
Oh, if I can, sure. What is it?
This is my little boy, Harold. All the seats next to the windows are taken. He likes to look out. I wondered if you'd mind if you just...
Oh, certainly not. Here you are, Sonny. Climb in.
Oh, thank you. Harold, be careful of your lollipop now. Don't get it all over the nice man.
Like to ride, Sonny? Hey, it's pretty out there, isn't it?
Kid don't talk much, does he?
Oh, no, not much.
Going all the way?
Yes, all the way. And you?
Mm-hmm. All the way. You want one of these books to read? Help pass the time?
Oh, thank you.
No, it's nothing. Here's a good murder mystery. You like murders?
Nothing like them.
Most of the murderers in them books are sure dumb. Now, if I was going to kill somebody, nobody would even know I was going to do it. I bet I could kill somebody and get away with it. That is, if I wanted to kill somebody.
And do you?
Sometimes I do, mister. Sometimes I do. Well, I'll let you to your reading.
Harold, you can come with me now. Oh, thanks for your kindness, mister. There's a seat next to the window up front now. Harold, where's your lollipop?
Oh, here you are. This is it.
Oh, thank you. Where was it?
Oh, I just ran my fingers through my hair, and there it was.
Oh, thank you. Come on, Harold.
The rest of the passengers sat silently and quietly in their seats. Some reading, some just staring out of the window. Then I saw one man who was just looking at me with a little smile on his face. The smile widened, and I smiled back. He came over to me.
Mind if I sit down?
No, not at all.
Thanks. You meet all kinds of people on a bus. That's why I like to ride on them.
Oh, do you make a habit of it?
Well, I guess you could say I do. How about you?
Well, I don't ride buses as a rule.
I see. You on a business trip?
Well, I guess you could say I am.
Salesman?
No, I'm a writer.
What? A writer?
Oh, is that funny?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, so am I. A writer, I mean.
Is that so?
Well, my name's Trevor. William Trevor.
Well, mine's Holiday, Dan Holiday.
Well, I'll be. A mystery fiction writer, aren't you?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, my stuff runs more to the scientific, but I get a lot of material on these buses.
You do? For example?
Well, a couple of years ago, I rode on the same bus with a man who killed 3 men.
Oh?
I talked with him. I had a cup of coffee with him at a stop. I never would have thought of him as a killer. I mean, he was no different from you or me or that fellow who gave you the book a few minutes ago.
I suppose lots of people who appear normal aren't really as normal as they seem.
I guess not. Going far, Dan?
Yes, all the way.
Yeah. Well, I'll leave you to your reading. Oh, murder mystery. You like them?
Sometimes I do. It all depends on how I feel.
I know what you mean. Well, I think I'll try a little nap for a few minutes. I'll see you later.
He went back to his seat. I sat, pretended to read. But no one else spoke to me or paid any attention to me. And the bus went on, and on. The bus made its first stop after an hour's ride. I got off, as did the rest of the passengers. Everyone took a stretch, and then...
What? All aboard, please. All aboard.
I ducked behind a post and waited. Waited until the bus pulled out. I looked around. I was just going to board a return bus.
Hey, Dan. I thought you were going all the way.
Oh, I changed my mind, Mr. Trevor.
Oh.
I thought you were going all the way.
Did I say that? I don't think so.
I may have imagined it.
That could be. I know I didn't say it. Look, this is the stub of my ticket. It's punched as far as this stop.
He was right. His ticket was punched only as far as his stop. I looked at him. He must have seen the expression on my face because...
Hey, don't you feel well?
Yes, I'm all right. Why?
You got a kind of funny look on your face, as though you expected something to happen that didn't. Or maybe I'm imagining things now.
You going back to the city?
Yeah, sure. Come on, there's a return bus. Looks like we'll be able to get a seat.
Hey, Trevor. Trevor.
Hmm? Oh, we're back, huh? Well, a short trip and a merry one.
A merry one? That could be.
Say, I wonder if you'd come to my place some evening for a chit-chat. My wife would love to meet somebody who's successful with his writing.
What's the matter with you?
Oh, I'm afraid I'm not the picture of the successful writer. I've had a lot of disappointment.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll be glad to.
Could you make it tonight?
Well, I don't...
Look, we're having some people over. My wife would get a big kick out of having a real live writer, a good one, that is, come over to the house.
All right, if I find I'm free. I'll be there.
Swell. Hey, here's my name and address. Gee, my wife will get a kick out of this. Here. Now, please, try to make it, will you?
Sure, I'll try.
Okay, I'll see you later then, and thanks.
He got off of the bus ahead of me and walked away. I wondered. I wondered about a lot of things. Trevor had been the only one of the original passengers who had taken the return bus with me. Yet, his ticket was punched for the first stop. If he'd wanted to keep track of me, he would have bought a ticket all the way through because he couldn't have known I'd get off. I decided to accept his invitation because, well, I had to find out sooner or later. And so that night, I stood on the doorstep outside Trevor's home. Inside, a radio was playing. I could hear people laughing, talking. I rang the doorbell and waited.
Hey, Holiday, you did come.
Oh, are you surprised?
Oh, sure I am. You know how those invitations usually work out and nobody goes anyplace. Come on in and meet the gang.
Oh, I'll be glad to.
Look, old man, if those goons in there start chewing your head off with questions and you get bored, you just give me the high sign. We'll break it off, okay?
Mr. Trevor, you have no idea how glad I am to be among people.
Huh? What do you mean?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. I just like people, that's all.
I see. In here, Holiday. Surprised, Holiday?
Your wife. And some guests, huh?
I'll turn it off. That's an excellent record. It's used for sound effects and radio, I believe.
Open that door.
No, not yet. Sit down, Holiday.
Trevor, listen to me. You're a fool even to try to get away with this.
Oh, I've gotten away with it before. 5 times, to be exact. Now, don't force me to shoot you yet. Sit down.
5 times?
Yes. But this one is the most exciting. Sit down, Holiday. That's better. Now, I must say that bus trick of yours was very clever, Holiday. But my trick was a little more so.
You actually bought a ticket as far as the first stop.
Of course. If you'd gone on, it would have been a simple matter for me to pay the difference in fare. But you are clever.
Trevor, listen to me. You're not well. Now, let's stop this nonsense right now.
Not well. I'm well, all right. The rest of the world is made up of fools and idiots. But I like you, Holiday. So much so that I'm going to give you a chance.
Chance? What kind of a chance?
You sit at one end of that long table. I'll sit at the other. Go ahead.
Now what?
Now, neither of us can reach the other. I have 2 guns here. One for you and one for me.
You're going to give me a gun?
Exactly. Did you ever hear of Russian roulette? I see you have. I'll put 1 bullet in each gun. 1 and only 1. I'll spin the cylinders on each revolver so that neither of us knows in which chamber the bullet is. Now, the bullet in your gun may be in the chamber under the hammer. Or it may not. The same for mine. Here, catch.
Trevor, for the last time, let me out of here.
No! You'll play the game. Point the gun at me, Holiday, as I point mine at you. So, if your bullet is under the hammer, you'll kill me. If mine is under the hammer... Ready? Squeeze the trigger, Holiday, because I'm going to.
Trevor, stop it.
I'm rather tired, Holiday. This may be the end. When I count 3. 1, 2, 3. We're both lucky. All right, once more.
There was one long chance. To my right was the only light in the room, a student lamp on a small
2.
table. I waited until Trevor counted to 3, then dived for the
3.
lamp.
What?
It was dark. I heard Trevor move, and then...
Holiday! Holiday!
Stay where you are, Trevor.
Don't try to get out the door, Holiday. I know exactly where it is. Now fire.
I've got a bullet, too.
Have you? You think I'm a fool? You've got a fake in your gun. You try it. Oh, this is more exciting than I ever imagined it would be. Holiday, you may as well take it now, because you'll never get out alive.
Go ahead, fire at me. When do you think you'll get the loaded chamber, Trevor?
I'm going to kill you. I must kill you.
The next chamber's the one, Trevor, and you'd better hit me.
I'll wait. I'll wait until I can see you.
Will you? Then you'll have to wait until morning. By that time, I'll be missed, and my secretary knows where I've gone. Then they'll come here, Trevor. They'll come here and take you away.
No.
They'll put you where you'll get better because you're sick, Trevor, very sick.
No.
Think of it, Trevor. Long nights and days where you can't get out.
Shut
Long nights and days. They'll come for you, Trevor. They'll come for you in the morning.
Holiday? Holiday? Holiday?
You poor devil. You poor devil. I'm sorry.
And you were locked up in that dark room with him.
Yeah, Susie. It wasn't nice. But now he's locked up, where he can't harm anyone or himself.
You know what, Mr. Holliday? You need a nice long rest.
Oh, say it again, Susie. Say it again.
You sure do. Why don't you take a nice bus ride someplace?
But... Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, with this week's original story by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. Part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker, and production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture. Latest Paramount picture. Latest Paramount picture. Latest Paramount.
In this city, there's crime on every street. But one man has seen enough. He's Lieutenant Frank Drebin.
Whatever scum did this, not one man on this force will rest for 1 minute until he's behind bars. Now let's grab a bite to eat.
He's a good cop who's having a bad day. His best friend
Oh, everyone should have a friend like you.
is in a coma.
As soon as Nordberg is better, he's welcome back at Police Squad. But I wouldn't wait until the last minute to fill out those organ donor cards.
His girlfriend asked him to look her up.
Nice beaver.
Thank you. I just had it stuffed.
Let me help you with that.
And his city is in the hands of a master criminal with a sinister plan.
I must kill the queen.
How can any police story contain this much action? This much romance?
I like cops.
Or this much baseball? Starring Leslie Nielsen, a cop who's always on the alert. Mikhail Gorbachev.
I knew it.
Queen Elizabeth, everyone's favorite queen. Priscilla Presley, a woman who really cooks.
How hot and wet do you like it?
Ricardo Montalban.
Frank.
You're both right.
George Kennedy, the partner with an appetite for danger. O.J. Simpson, as you've never seen him before. And Reggie Jackson in his first dramatic role. In a movie so big, it had to be filmed in color. The Naked Gun, from the files of Police Squad.
See you then.